Chapter 1. 1991, Los Angeles, USA. The University of Southern California, also known as USC, is the most famous school of film and television arts in the United States. This school has provided Hollywood with a series of film industry talents including directors, editors, photographers, etc. Inside the school, on the playground at this moment, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were talking about something under the gaze of countless people. "Kevin, let's break up." Hella, who had a top-notch green tea face, said coldly. Looking at Kevin's handsome face in front of her, she felt somewhat regretful. Steve Kevin, an orphan, is a talented director whose short films have been praised by countless professors and schools. In a sense, such a genius has a bright future. She should never have given up on such a man with potential. Pity. Para glanced at the man in the crowd who was looking at her admiringly and smiled sweetly in return. No matter how talented you are always just a potential stock. There are many directors who are known to be talented in Southern California every year, but 95% of them end up failing. The reason for all this is simple. Hollywood doesn't accept losers. They only have one chance. As a new director, it is extremely difficult to achieve success with your first film. If Kevin was not an orphan and his family was wealthy, then even if he failed, his family would still be able to give him more opportunities. But as an orphan, it was very difficult for him to raise funds for his first step in making a movie, let alone consider other problems. And that man is the son of a senior executive of Hollywood Fox. If he can be with him, the chances of achieving his wish of becoming a big star will be greatly increased. Especially that man who had promised her not long ago that as long as she was with him, she would be able to get the role of the heroine in a low-budget movie. Thinking of this, Para became more determined. Kevin was confused when he saw the foreign woman in front of him suddenly saying break up. Suddenly, a memory emerged in his mind. His name is Chun Daoxian, a young director born in 2020. As I recall, in order to get money to make a new movie, he accompanied investors to a KTV and drank a lot of alcohol, and finally passed out drunk in the KTV. In the last scene after being drunk, all he could say was, "So big and so white." Yes, the heroine is so big and white. There is no need to say more about the relationship behind it. How did he suddenly end up among this group of foreigners? Confused about all this and anxious to get out of his current situation, Chun Daoxian nodded involuntarily and spoke in English. Good. 3 days later, in the dormitory, Steve Kevin finally figured out what happened and where he was at. He, Chun Daoxian, was a third-rate director in Daxia in his previous life. He, Steve Kevin, is considered a genius by professors at the University of Southern California. The memories of the two are intertwined to create him. Of course, although he has two memories, Chun Daoxian's is the main one. But in the United States, he certainly cannot use the name Chun Daoxian. Therefore, from now on, his name is Steve Kevin. "Kevin, are you okay?" The 1.80-meter-tall giant at the side asked with concern. Steve Kevin has been in a daze since Para broke up with him 3 days ago. He was not talkative and just lay quietly in bed for 3 days. It was hard not to worry about it. "Thanks. I'm fine. I just figured something out. By the way, Mid, do you want to complete your graduation project with me?" A smile appeared on the strong man's face. "Of course, we are the best partners." Kevin also had a smile on his face. During these 3 days, he didn't say a word. Apart from sorting out the two memories, he was more thinking about his future path. He has been a director in his past and present lives, and in this life he has chosen to be a director again. What he wants to do is to become a great director like Steven Spielberg. This means that he must continue to succeed in the film industry. For a director, true success does not lie in any art awards, but it's the box office. No matter how many art awards he wins, if 3 of his films fail in a row, no one will dare to invest any money in him. But as long as the box office continues to be successful, through this position, he can gradually expand his network, earn money, and gain status. The first step is to complete a perfect graduation project. That is, a movie. That's right, Kevin's target is directly the movie. The normal growth path for a director may be to start with other jobs such as editing, photography, and then become an assistant director and then a director, growing step by step. Normally, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to succeed on this path. He doesn't have time to wait and persevere. The memories in his mind are only useful for 30 years. If he cannot obtain a high enough status and money within these 30 years, it means that all the memories of the prophets in his mind will lose their effect. Such an opportunity was right in front of him. How stupid he would be if he missed it. After agreeing with my roommates and partners to complete the graduation project together, Kevin immediately began his retreat, picked up a pen and paper, and tried to recall in his mind which movie he should choose. As a student who has not yet graduated, even though he has a certain reputation on campus, no one knows him outside of the school. This also means that it is difficult for him to attract large investments. Therefore, a low-budget movie became his choice. When it comes to low-budget movies that are likely to be a surprise, Kevin immediately thinks of horror movies. Blood and S*X are the two things that are most likely to attract people's attention, and horror movies are undoubtedly the most perfect subject that combines the two. But today, Kevin is not going to choose some third-level movie disguised as a horror movie, but a real classic horror movie. Saw, as a classic horror film produced by Lionsgate, he is familiar with all the plots, layouts, and shooting techniques of the film. This is also the way many directors learn, which is to analyze the shooting techniques of certain movies step by step and analyze the pictures frame by frame. In his previous life, Saw was undoubtedly one of the things he focused on analyzing. But before everything starts, what he needs to do is to make a detailed project plan. Hollywood movies have never been an art form, but a film industry. This means that if he wants to attract investment, a project plan that looks feasible is essential. Chapter 2. 2 days later, Kevin finally stepped out of the school gate with his project plan. It's different from education in Dacia. American education is extremely relaxed. Many things that are learned in junior high school or even high school in Dacia are not learned until college in the United States. Of course, Kevin knows that this is all an illusion. It is an illusion to confuse the grassroots masses. Those middle-class people, on the surface, support relaxed education, but secretly they do not skip any cram school classes. The purpose is naturally simple, to eliminate most of the competitors for one's children. From this perspective, people who can get into universities in Southern California generally come from relatively well-off families. There is only one biggest reason why an orphan like Kevin can be admitted to school. That's his grade. The logic behind it is actually easy to understand. Geniuses like Kevin who come from a common background are the face of the school. The same number of students are admitted every year. And the middle class are the foundation of the school. After taking out a penny from his pocket and putting it into the bus, Kevin quietly came to a building several kilometers away. This is Innovative Artists Agency, which may be unfamiliar to many people. But its other name is very famous. CAA, the world's #1 talent agency. The big names they have served include movie stars such as Cruise, Hanks, Roberts, Kidman, and music stars such as Mina, Beyoncé, and Justin. Kevin came here to find his agent. That's right, he signed with an agent from CAA not long ago. Kevin took himself and stepped into the CAA building. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The very pretty busty receptionist asked kindly. Kevin nodded. "I have an appointment with my agent Dawson." Kevin glanced at his watch and continued. At 10 o'clock. The beautiful lady at the front desk checked the items at the registration desk and said, "Room 0306 on the 3rd floor. Your agent is waiting for you." At this point, the beautiful lady at the front desk seemed to want to say something, with a slight blush on her face. "Thank you very much." Kevin ignored her expression and walked towards the elevator on the 3rd floor impatiently. The biggest task of this trip was to convince his agent. Since 1980, CAA has grown year by year, and now has become a behemoth with annual revenue of over $100 million. And what CAA needs most is a talented director like him. All this is caused by CAA's special model. CAA is obsessed with a model called project packaging, which, in simple terms, is a form of collaboration centered around the director. As a director of CAA, after the director proposes a film project, CAA will seek cooperation from major film companies. Due to the scale of CAA, they are often able to bundle a series of logistical support such as actors, editors, lighting, etc. into the project. Under this model, CAA can make the best use of every resource it has. Of course, this is actually a good thing for directors. They just need to create a good movie with their heart, and CAA can help them solve these chores. The only ones who may not be able to accept it are probably the major film companies. However, since CAA already has a lot of resources, as long as their directors have a history of success, they are often not short of investment. Therefore, CAA has become the dominant party. Kevin. As soon as I entered the room, Dawson, my agent, came to greet me with a smile. As Kevin was known as a talented director in Southern California, no one dared to underestimate him until he actually failed. That is, he made a movie and it flopped at the box office. Although the chance of success is not very high, there is still a chance. More either way. Kevin sat down opposite Dawson with a smile, and after sitting down, he continued. "I came here today for my movie project." As he spoke, he handed over the project plan in his hand. Dawson nodded and took the project plan. In fact, the reason why he was able to sign Kevin, who was known as a talented director, was because of the promise he made to Kevin. As long as Kevin can provide a real and effective film plan, he will use all his resources to promote the plan. As a low-level agent at CAA, he also needs such an opportunity to move up. Of course, if Kevin fails, the consequences for him will be equally serious. However, after spending several years at the bottom of CAA, he is no longer satisfied with his current position, but is troubled by the lack of high-end clients. Therefore, he tried every possible means and finally signed a contract with Kevin. As long as Kevin can get up, he can spread the word and use CAA's packaging plan to recommend some potential characters to the crew. Of course, the prerequisite is to sign a contract with CAA, a high-end director client with the potential to push him into the top 5 partner position at CAA. For this position, he was willing to give it a try. Of course, all of this requires that his plan be feasible. With consideration for the project plan, Dawson read it carefully. When you open the plan, the first thing you start with is the script. Dawson looked at it carefully with consideration. Putting aside the story, the standard of the script alone is completely in line with the Hollywood standard writing style. Although this seems simple, many first-time screenwriters cannot do it. From this point of view, Kevin at least takes this project seriously enough and is not just fooling others. The format was fine, so Kevin naturally started to look at the content. The script wasn't very long, just a few thin pages, and Kevin finished reading it quickly. After reading it, he fell into deep thought. A successful movie always has a few memorable characters. If the characters in a movie can be vividly engraved in your mind years, or even 10 years after watching it, then this movie can be called a classic. And in this script, Dawson undoubtedly saw that potential. In the script, the killer Jigsaw who controls everything does not kill without reason. Instead, he chooses some people who he thinks are guilty or do not value the preciousness of life based on whether they value their lives, and designs various levels for them. All of his levels left a way out for the test subjects, allowing them to escape after paying a certain price. Many survivors corrected their attitude towards life as a result, and some were even grateful to him. Those who failed the test had a puzzle-shaped piece of skin cut off by John as a mark. Chapter 3. Such a murderer who has faith and teaches people to cherish their lives is a character that has never appeared in film history. Based on Dawson's own experience over the past 30 years, as long as the director's skills are not too bad, this movie will definitely not be a bad movie. Of course, I don't know about the box office. After all, no one knows whether such a character can please the audience. But Dawson judged from his own experience that this wave was worth a gamble. He lost the bet and left CAA to work elsewhere. This was exactly what he wanted. At over 30 years old, he didn't want to continue being a low-level agent here. He wanted to be a partner of only 5 people in the company. Success, there is this opportunity. When he failed, he moved to another place and started over again. Kevin, who was standing calmly by the side, looked at Dawson's expression and knew that the plan and the script had impressed him. Then the next thing to do is to wait. Waiting for his agent Dawson to find suitable investors for his plan. Of course, before that, all he had to do was go to the Editors Guild and the Directors Guild, file the script with the Editors Guild, and register it with the Directors Guild. These two things are imperative. On the one hand, it can prevent plagiarism, and on the other hand, the copyright of Saw can be firmly controlled in one's own hands. You know, in the future, there will be 8 or 9 Saw movies in a row, and he knows exactly what that means. For the sake of future benefits, as a first step, he can give up part of his profits just to gain control of the copyright. He was confident that he could make back the losses from the first step several times through this copyright. Dawson, do you think my plan is feasible? Kevin asked calmly. Of course, you are a talented director that I admire. Dawson was not stingy with his praise. In his eyes, this was the first time that Kevin, the talented director, showed his true praise. And now, their fates are also standing together. If they succeed, both parties succeed together. If they fail, both sides will fall into the abyss. But in fact, the consequences are even more serious for Kevin. Therefore, neither side is allowed to fail in this battle. Next, I will look for people who are interested in your proposal, and you should also prepare for the filming in advance. Our future fate depends on whether your movie can be successful. Kevin stood up and shook hands with Dawson. There was no need to say anything extra. This project meant the future of both of them, and no one would be lazy on this project. The next day, early in the morning, Dawson came to the meeting room with the project plan. Unlike other companies, every agent at CAA is actually a partner of the company. Through a complex salary structure, a powerful special system has been formed to promote the company's progress. Every star and every client is often associated with a team of agents. Of course, the core of this broker team is often the broker that the client trusts the most. Dawson also serves multiple clients, but because he does not have important clients of his own, his position in the company has not been improved. But in terms of income, it is actually not low. After all, he is present in multiple teams at the same time, and he can get commission from each team. This is also the superiority of CAA's internal salary system. If you are capable enough, you can still make money even if you don't have core clients. But what Dawson needs more now is status. In the conference room, dozens of brokers who had not yet left sat in their respective chairs, discussing today's agenda. Michael Ovitz, one of the firm's 5 partners, is also the partner with the most power. He looks like a typical middle-aged white man, wearing oval glasses. The occasional gleam in his eyes shows that this man is not simple. In fact, it is. CAA, founded in 1975, has become a giant in Hollywood after more than 10 years of development. He holds countless resources in the entertainment industry. Watching the discussion below, Michael Ovitz knocked on the table, making a loud sound. The others fell silent. Michael Ovitz then began to speak. Although CAA has become the most powerful agency in Hollywood, it still has huge shortcomings. If we want the giant film companies in Hollywood to accept our CAA packaging services, we must have more good directors who can make the film companies money. This will force these giants to make concessions and give up more profits, so that we and our customers can make more money. After a speech about the company's development, we got to the point. Have you signed any potential director clients these days? As Michael White spoke, several agents shared their gains one by one. Seeing the opportunity, Dawson seized it and handed the plan in his hand to Michael Witz and said respectfully, "This is the film project proposal from Steve Kevin, a talented director from the University of Southern California who signed a contract with me. It includes a horror movie script, a series of plans, and the required budget. The problem now is the lack of funds. I hope CAA will use its resources to push this project forward." "Oh, a talented director from Nangakai?" Dawson's words aroused his slight interest. Looking at the thick plan in his hand, Ovitz opened it with slight interest. The neat script format and well-organized plan impressed him right from the start. Most new directors don't even know how to make this plan. Of course, this is not actually the director's job. It falls within the scope of the producer's job. However, being able to see this complete plan from a new director is enough to show that this new director is well prepared and is not simply here to deceive investors. With this thought in mind, Ovitz perked up and started reading the script. Soon, Jigsaw, a villain with his own persistence, attracted his attention, and he quickly realized this. The script, or story, is the foundation of a screenplay. The director is the one who tells the story well through the camera. Judging from this plan, there is no problem with the script at least, so all they have to do is find an experienced assistant director to help him make fewer mistakes. At the same time, a producer who controls the budget is arranged to eliminate the director's wild ideas through funding. Chapter 4. Thereby successfully completing this plan. Yes, this project plan is very complete. It seems that our partner Dawson has finally obtained a very potential client. Was praised loudly. Then, I will try to find a way to advance this project. Ladies and gentlemen, if your director clients have the same needs, please also ask them to bring out reliable film plans. Hearing what White said, some partners who were also in the middle and lower levels showed jealous and envious looks. I envied Dawson's chance to get a big-name client, and was jealous why it wasn't me. At the same time, I was secretly wondering whether I should go to USC to look for some potential student directors. Of course, there are some dark thoughts that hope that Dawson's plan will ultimately fail. 3 days later, after completing the registration of the SAW copyright and joining the Directors Guild, the University of Southern California looked at its empty wallet. Kevin couldn't help but show a look of headache on his face. His predecessor used student loans to go to school. He doesn't need to worry about graduating now, but after graduation, the cost of 3 years of tuition, which is nearly $60,000, is simply overwhelming. If SAW had failed, the consequences would have been predictable. Therefore, this trip can only succeed and cannot fail. "Kevin, how is your project preparation going?" As they were talking, Kevin's roommate, the big photographer Mitt, walked in and asked. Seeing Mitt coming in, Kevin smiled. As the best school in the United States for training talents for the film industry, its students more or less have real skills, especially those who played with his predecessor, the talented director Mitt. Therefore, in addition to winning over Mitt, he also won over some students with stronger abilities. A fixed team of directors was formed with him as the center. This is to better control the crew and produce better works. After adjusting his voice slightly, Kevin said seriously, Have you told them all? I've told you that they're all willing to participate in your graduation film. Kevin's face lit up with joy. Although he knew they would agree, he was still happy that he had finally achieved his goal. In this way, together with other people packaged by CAA, he will have a certain say in the crew. Otherwise, even if he was the initiator of this film project, in Hollywood's producer-centered film production industry, he would still find it difficult to control what Saw would eventually look like. You have to know that Saw is a movie that was not released until 2004 by the genius director James Wan. It was risky for him to move the movie to 1991. If we can't even control the final presentation of the film, it would greatly ruin the essence of the movie Saw. Therefore, after the investors are in place, he still has to negotiate with them. He can even give up the director's salary, so as to gain the dominant position in the film and certain editing rights. Of course, working for free is also impossible. The copyright of Saw is firmly in his hands, and he does not plan to continue filming the sequel to Saw, so this is his biggest means to sell it for a good price. Everything is ready, and now all that is missing is negotiations with investors. Beep, beep, beep. The Nokia phone in his pocket rang. Kevin quickly took the phone out and pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Steve. Kevin. What can I do for you? My name is Dawson. Are you free this afternoon? Dawson's voice, which sounded very happy, came from the phone, and Kevin couldn't help but wonder if the investor had been found. He quickly replied, Well, we've found the investors. There are currently 3 film companies interested in your project. Come over here and talk to them to see which film company will get the project. Okay, no problem. Kevin suppressed his excitement and hung up the phone. Have the investors arrived? Kevin shook his head and said with a smile, There are 3 film companies that are interested in my project. I will go to CAA to discuss it in detail and decide which film company to choose. Mitt nodded, equally excited. It is a very rare thing to be able to get such a job opportunity right after graduation. Although as behind-the-scenes staff of the film, their growth path is a little simpler than that of the director. However, such an opportunity also requires several years of hard work to obtain. Who doesn't want to be a staff member who can leave his name on the movie screen? It is not only an honor, but also money. With a successful movie as a foundation, it will be easier for him to find a job wherever he goes, and his future is bright. Of course, failure also has an impact. However, the person who is most responsible for the failure of a movie is often the director, so they don't need to worry too much. I will tell them the good news right away. Kevin, you can go without worry. After saying that, Mitt opened the door and ran hurriedly towards the cafeteria. They had originally agreed to have lunch in the cafeteria, and if Kevin hadn't been in a hurry to negotiate with the investors, he would have come over later. In the cafeteria, 5 young men dressed in different styles waved to Mitt, who was running over, and asked at the same time, Where's Kevin? Mitt laughed. He has gone to negotiate with the investors. I am here to tell you the good news in advance. Great. I knew Kevin could do it. He's a talented director. The short film he directed, Double Eyes, left a deep impression on the professors and received a lot of positive reviews. Yes, that's right. Let's toast to the talented director Kevin. A black-haired fat guy who looks a bit Asian but speaks in a typical American style, holding up the beer in his hand, said. Others raised their glasses to celebrate in advance. Their words quickly spread from the cafeteria to the entire school along with the people in the cafeteria. At the school gate, Kevin's ex-girlfriend was walking into the campus arm in arm with her new boyfriend. The news that Cage's new film had obtained funding quickly reached their ears. Para's expression obviously became a little stiff. She didn't expect that just after their breakup, her ex-boyfriend would be favored by investors and get the funds to shoot his first movie. In this way, she actually gained nothing from this breakup. You know, with Kevin's personality, if she was still his girlfriend, the heroine of his movie would definitely be herself. Chapter 5. Lewis, who was standing by, clearly felt the stiffness in his girlfriend's arm. Honey, what's wrong? No, nothing. Of course, Pella couldn't speak clearly about what was in her mind, so she quickly explained, and at the same time comforted herself in her heart that compared with Lewis, Kevin had no advantages at all. It is impossible to expect your first film to be a huge success. If Kevin fails once, he will never have another chance, so she doesn't need to care at all. The other side. When Kevin came to the CAA building again, his mentality was completely different. The fact that 3 film companies were interested in his film project at the same time showed that everyone was optimistic about his script. It also meant that his remake of Saw from 2004 was also favored by others in 1991. This way, he felt a little relieved. The next thing to do is to choose a suitable investor from these 3 film companies. I called Dawson, and soon, Dawson came downstairs in a hurry. While leading him inside, he introduced the situation of the three film companies. Through CAA's connections, your project proposal was submitted to a dozen or so medium-sized film companies. Finally, there were three companies that came to CAA to discuss specific matters with you. They are New Line Cinema, Grand Jazz Films, and Grand Beauty Films. Listening to Dawson's story, Kevin recalled the news about these film companies in his mind. Big Jazz and Big Beauty would basically disappear in the future and would no longer have any sense of existence. It must have died out long ago. Even the five largest film companies in Hollywood have faced the crisis of bankruptcy, and some have even been acquired by others in the future, not to mention the two independent film companies. However, Kevin was deeply impressed by New Line Cinema. After 1994, New Line was acquired by Warner Brothers Pictures and became a part of Time Warner Group, a behemoth that owns a series of companies including Warner Brothers Pictures, Warner Brothers Studios, Warner Brothers Television, Warner Brothers Animation, Warner Home Video, Warner Brothers Games, DC Comics, and CW Television. Needless to say how terrible it is. However, New Line Cinema's favorite thing is to invest in and shoot low-cost horror films, so it's no surprise that they value their own Saw. It is worth mentioning that last year, in 1990, New Line Cinema gained a huge boost in their company's reputation by purchasing the Hong Kong Golden Harvest film, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, from Fox, which they did not dare to release, and the success of the film brought them great success. Simply put, your wallet is fuller. It seems that among the three film companies today, if nothing unexpected happens, the final buyer will most likely be New Line Cinema. Kevin nodded to Dawson, indicating that he had a preliminary understanding of the three film companies, and then pushed open the door of the room. In the room, two large sofas surround a glass table in the middle. Three people lying on the sofas on both sides look very leisurely. It is not yet time for formal negotiations. What the heads of the three film companies need to do now is to consider whether Kevin has the ability to truly direct this film. Once it is determined which film company will invest, we will enter the serious negotiation stage. Seeing the door being pushed open, the three men stood up and shook hands with Kevin one by one. Regardless of the outcome, at least on the surface, the three men showed Kevin great respect. This surprised Kevin a little. He remembered that in his previous life he had read a lot of American entertainment online literature, in which many people always acted condescendingly. I didn't expect that people from these film companies would be so respectful to him, a director who doesn't have any real works. But after just thinking about it, Kevin knew that this was normal. In the absence of a conflict of interest, facing him as a director with the potential to be successful, even if that was true, at least for the time being, I would not show it in front of him. Unless in the future, he fails continuously. I guess by then, he will be able to see the true faces of the people in front of him. Of course, he didn't want that time to come. After shaking hands, Kevin picked a place and sat across from them. As the executive at New Line Cinema who most wanted to make Saw, Dean took the lead in asking his own questions. Why did you make the heroine of Saw an ultimate hottie? Dean had some guesses, and it was because of this guess that they believed that this project would be successful. But all this still needs to be confirmed by Kevin, the director. Kevin smiled calmly. Of course he knew what he meant. There are many directors who only have the word art in their minds. Such directors often find it very difficult to obtain investment from film companies. Within these film companies, they have their own classification for film directors: commercial film director and art director. Most of the funds that art directors use to invest in making films come from overseas investors, and very few of them make money. Commercial film directors, as long as they do not fail repeatedly, often find it easier to obtain investment. This Dean from New Line Cinema seems to be trying to figure out what kind of director he is. Kevin's choice, naturally, was to be a commercial film director. Because young people like hot girls. Kevin's words immediately made everyone present laugh, but the subtext in his words was obvious. He is not a director who works for art without considering the audience. With this premise, the following conversation was very pleasant. The three film companies offered him similar conditions, with a total production cost of $1.3 million, which included his director's salary of $50,000 and all production costs. This amount is undoubtedly the lowest cost among low costs in Hollywood. His pay is also very low, but Kevin doesn't care. If Saw could have achieved 1/3 of the success it should have, he, Steve Kevin, would no longer have to earn such a meager income as he does now. The copyright of Saw in his hands will bring him huge profits. As for negotiating a share of the revenue with them, although he was unwilling, the reality was that he was not like Long Out Yin, a new director who had not yet proven himself in Hollywood. It is simply impossible to discuss profit sharing with them. But, with a slight hope that he might get a yes, Kevin put forward his idea. Guys, I'm very confident in my movie, and I have an idea. What do you think? As film companies, they are naturally connected with each other, and the vicious competition that most people imagine will never occur. Chapter 6. Of course, the biggest reason is that Kevin is just a director who has not yet proven himself, so there is no need to create conflicts with other film companies because of him. Therefore, the three companies tacitly carried out price-lowering actions. Now, the director seems to want to make his final request, and they will also consider whether to agree to his request. I don't want any pay, but I want to sign a bet with you. Oh, interesting, tell me about it. Dean spoke first. Kevin held up 2 fingers and said seriously, if the global box office is less than 20 million, I don't want a penny. I'll start with 20 million. If it exceeds 20 million, I'll take 1% of the box office revenue. For every 10 million that passes, I'll increase the percentage by 1. Dean laughed out loud. This kind of betting agreement sounded very interesting, and he could feel the ambition in Kevin's eyes. Obviously, Kevin believed from the bottom of his heart that his first movie could gross over 20 million. But in Dean's opinion, the possibility is no more than 1%. A new director can make tens of millions at the box office with a movie that cost $1.2 million. This kind of fantasy is theoretically impossible. Therefore, this condition can be fully agreed. Okay, I promise you, but the upper limit is 5% at most. Dean said with a smile. As the Huxiao say, better safe than sorry. Even if something is impossible to happen, he must eliminate the possibility of failure. The 5% top box office share means that even if Saw becomes a big hit, the money given to Kevin will not hurt New Line Cinema. Good. Kevin, who achieved his goal, shook hands with Dean, indicating that the cooperation between the two parties was reached. As for striving for more share, the same thing applies. No one is a fool. If the box office really reaches $150 million as it should have, then New Line Cinema may give him 13% of the box office share. This huge profit is enough for New Line Cinema to turn against it and manipulate the overseas box office. In this way, it may not even get the profit it should have originally obtained. 5% is already a pretty good result. As for the Big Jazz and Big Beautiful Films companies nearby, Kevin no longer even looked at them. He had already seen from the previous negotiations that the only one that really had investment intentions was New Line Cinema. The other two families seemed to be accompanying Dean to cooperate and create a common pressure to prevent the young man from being too difficult to deal with. The two parties reached a cooperation agreement. Dawson, who had been silent on the side, stood up and began to discuss the specific details with Dean. After some discussion, the agreement was quickly signed. After all, it was just a small investment, and Dean, as a senior executive, could make the decision. If the investment is tens of millions, then it will definitely involve the entanglement of a negotiation team of dozens of people. After reaching an agreement, Dean and the other two quickly left the CAA building. Suddenly, Dawson and Kevin were the only ones left in the room. Picking up the contract on the table, Dawson smiled and said, "Kevin, crew members and actors, do you have any arrangements?" Kevin waved his hand and said naturally, "Except for the few positions I have already confirmed in the plan, you can just arrange the rest. As for the actors, you can look for some new actors to interview. If they are definitely accepted, you can sign the agent contract on the spot." "Okay, leave it to me, Kevin." Dawson's face was full of excitement. This is the power of the director. A director client can bring a large number of high-quality clients to CAA agents. And if the director's movie is very successful at the box office, it will have a chain reaction. What he can do is to provide better services to Kevin in all aspects. After Dawson went to the Screen Actors Guild to approve the Saw project, countless actors were able to see some news about Saw from the Screen Actors Guild. After learning that this was a low-budget horror film, countless actors felt that they seemed to have a chance and flocked to the interview location decided by the crew. It's a big crew, needless to say. All the named roles are selected by actors who have experience or certain performance experience. It is often difficult for complete newcomers or newcomers with little performance experience to get such opportunities. On the contrary, small investment crews often choose new actors because they cannot afford to pay too much. For these new actors, a well-known role is often more important than money. In this situation, 3 days later, hundreds of people lined up outside an office building near Hollywood. They came here with only one purpose, which was to get an important role from the Saw crew. In the office, Kevin looked at resume after resume in an orderly manner. The crew was divided into 2 interview parts. One part was for the extras in the play, which was interviewed by the assistant director found by Dawson. On the other hand, Kevin himself was responsible for interviewing the most important roles in the movie. Salma Jacques. Looking at the small photo in the resume and the name that seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember it very clearly, Kevin thought carefully. At the same time, Salma Jacques also entered the room. Looking at Salma Jacques in front of him, Kevin fell into deep thought. This actress was much better than others. According to her resume, she seemed to have won the Mexican Navarra Television Award for Best Actress and the Mexican Navarra Television Award for Best Newcomer in 1989. The fact that she won the award shows that her acting skills are also good. The most interesting thing is that these awards are not commonly used in the United States. Arrogant Americans do not recognize these awards. Therefore, to Hollywood, she is just a new actor, and her salary can only be calculated according to that of a newcomer. However, Kevin's only concern is whether she can let go in the show. Although the scale is not too large, it is just exposing the nipples. But it is also reasonable to give the audience some benefits. Salma Jacques looked at the young director in front of her and puffed out her chest proudly. Her whole body is full of mature temptation, especially the developed parts, which make people want to go forward and grasp them. It was not until this time that he finally figured out the future development of the actress in front of him. Chapter 7. Simply put, Salma Jacques has appeared in quite a few explicit films, so she is definitely quite open-minded. She has no problem playing the heroine in the play. Kevin selected a short segment from the script and gave it to Salma Jacques to perform. After initially judging that her acting skills and figure were fine, Kevin then asked, "Do you have an agent?" Salma Jacques was delighted, thinking that the subtext was most likely that the heroine had been chosen. She shook her head quickly and said, "No, I have only been in Hollywood for a short time and I am still learning English. My English is not very good yet." Kevin nodded and continued, "If you are finally selected as the female lead, you must sign with my CAA agent. Is that okay?" "No problem," Salma Jacques said categorically. Kevin nodded and let Salma Hayek leave first. The next female characters came in one after another, dozens of them. However, no one made him feel the same impulse as Salma Jacques. Although many actresses gave him various hints during the interview process, it was still his first work. What Kevin wants to see more is the success of the movie. As for beautiful female stars, there are plenty of them in Hollywood. As long as you are successful, you will naturally be surrounded by beautiful women. The female lead's interview was over, and the male lead's interview was also finished soon. After all, the male protagonist in a horror movie is actually not important. On the contrary, the female protagonist has fixed requirements because the plot involves some nudity. Sexy and beautiful. Finally, the interview of Jigsaw, the soul of the entire script, began. After interviewing dozens of people, Kevin still couldn't find a candidate for Jigsaw that satisfied him. Although Jigsaw does not appear much in the show, his importance is unquestionable. However, at this point in time, the original Jigsaw Tobin Bell had not yet entered the entertainment industry. Since the film was made 13 years earlier, it was impossible for Kevin to copy the original version exactly. Besides, Saw actually had quite a few flaws. These are all things he needs to worry about. As dusk arrived, Kevin stretched himself, looked at the people leaving downstairs, took out his cell phone and called Dawson. "Hello, this is Dawson. What's up, Kevin?" There is no suitable candidate for the role of Jigsaw. Among the actors over 40 years old, there is no one who meets my requirements. Please notify them to relax the age requirement. The specific situation can be solved through makeup when the time comes. Kevin, I have a friend who I think fits the requirements of the Jigsaw in your mind. How about you come to my house tonight? Faced with Dawson's invitation, Kevin hesitated for just a second before agreeing. This agent helped him a lot. He just asked him to meet her. It was up to him whether to hire her or not. There was no need to refuse this favor. "Okay, see you tonight." A standard American middle-class, single-family house located in a white community. Inside the house, the hostess was busy preparing dinner to entertain the incoming guests. Dawson was chatting with a kind-looking white man with a big forehead on the sofa in the living room. "Gray, believe me, you have the potential." "I didn't expect that, Dawson. You see me this way. Am I so suitable to play a murderer?" The white man called Gray said this half-jokingly. The two have been good friends for many years and have a very good relationship with each other. Seeing that his good friend had been stuck in Hollywood for a few years and could only do some jobs that didn't even get him a credit, and he happened to have a project on hand, it was natural for him to lend a hand out of friendship. In fact, his background is not bad either. As a student at the New York University School of the Arts, which is ranked alongside the University of Southern California and the University of California, two of the top art schools, there is naturally no problem with his abilities. But sometimes, what you need more in the circle is an opportunity. Clark Gray may be unlucky and has never been able to get a chance. Although his family has some savings, it is obviously not enough to support his development in Hollywood. Naturally, he would not refuse the kindness of his good friend. The part of the script about the character Jigsaw placed in front of him had already attracted him deeply. The doorbell rang, Dawson stood up to open the door, and Greg also stood up a little nervously. The door opened and Dawson said loudly, "Welcome, my friend, the future great director, Steve Kevin." Kevin was speechless. He looked calm and scary at work, but he became a different person when he got home. It seems that he is able to relax at home and release his nature to some extent. Okay, no need to be so exaggerated. This must be the friend you were talking about. Kevin walked in naturally, shook hands with Clark Gray, who was standing beside him, and then sat down. At the same time, he had already made up his mind to leave the Jigsaw to him. As for why, Clark Gray's performance in future movies and even TV series, with just a slight reversal, will be able to express the feeling of the Jigsaw in his heart. A good man among the agents, a tool that unites the Avengers, and the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson. That is Clark Gray in front of us. Out of his love for agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he also did some research on Clark Gray. There is no problem with his background. He graduated from the prestigious New York University School of the Arts. In his previous life, he didn't get the editor's credit in a movie until 2000, and it wasn't until 2006 that he played a supporting role in a TV series. This is enough to show that he is not doing very well in Hollywood. But there is one thing Kevin is very satisfied with. That is, he is very popular with the audience. In addition, Kevin believes that he is capable enough to perform a Jigsaw. Judging from his appearance, with just a little makeup, he could look like a man in his 50s or 60s. Kevin didn't mean anything special. He just looked mature and steady. It is commonly known as looking old. Clark Gray naturally had no idea that the role he wanted was already firmly in his hands. Looking at the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to someone who has been working in Hollywood for so long, Kevin is indeed a genius. He was known as a talented director in school, and now he has received investment from New Line Cinema before he even graduated. Being able to make your own film as a director, this opportunity is really enviable. Chapter 8. But this is also a reflection of his ability, and it is actually very normal. Compared with Steve Kevin, he is undoubtedly an ordinary person. Kevin, my name is Clark Gray. Dawson told me about Jigsaw. I want to play Jigsaw. No problem. What? Gray was confused. How come he got the role when he hasn't done anything yet? Kevin then said slowly, I believe Dawson will not joke about me and his future. Since he chose you, there must be no problem for you. Kevin's words made the two people present happy at the same time. He had no idea that the biggest reason was that Kevin was reborn and he knew the future. Of course, it also depends on the type of movie. Generally speaking, in the film industry, there are three situations. The drama promotes the people, some people promote the drama, and some people encounter the drama. Movies that promote people have a high chance of becoming a hit as long as the actors meet the basic requirements of the role. Movies that are popular become popular because of a certain actor. As for people happening upon a drama, it means that people just happen to come across a drama that suits them and it happens to become popular. These three types of movies are actually very easy to find. Just think about it yourself and you will know. And Saw is undoubtedly the kind of drama that flatters people. Any actor who plays Jigsaw will become popular as long as he can express the feeling of Jigsaw that Kevin needs. Of course, I am referring to the character Jigsaw. As for the actors, they may not benefit much. But no matter what, it is a character whose name the audience can remember, which will be of great benefit to Coulson's future development. At least it won't be worse than his original development path. Of course, Coulson is just the name he calls him in his mind. It is true that he left a deep impression on him in the Avengers and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. His real name is Clark Gray. With Kevin's answer, all three parties were satisfied, and the following dinner was naturally very pleasant. One night later, after selecting the actors and setting up the basic crew framework, Kevin applied for a vacation from school for filming time and began to work hurriedly. The plot of Saw mainly takes place in several secret rooms, so the sets are very simple. In order to save money, Kevin and the assistant director carefully selected around Hollywood and finally chose several empty rooms for renovation. There is no way around it. New Line Cinema does not have its own studio, so they have to find a place to shoot that doesn't require shooting on location themselves. Fortunately, Saw is not complicated in this regard. I just found a place and made a slight one-to-one restoration. Now we have come to the place where the most expenses are spent. This is the torture device that appears throughout the entire Saw series. In order to better restore the props in the plot, Kevin looked for a medium-sized film prop company recommended by CAA within half a month after the script was issued. Specially produce the props you need. In the end, even the prop masters who listened to his advice were somewhat afraid of him, as if to say, "How perverted is your mind? Why is it all about torture instruments?" The props were returned to their place, and the assistant director also helped him make a series of preparations before the crew started work, as well as the mobilization of personnel. Kevin is very satisfied with this. A film crew is never something that a single director can handle. From lunch boxes to personnel deployment and time management, these are generally the responsibilities of the assistant director. As a director, his only task is to present what the director needs in his lens through the performance of the actors. On September 15, 1991, the Saw crew officially started filming. The $1.3 million invested by New Line Cinema also entered the escrow account. At the same time, a middle-aged white male producer who was not well-known but experienced, sent by New Line Cinema, also came to the set. After a brief exchange, Kevin knew that he represented the greatest sincerity of New Line Cinema. As long as he doesn't waste money recklessly and shoots the film safely, the producer will be like invisible in his crew. This is already a very good result. There are no big-name actors in the entire crew, and Kevin has his own people in several key positions. Kevin's authority is fully demonstrated in this crew. Of course, same principle. In such a crew, if Saw failed, he could just stay away from the directing industry. Mitt, Carrie, get in position immediately. First scene shot in the room today. Yes, director. In the sitcom-like shooting location consisting of 3 walls, Kevin began to give his orders. The original Saw was filmed in 2004 and directed by James Wan with a total investment of $1.2 million. And now, this is 1991, and the investment he received is $1.3 million. At the same time, the actors' salaries at this time were much lower than in 2004, which means that Kevin got more resources than James Wan. At the same time, he also hopes to make Saw more classic. He is also trying his best to make up for some of the shortcomings caused by funding limitations. As actors who want to be famous, these young actors are all very dedicated, which is in sharp contrast to some of the popular stars in Kevin's memory from his previous life. But this is easy to understand, as actors and stars are 2 different professions. Actors rely on their works to attract audiences, while stars rely on their appearance and personality. Moreover, the actors in front of them have not yet become famous and are still on the road to fame, so they naturally will not show an unprofessional attitude so early. In the next 25 days, Kevin used his memories of his past life and his abilities in this life to shoot Saw as quickly as possible, while also leaving some time for reshoots to beautify the scene. Don't think that the shooting speed is fast. As far as Kevin remembers, it only took when Ren 18 days to shoot Saw. He reserved an extra week than when Ron, and combined with his memories from 2 lifetimes, his filming experience was no worse than when Ren first debuted. All of this has made Saw the best it can be within Kevin's capabilities and financial constraints. On the set, the last scene was shot. Okay, I declare that the filming of Saw has been completed. I, Kevin, would like to thank everyone for their cooperation during these 25 days. Mr. Kate, the producer, how much money is left in the account? The producer who had been hiding in the crew looked at his account book and said accurately, Chapter 9. That leaves $25,530. Okay, I declare that there will be a party at the Hollywood Hotel in Los Angeles tonight. Everyone must be there and relax. Kevin said, waving his hands and laughing loudly. Oh, we love you so much, Director Kevin. Director Kevin, you are the best. As Kevin spoke, the people on the set cheered. Generally speaking, such small-scale crews would not hold such banquets. It was a rare opportunity, and everyone present immediately became happy. Everyone, you go ahead. I'll come over after I send off these filming materials. After that, Kevin took the film and went to the nearby New Line Cinema with the producer. He had already agreed with New Line Cinema in the plan and contract that he would have priority editing rights. The so-called priority editing rights actually mean that he will edit the film once and then hold an internal film viewing meeting. If you feel there is a problem, hand it over to a professional editor. And if everyone thinks his editing is good, then they will use his version. As for asking directly for editing rights, again, he is not qualified. With the exception of some of Hollywood's top directors, most directors don't actually have editing rights. Even Zack Skeeter, who directed 300 and Dawn of the Dead, lost his editing rights during his collaboration with Warner. If it weren't for his fans' strong demands online for him to make a director's cut of Justice League, which Warner felt would be profitable, Zack Snyder will never get to edit it himself. From this we can see that in Hollywood film companies are the ultimate giants. Kevin certainly would not be satisfied with being just a director, but everything has to start with a great director. With enough capital, he will find ways to slowly acquire DC, Marvel, and other great IPs step by step according to his memory. Build an entertainment empire of his own. Of course, this is all later. After handing the film negatives over to New Line Cinema, I agreed with them to take a day off and then participate in the editing work. Kevin immediately rushed to the party at the Hollywood Hotel. Barbecue, swimming pool, alcohol, these three things that never change, helped Kevin relieve the stress of the past 20 days in the hotel. The next day, Kevin woke up in the hotel room and looked at the heroine in the movie lying next to him with a satisfied look on her face. He couldn't help but feel a headache. If anyone saw this, his reputation would be ruined. Although he was not a virgin in either his past life or this life, he did not have affairs with other women outside. The only person he was intimate with was his girlfriend. A lazy voice sounded, and Salma Jacques woke up. Thinking of director Kevin's performance last night, she smiled. After the director was half drunk and half awake, she helped him to the hotel room with the help of other crew members. As he was being supported, he was moved by the emotion and reluctantly agreed out of gratitude to the director Kevin. It became like this now. Of course, this is also because she is very optimistic about Kevin's potential. Given the age difference between them, there is naturally no future for them, but as a mature woman, she understands these little boys best. She knew very well how tempting her body was to them. Although there is no future, it is good enough to get a little care from Kevin. In addition, her physical needs are also met by the director's young and energetic body. At this time, Salma Hayek, with messy hair and full of seduction, did not say anything. She just looked at Kevin, who was shirtless beside her, smiled, and licked her lips. It just so happened that he had a day off today, and at this moment he had no time to care about why he had become like this. After a day of fooling around, women and parties completely allowed him to release all his stress. And Salma Jacques also made him very happy because she didn't ask him for anything. To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of a man and a woman eliminating each other's needs. Chapter 10. After getting dressed, Kevin walked out of the hotel and headed towards New Line Cinema. As for Salma Jacques, she left the hotel early in the morning. She made it very clear that their relationship was just a temporary physical partnership. Kevin certainly knew this, and he was happy but also a little regretful. However, he completely abandoned all these thoughts after arriving at New Line Cinema. Everything he has comes from his identity as a talented director. Once his halo was shattered, he believed that Salma Jacques would abandon him just as quickly. But as long as his halo remains intact, a steady stream of beautiful women will come to him on their own initiative. Instead, he has to resist these temptations. He doesn't want to become the protagonist in some pornographic photo scandal. Led by Dean, he brought all the film directly to the editing room of New Line Cinema. In the editing room, a tall and skinny-looking white man with no flesh on his cheeks made people feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of his appearance that he chose a career as an editor, which does not require him to deal with too many people. The only information Kevin had was that he was a pretty good editor and that his name was Tyne. After a brief chat, I saw that Tyne had no desire to talk. Kevin also lost the desire to speak. All the films were given to the editor Tyne, who selected the frames one by one, and then Kevin made the selection. Kevin originally thought that he would have a fierce argument with Tyne. After all, the editor is the most important person in the editing room, but he didn't expect Tyne to be so cooperative. During their communication, no one questioned any of Kevin's ideas, which made Kevin very satisfied. He already had an idea of what Saw should look like in his mind, and he didn't want anyone to question him. All he wanted was for the film to be edited according to his requirements. The first day, the second day, until the 8th day, Kevin finally walked out of the editing room with a messy appearance. The editing room is one of the few places in New Line Cinema that has beds. These days, Kevin's meals are provided by New Line Cinema, and he lives in the editing room. Some minor modifications were made based on what Saw was originally supposed to look like in some of the areas that received a lot of criticism from the audience. Finally, after spending 8 days, Kevin finally completed his first work, a low-budget horror film called Saw with an investment of $1.3 million. As soon as the movie was finished, Kevin couldn't wait to rush out of the editing room, found a hotel nearby, had a good meal, and had a good rest for a day. The next day, Kevin and Dean went to the interior of New Line Cinema with the movie. The person who came to greet us was Shay, the owner and president of New Line Cinema. Shay has a typical Jewish appearance, with a slightly darker complexion than the average white person and a high nose bridge. He came up to us with a very friendly smile. But Kevin knew that if his Saw failed to make money at the box office, this person would probably turn against him immediately. American capitalist society does not have the strong human touch that Dasha has. Once you lose your value as a director, you will naturally be thrown into the trash like garbage. Kevin, I've heard Dean praise you for a long time. He said he hasn't seen a talented director like you in a long time. As soon as I heard that you had finished editing the film, I came here right away. As Shay spoke, he guided Dean, Kevin, and Dawson, who were late, to the viewing room inside New Line Cinema. This is a small cinema whose purpose is to set the tone or level for a movie that has not yet been released within the company, to decide how much money to invest in their publicity and promotion, and how much publicity efforts to launch. Following Shay's guidance, several people entered the room and took their seats. There were already several people sitting in the seats in the room. Shay looked at Kevin's face and explained, "These are our in-house film viewers. They all have unique perspectives and can analyze your film from different angles to determine whether your film is worthy of being released in theaters." Kevin nodded. These people all had the background of a medium-sized or larger film company. It is because of their existence that film companies are able to discover one good movie after another and give these movies the proper level of publicity. These people will make great contributions to the future development of New Line Cinema. Unfortunately, the film company's ability to resist risks is still too weak, and the failure of a big investment movie can be their death. In the future, The Lord of the Rings will make the company fall into a superstition about fantasy movies. Then, the Golden Compass made them completely lose their independent capital, and they were completely merged into Warner. Freeing himself from thoughts about the future of New Line, Kevin handed the film to the projectionist. "Then take a seat." The lights were turned off by the projectionist, and the movie began. At the beginning of the scene, the male protagonist Adam wakes up from the bathtub. Wherever he looks, he sees a dilapidated scene. From a long-term perspective, this is a basement. His feet were handcuffed to a rusty water pipe. There was another person handcuffed opposite him. A corpse lying in a pool of blood in the middle of the room attracted their attention at first. But soon, his attention shifted to other places. Who kidnapped them, and for what purpose, money or something else? The two were very confused. Dean and Shay nodded. As executives of a film company, they naturally had a certain appreciation for movies. This opening paragraph immediately arouses the audience's curiosity. Keep the audience interested in watching the next content. Judging from this beginning, Steve Kevin, as a director, is not the kind of person who only has a reputation for nothing. With curiosity to know why Adam was tied up, several people continued to watch. Under the murderer's orders, everyone had to choose between their own lives and the lives of their families and Adam, a stranger. Until finally, in a fit of rage and despair, Gordon sawed off his foot and crawled out dragging his broken leg. Adam, who stayed inside, suddenly discovered that the corpse on the ground slowly crawled up. Adam fought back against Jigsaw, but was electrocuted by Jigsaw using a device he had prepared in advance. At last, Jigsaw said, "People are often ungrateful for their lives, and you won't leave the room." The screen went dark, Adam screamed in the darkness, and then the movie ended. "Oh my God, is he a god?" One of the viewers exclaimed. He had been completely attracted by Jigsaw's charm. In human form, he acts as God and punishes those who do not value life. This was the first time in all his years in the industry that he had seen such a charismatic villain in a movie. Moreover, some of these concepts are more religious, adding a divine aura to the villains. The camera is very good, there are no problems, and it is very smooth to watch. The plot has some flaws, but Jigsaw's charisma can make up for it all. Director Kevin, where did you find this actor? There is always a calmness and smile on his face that doesn't fit with his identity as a murderer, but when combined with his actions of exercising divine power on behalf of God, everything becomes reasonable. The audiences praised Kevin for making such a classic movie. Yes, they all agreed that Saw will become a monument in horror movies. Chapter 11. Dean on the side also showed a surprised expression. It was he who decided to invest in this movie. Although the investment was not large, he would still be responsible if there was a loss. And now, viewers have given the film a review that may become a classic in film history. Judging from this review, it is almost impossible to suffer a loss with an investment of $1.3 million. Dean looked at Shay. The specific promotional plan still had to be decided by him as the boss and president. However, with the evaluation of the audience, I believe the publicity will definitely not be small. Shay thought about his own opinion of the movie he had just watched, and then combined the opinions of the audience present, and immediately made a decision in his heart. Saw has the potential to be a big hit, and is worth the huge amount of publicity money spent on it. Of course, this big sum is for Saw. Dean, please contact the publicity department immediately. I will ask the finance department to allocate $3 million to carry out comprehensive publicity in theaters near American universities. Also, contact print media and various film critics. I will hold a preview screening to spread word of mouth about the movie in advance. We will try our best to make Saw a classic, Shay said firmly. Obviously, he also realized from these people's word of mouth and his own viewing experience that Saw had the potential to become a classic. As a film company, a classic film has a very long revenue lifespan. Box office often only accounts for 20% to 30% of total revenue. Other income from DVDs and other sources can continue for decades and is not inferior to the box office in the long run. It's just that all this is based on the box office. A classic that flopped at the box office, but not recognized by the general public. Shay turned his head, and the Jewish man's face was full of the expression that he wanted to make a fortune. Coincidentally, Kevin thought so too, although it was only 5% of the box office share. But if it really explodes, it will also not be a small amount. However, this share was not enough to cause New Line Cinema to fall out with this talented director. Everything went according to his plan. Facing Shay's gaze, Kevin also smiled. Shay smiled and said affectionately, "Director Kevin, the preview event attended by film critics and traditional media requires your cooperation. Is your schedule okay?" Kevin nodded. "Don't worry, I will cooperate with you throughout the process. If you have any questions, just tell me directly or contact my agent Dawson." Kevin's words also made Shay very satisfied. Genius directors often have some quirks or are rebellious, but Kevin does not have these problems at all. At the same time, he had a good grasp of the crew's funds, and there was even some left over. Based on this situation, he had no objection to using the remaining funds to hold a party. It would be great if every director could be like Kevin. At this time, Saw had not yet been released, but Shay was already prepared for the opportunity to work with him a second time. Almost all the work has been done, and as a director, he has basically nothing to do except for the upcoming preview. The school vacation has not yet ended, or in other words, for a director like him who is about to graduate, the school courses have actually been completely completed. Even without Saw, he would still be able to graduate successfully. Mitt and the others all had their own things to do. After reviewing the memories in their minds, Kevin unknowingly arrived at Broadway. As an orphan, he grew up in an orphanage, but he was smart and did not degenerate like others. Instead, he knew that studying was the only chance to change his destiny. Therefore, he studied very hard along the way, and with his high IQ, he was able to be admitted to the University of Southern California under such poor conditions. And his friend, or the person who guided him on the path to becoming a director, was someone in this Broadway theater. Kevin continued to think, and as time went by, his memories further merged. Sometimes he could no longer tell whether he was Chun Daoxian or Kevin. Or maybe, they are actually the same person, just related in past and present lives. Crunch. The sound of the iron gate being pushed open reached his ears, and a square-faced, very handsome young man walked out. "Kevin, come on, let me buy you a drink." Roth Downey put his arm around Kevin's shoulders and walked towards a nearby bar as if he was escorting a prisoner. That's right. The guide who appeared in front of Kevin was Roth Downey. The two met by chance in the library. As a school dropout, if I want to go further in my acting career, studying is essential. Everyone praises Downey as a genius, but only Kevin knows that genius also requires hard work. The two met in the library. Kevin worked hard for his future, and Downey worked hard for his acting career. In Downey's eyes, Kevin is just an immature child, same as his brother. To this end, Downey helped him a lot, such as treating him to meals, sponsoring some books, and helping Kevin better understand what the director needs and some inside information of Hollywood. As for direct financial relationship, Kevin could not accept it. As a time traveler, Chun Daoxian also accepted this and inherited the relationship between the two. As for why Downey was not allowed to play Jigsaw, it was because of his image. Coulson, no, Gray, has a special friendly temperament. You never have to worry about being in danger in front of him. When this temperament is placed in the hands of a murderer with faith, a contrast is created. The murderer does not feel that he is committing a crime. Instead, he feels that he is helping God clean up these scum who do not value life. This is even more creepy. Anyway, from what Kevin saw on the camera, Greg's effect was much better than Tobin Bell, who always played murderers, criminals, and serial killers. This wonderful sense of contrast did not affect Jigsaw's charm at all, but instead added the aura of a servant of Goddamn. Under Donnie's leadership, the two soon arrived at a bar. As the sky gradually darkened, colorful lights lit up in the bar, and the bar suddenly became a place of chaos. Through the dim light, Kevin had already seen some men and women hiding in the corners, merging into one under the looming silhouette. In one word, chaos. Kevin instinctively dislikes this kind of place. Whether in his past life or this life, he doesn't like this kind of place. Donnie, on the side, was moving freely in the bar like a fish in water, looking very happy. After a moment, Donnie remembered Kevin, his brother who was 3 years younger than him. Chapter 12. She walked away from the group of strippers and came to Kevin who was sitting in the booth. Kevin, what's wrong? Don't you like this kind of place? As an actor, I have my own understanding of facial expressions. Kevin frowned, indicating that he didn't seem to be interested in this kind of place. Donnie asked immediately. Kevin shook his head, then smiled and said, I came to you to tell you that my first movie will be released soon. So soon. Donnie was a little stunned. He knew that the person in front of him, whom he regarded as a younger brother, was very talented, but he got investment and made a movie before he even graduated. It was too fast. He even thought that after Kevin graduated, he would bring him to his father, let his father take a look at him, and then introduce him to a director to be an assistant director. I didn't expect that. But Kevin is not optimistic at all about whether his first movie will be a big success. Certainly, his father, winner of the 47th Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay, has also participated in the creation of classic works such as The Godfather and Mission Impossible, and is considered to be somewhat prestigious in the circle. Even if Kevin failed, as long as he asked his father for help, he could at least get 1 or 2 chances. Yes, Donnie, I'm going to make you a big star, Kevin said with a smile. Really? I'll wait then. Donnie laughed as well. But you have to agree to one request of mine. Kevin restrained his smile and said seriously. Donnie was a little confused. Don't touch those addictive things. No way. Come on, Kevin, I'll introduce you to some hot girls. Donnie immediately laughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Kevin could only sigh. Smoking those things is his family tradition. Ever since Donnie accepted the first one handed to him by his father at the age of 7, he has been unable to leave those things. Since he couldn't persuade her now, Kevin lost the will to do so. Only when he hits rock bottom will he really want to quit that thing. But what he can do is give Donnie a better chance to turn things around. Following Donnie's lead, Kevin also began to relax. Came to a group of hot girls with thin clothes. Kevin's face, which was youthful yet slightly mature, was enough to attract these hot girls. With Donnie's words, they became even crazier. My brother, Kevin, is a talented director. His first movie is about to be released in theaters. You know what's going to happen next. Wow! The hot girls exclaimed one after another, expressing their yearning for the profession of director. Corresponding to the director are the stars. The director's movies can cultivate one big star after another. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to live a glamorous life under the spotlight? As Donnie spoke, Kevin was instantly drowned in the crowd. The next day, in a huge suite, Kevin woke up and got rid of the people around him. Kevin couldn't help but feel that he was too depraved. I can't blame myself. It's the corruption of capitalism that's too strong. A good young man like me has fallen like this. Kevin muttered to himself and went to the hotel where he was originally staying without any reluctance. There is a beautiful lady waiting for him there. After 2 or 3 days of hard work, Kevin woke up from his peaceful life and arrived at New Line Cinema in high spirits. As the boss and president, Shay did not care about his status at all and greeted one print media and famous film critic after another at the door. After all, money is the most important thing. He won't lose anything by being nicer to these print media or film critics. On the contrary, if these people can say something good, it will have a huge impact on the box office. However, their glory only lasted for this era. Kevin, who came in from the side, thought silently in his heart with a fake smile. With the advent of the internet age, these people will sooner or later be swept into the trash. To put it bluntly, whether a movie is good or not is up to the audience. Who is a mere film critic? Of course, that is all a matter of the future. At least for now, the influence of these film critics is still very great. I don't know if it's because Shay did enough work behind the scenes, but these film critics were all very friendly, completely different from the sharp faces of those film critics Kevin saw in the newspapers. Shay on the side, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face. These 20-odd famous film critics took a total of more than $300,000 from him. Together with the print media, it cost him a total of $500,000 in public relations fees. Even if you throw it into the water, it will make a little splash, not to mention these people who only care about money. Today's preview is, after all, just a formality. After watching it, they will praise Saw from their own perspective and attract the first batch of audiences into the cinema. Subsequently, Based on their internal judgment, word of mouth will ferment to a certain extent. I dare not say how exaggerated it is, but after deducting all the investments, New Line Cinema will definitely make a lot of money. Gradually, everyone arrived. Of course, no one would intentionally miss the opportunity to give out money. In the large screening room on the 5th floor, more than 20 film critics and more than a dozen print media people took their seats. Roger Ebert is one of the most famous film critics. Generally speaking, if the quality of a movie is not good, these film companies will often not invite him to do preview screenings. Of course, he would be given a lot of money to prevent him from criticizing others casually. The world is so realistic. When his status is high enough, people are willing to pay a huge price just to shut him up. Roger Ebert smiled slightly. No matter what they thought of the movie, he would only say it in his own words. This is what he has always insisted on. He was invited, but the quality of the film was not good, which insulted his eyes, so he had to endure his bad reviews. Otherwise, don't invite him over casually. Of course, if the movie can really move him, Roger Ebert doesn't mind using his fame to advertise it. The lights in the theater suddenly went out, leaving only a few small lights emitting a dim glow. The name of New Line Cinema suddenly appeared on the screen, followed by the names of the director, actors, and behind-the-scenes staff. The next moment, the screen flashed. The movie has started. Kevin silently followed the progress of the movie, observing the facial reactions of the critics and print media people. Contempt, ridicule, and appreciation were all revealed. It was obvious that Saw did not satisfy everyone, but Kevin could still see that they all wanted to know who Jigsaw was. Chapter 13. Their eyes were fixed on the screen. And this is enough for Kevin. Being able to attract the audience to watch the movie to the end instead of leaving actually proves that it is not a bad movie. As for the charm of Jigsaw, Kevin knows that after watching the last part of the plot, they will firmly engrave this classic film character in Jigsaw in their hearts. Time passed quickly while watching the movie, and everyone was immersed in the film as they watched the protagonist Adam struggle. The movie ended very quickly. The film critics were writing something in the small notebooks in their hands. Roger Ebert, on the other hand, had nothing in his hands. He seemed to look around, found the figure of director Kevin, and slowly walked towards him. "You must be the genius director Steve Kevin, and I am Roger Ebert. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Steve Kevin." Roger Ebert looked at Kevin with interest and asked his own questions. "How did you come up with a character like Jigsaw?" Kevin had already prepared himself mentally for this kind of question, so it is natural to answer. "I grew up in an orphanage, and I saw many elderly people die in front of me during my growth. Most of them were suffering from illness. At the same time, I have also seen many of my classmates who do not respect life. They are addicted to S*X and are obsessed with S*X. They squander their lives recklessly and only regret it when illness comes to them. For this reason, I created a murderer like Jigsaw in the movie who doesn't kill people randomly. It is to teach people to value their lives. At the same time, in the movie, Adam and the other people who don't value their lives, he does give them a chance. It's just that they didn't grasp it." Kevin was talking here, and Roger Ebert beside him nodded repeatedly. Judging from the concept of this character, Saw has already surpassed the average movie. It has its own thoughts there. While making people feel terrified, it also metaphorically advises people to cherish life. There is no doubt that this is a rare masterpiece. After getting enough information from Kevin, Roger Ebert decided to write a detailed review of Saw when he returned. Such good works deserve to be seen by more people. Dean, who was standing by, was a little surprised to see them talking so happily. You know, old guy Roger Ebert is a hard to peer. The only thing the film companies can do is pay him to shut up. As for asking him to praise a certain movie, Roger Ebert can only do that if he truly likes that movie. Such a stubborn old guy who doesn't know how to make money actually had such a happy chat with director Kevin. "Haha, Director Kevin, you really are a genius." Roger Ebert praised Kevin again and then turned and left. Dean walked up to him and said, "Are you Roger Ebert's son?" Kevin's face turned dark. What did he mean by calling him son? Could he speak? Don't get me wrong, I haven't seen Roger Ebert be so nice to people in a long time. As you can see, he is not a sociable guy among film critics. But his film reviews always reveal something unexpected, and his influence on the reputation of a movie is quite large. Dean explained. Kevin nodded. He had heard of Roger Ebert in his previous life, but he only knew that he was a famous film critic. Of course, in this day and age, film critics have a lot of influence. If it is not necessary, he'd better not offend these people. After answering these questions for him, Dean took Kevin to find Shay to discuss the upcoming premiere. As for these film critics and print media people, they are naturally received by other people. Having received money from New Line Cinema, they naturally will not speak nonsense. They still have some professional ethics. Seeing Kevin and Dean arriving, Shay quickly waved and asked them to come over. On the table in front of him was something called a release ticket, which recorded in detail information about movies that had been released previously and those that would be released soon. Terminator 2, The Silence of the Lambs. These are movies that have been shown for more than a few months, and Kevin couldn't help but feel fortunate that there were no tough ones in October or even November, the off-season for the North American box office. And Halloween is almost here. Judging from the normal broadcast schedule, they can definitely wait until Halloween. Every Halloween is a great time for horror movies to be released. But Halloween is not just for them. Other film companies will naturally not miss it. Choosing Halloween means that they have to compete with other films in real life. There are only so many cinemas. If you have more, others will have fewer. This is a life and death relationship. Is Shay trying to seek his opinion? Kevin guessed. The few movies currently being released are not reliable enough. But Halloween is coming soon, and as the first choice for horror movies, the competition is very fierce. Kevin, I need you to promote this in various universities. Shay said directly. No problem. Kevin agreed immediately. Of course, he would not refuse this kind of publicity that would be beneficial to the movie's box office. After agreeing to it, the next step is naturally to discuss a series of details. The specific promotion time was the day before Christmas, and the first stop was a movie theater next to Kevin's alma mater, the University of Southern California. Before that, preheating is naturally indispensable. The next day, Kevin got up, bought a newspaper from the hotel entrance, and then returned to the room to read the film critics' reviews. A genius work by a genius director. This Halloween, you absolutely cannot miss this masterpiece. In this film, you can see how Jigsaw punishes those who do not cherish life in the name of God. This is the most worth-watching horror movie of the year. I guarantee with my name that this will be comparable to The Silence of the Lambs released in February this year. It will be a more classic horror movie. You will definitely regret it if you don't watch it. Kevin smiled slightly. The investment capital of The Silence of the Lambs was about $1 million, which was not as high as his investment in Saw. However, the publicity and promotion costs are estimated to be similar to his. There are always people who believe that a good movie will definitely be a box office hit. To Kevin, that's bullshit. The Shawshank Redemption is a classic. With an investment of $25 million, it barely recouped $16 million. In the end, it barely made a comeback relying on word of mouth, and finally slowly recouped the cost in the DVD market. Chapter 14. Not to mention those pseudo-documentaries like Black Witch that rely entirely on marketing to gain box office revenue. As for why he did not choose to shoot Witchblade, the reason is simple. That kind of movie is useless in the eyes of insiders. The box office is completely inflated by marketing, and this kind of movie does not bring any benefit to the director. People will only feel that the director has deceived them. This situation is very detrimental to the director's other works in the future. The only one who benefits is the film company. What was ruined was a director's entire future. Kevin naturally wouldn't choose this kind of movie. Of course, I have said so much just to illustrate the importance of publicity. At the same time, in the promotion of a movie, it is very important to pull in other movies. Simply put, it is to take advantage of the popularity. There are also skills to riding on the popularity of a movie. There is no need to say much about the classic nature of The Silence of the Lambs. Of course, Saw is not inferior to it. After the reputation of The Silence of the Lambs has been verified, it is time to take advantage of its popularity. It will attract audiences who have watched The Silence of the Lambs, and as both are horror films, their audiences overlap to a large extent. As long as the quality of Saw is high enough, these people will be able to continue to spread the reputation of Saw to the outside world. Of course, if the quality of Saw is not good, the consequences will be equally serious, and they will become Saw's biggest haters. But Kevin is confident in the quality of Saw. This kind of movie, which is not mixed with off-site factors and has solid quality, has already proven itself in Kevin's memory. As long as the publicity can keep up, there is no reason for it to fail. Salma Jacques gave Kevin a charming look, leaned close to Kevin, and started reading the newspaper together. Seeing the newspapers full of exaggerations about Saw, Salma Jacques couldn't help but smile. As the nominal heroine, even though the most attractive character in the movie is Jigsaw, she can still get some credit. As long as the film is successful, she will no longer be an unknown figure in Hollywood. Kevin, there isn't a single bad review of Saw in this newspaper. Are we going to succeed? Kevin chuckled. Of course, a genius director like this can't fail, right, my heroine? How are you going to thank me? Kevin said deliberately. Salma Jacques on the side rolled her eyes. During the past few days of getting along with Kevin, she was completely conquered by him. As soon as Kevin spoke, she knew what he wanted to do. Time flies. Soon, it was the day before Halloween, which was Halloween Eve. The streets were filled with Americans dressed as monsters and ghosts, and pumpkin lanterns were hung in shopping malls. Kevin stood on the square stage of the shopping mall, which was a small square that was neither too big nor too small, and could accommodate about 100 people. Kevin's Saw will be shown in the cinema at 12 o'clock tonight. The purpose of his coming here was to warm up and inform students about the release of Saw in advance. There are about 2,500 universities in the United States, and the theater chains that New Line Cinema is most familiar with are those near these universities. For this reason, they secured an 800 square foot big screen for Saw. It accounts for 1/5 of the colleges and universities. Of course, this contract is only effective for 3 days. After 3 days, the theater has the right to increase or decrease the number of large screens based on the performance of Saw. The North American box office sharing often adopts a tiered distribution method. In the first week, the producers can share 60% or even 70% of the revenue from the box office, and then increase or gradually decrease it depending on the specific box office performance of the movie. Of course, generally speaking, it decreases gradually. Therefore, the first week's data is crucial as it will determine the theater's attitude towards the film. Hello everyone, I'm Kevin, have you heard of me? On the stage, Kevin shouted to the students who were most likely his juniors. As a prominent figure in the school, Kevin's words immediately turned the younger students into fans who cheered for him. Kevin skillfully began promoting the film to his junior classmates according to the requirements of the film's opening ceremony. As a small-budget movie, holding a preview is actually equivalent to the opening ceremony of the movie. A true star-studded opening ceremony is actually not something Kevin can hold right now. Through publicity by print media, some people who like to watch horror movies have become potential audiences of Saw, and these students are the core base of Saw. By the way, Saw is unsurprisingly rated R, which means that people under the age of 17 must watch the movie with their parents. The higher NC level is generally not achievable except for some banned films. What's more, behind the death in Saw there is also the connotation of persuading people to cherish life, coupled with the efforts of New Line Cinema. That's why it was rated R. This is also the reason why Kevin has always been prepared to seek cooperation with large companies. To be honest, there is actually more investment outside the market. But if the source of this money is not raised through film companies in the industry, there will be a lot of trouble when it is released. From rating to publicity to theaters, every step is full of problems. Hollywood is extremely deceptive when it comes to foreign capital, and people in Hong Kong's entertainment industry are most aware of this. 12 o'clock midnight. Countless demons and monsters haunt cinemas in search of excitement. Kayla, let's go watch Saw. I saw that the critics gave very high praise to this horror movie. Kayla, a white blonde girl, was dressed very sexy, making her tall white boyfriend excited, trying to take their relationship a step further through horror movies. I'm a little scared. How about just forget it? Kayla said this in a reluctant tone. The tall white boy next to him suddenly became even more excited. He patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." Only then did Kira pretend to be convinced by him and walked into the cinema with him. Obviously, their purpose was not to watch a movie. In today's colleges and universities, doing adult things in a movie theater is a major way for them to seek excitement. Among them, those films within our rating or above are undoubtedly a great treat for them to enjoy. Chapter 15. There are naturally many people like Kira and his wife. Similarly, there are also many viewers who are influenced by the reviews of film critics and choose Saw among many movies. Of course, in Kevin's hometown, the movie theater near the University of Southern California goes without saying. The occupancy rate reached over 70%. As for other theaters, the number also ranged from 20% to 40%. To be able to achieve such an occupancy rate before word of mouth spread was enough to show that New Line Cinema really put a lot of effort in publicity. After staying up late to promote the film until 12 o'clock, Kevin no longer had the heart to watch the movie and returned to the hotel early to rest. He was so tired that he had no interest in looking at the data. One day later, life or death, everything will be clearly laid out in front of him. A day later, at New Line Cinema, Dean was anxiously walking around in the production department, waiting for the specific first-day box office of Saw. If the initial investment was only $1.3 million, even if it failed it wouldn't be a big deal. After 800 copies, plus the cost of publicity, The total cost was 4 to 5 times the cost of the film's production, which is about $5 million US. If it fails, even he, a senior executive, will not be able to bear the loss. Of course, the chances of him, Shay, and a host of moviegoers, including the critics, all failing is not high. So Dean still has some confidence. But before he heard the specific number, he felt a little uneasy. Soon, the staff carrying the specific box office information from each cinema returned to the company and calculated the total box office of 800 cinemas in front of him. The bright office was filled with a tense atmosphere as Shay walked in with steady steps. Unlike the nervous Dean, Shay appeared very steady, and his confidence in Saw was obviously greater than Dean's. How much was Saw's box office on its first day? Shay asked calmly. Just as the calculation was coming to an end, the staff member said with a slightly shocked expression, 800 screens, 30-40% occupancy. Average occupancy is 16 people. Each cinema has a different schedule. Average is 5 to 6 shows. Shay calmly interrupted him to collect the data and asked directly, "What's the total box office?" The staff said directly, "First day box office of $8.43 million. Shay and Dean's originally calm or nervous expressions suddenly turned into surprised smiles. For a movie with an investment of only $1.3 million, the first day box office of $8.43 million means it was definitely profitable. You know, the North American box office champion, which has already been booked in advance this year, is Terminator 2, the sequel to the blockbuster movie. Even so, its first day box office was only $30 million US. Yes, Shay was a little bit bloated. Call Kevin, and I'll take him to a fancy party in a week. Also, discuss with him in advance about the investment for his next movie. Such a talented director must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others." After talking to Dean, Shay said to the secretary beside him, "Tell the finance department to add another $2 million. No, $3 million in publicity funds. I want the name of Saw to be heard throughout the United States." Beep, beep, beep. Kevin, dragging his somewhat weak body, stood up. In the sunlight, his strong body was as beautiful as the body of Apollo, the god of war. Of course, this is from the perspective of Salma Hayat, an admirer. Stretching, Kevin took out his cell phone from his clothes on the sofa and pressed the answer button. "Hello, it's Dean. Kevin, we did it." Dean's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, threw away the fear of failure in his heart, and asked confidently, "The first day box office is out, right?" "Yes, that's right, Kevin. You will never imagine how much the first day box office was. It was $8.43 million on the first day. Saw worked. Kevin, you did it. President Shay invites you to attend a party at the Beverly Hills Hotel in a week. Many big stars will be there." Kevin nodded. "I will attend, don't worry." "Okay, don't forget then. We will continue to promote it in the next few days and make sure to increase the box office." After hanging up the phone, Kevin called Dawson again. Salma Hayek, who was standing by, became even more excited after hearing Kevin's voice on the other end of the phone. The first day box office was $8.43 million. She knew exactly what that meant for a horror film with such an investment. The door that was apparently the most difficult to enter Hollywood was opened by her, and she couldn't help but get closer to Kevin. $8.43 million box office. Kevin succeeded. Dawson's face was full of excitement. After a thought in his mind, he immediately thought of a way to make this high-end client of his more successful. That is to use the power of CAA to promote Saw to a greater extent. And he believed that Michael Wise, the de facto president of CAA, would agree with him. After speaking a few more words to Kevin on the phone, Dawson hurried to the top floor of the company, where the offices of the 5 major partners of CAA were located. There are still many empty seats above, but currently, except for the 5 major partners, no one is qualified to move to the top floor. Standing in the aisle, Kevin looked around through the glass and felt his emotions released. The happy expression on his face was beyond words. Michael Vitz was about to go to the bathroom when he saw Dawson's behavior. He frowned and was about to scold him. Dawson, who saw Michael Waits coming out, immediately said hurriedly, "Kevin's first day box office is out, $8.43 million. Michael Vitz's expression changed instantly, and he threw his original plan out of the window. The investment facilitated by CAA was not much this year, and he was deeply impressed by the clear and concise layout of Steve Kevin's Saw. Chapter 16. So, that young director succeeded. CAA will soon have another important client. CAA has its own classification of clients. The 5 major partners are able to become the top partners because each of them has at least one highest-level S-level client in their hands. Among clients of the same level, even if they have the same status, the director is one level higher in importance. Simply put, the status of an A-level director is equivalent to that of an S-level star. This is the director's status as determined by CAA's packaging system. Here, let me explain the packaging system again. In the past, if a TV station wanted to produce a program, it needed to find a host, actors, producers, script writers, and a series of other people. Almost all of these people have an agent, which undoubtedly brings trouble to the TV station's production efficiency. And White's developed a new model, preparing scriptwriters, producers, and directors in advance, planning a project that seemed to have a very high success rate, and then attracting stars. Almost everything needed for the project has been prepared and sold directly to TV stations or in cooperation with TV stations. This approach almost changes the demand status between the two parties. The TV station needed a project that looked like it would be successful, so CAA was given the right to negotiate the price. Among these, the director is undoubtedly the key to determining whether the project can be successful. This is also the biggest reason why CAA is so friendly to Kevin. They need a talented director like Kevin, but on the contrary, Kevin is not that dependent on them. Well done, Dawson, you successfully secured an A-list client for CAA. If Kevin can have 3 consecutive successful films, he will be able to become an S-level client of CAA, and you will be able to move to the top level and become the 6th partner of CAA. Witz immediately painted a pie in the sky, saying, "Of course, this is a pie that can be eaten. It's just very difficult." Dawson nodded, and then expressed his thoughts. "I hope that through CAA's high-end clients, I can voice my support for Kevin. This will not only help Saw's box office to be higher, but also help Kevin have a better impression of CAA. Moreover, for a director with such great potential, I believe they are willing to express their support." Wiz hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, I agree. I will discuss this with other partners and communicate with clients to see which ones are willing to support this film." As a package project of CAA, a small portion of the box office of Saw will also belong to CAA. Promoting Saw was actually helping CAA make money, and he had no reason to refuse such a thing. The next day, when Kevin picked up the newspaper again, he was surprised to see Tom Cruise's support for his Saw. The best horror movie of the year, worth watching. The movie portrays a murderer who uses torture instruments to punish those who do not value life, but when killing, he often leaves some opportunities for the victims. Through this movie, I have become a fan of director Kevin. Kevin scratched his head. He couldn't figure out why Tom Russ suddenly spoke. But it's a good thing after all. Although Tom Roosevelt has not yet received the bonus of Mission Impossible, last year's Oscar nomination still raised his status. He is definitely a popular star in the circle. At this point, Kevin suddenly thought of Mission Impossible, a movie adapted from a TV series and released in 1996. It seemed like he had a chance. Ireland, the filming location of the drama, Far From Home. Tom Russ, the male lead, was busy with work and did not take this matter to heart. It was just a casual act. There is more possibility of cooperation between actors and directors, so it's not a bad idea to show some goodwill. No one who has achieved the current status is a fool, and no one would rashly offend a potential director unless there is a conflict of interest. With CAA's action and the impact of the weekend, Saw's box office continued to grow the next day, earning $12.13 million. As the most important character in the play, Clark Gray was transferred by New Line Cinema to participate in cinemas across the United States for promotion. Among them, several large cities are the most important propaganda bases. Wherever Gray went, there were crowds of people. The name Jigsaw won him a large number of fans, and this also gave Gray his first taste of fame. From then on, he was no longer an unknown person in Hollywood. Compared to Gray, Kevin got more benefits. As a director who has proven himself, his status in Hollywood will change dramatically, and his status in CAA will also be different. Of course, the most important thing is that he made money. 5% of the box office revenue will be paid to him after the movie is released, which will be a huge amount of money, enough for him to buy a house for himself. However, for his own development, Kevin plans to purchase some copyrights for himself in advance after the money arrives, or use it for investment. Apart from anything else, he had to have some involvement in the Mission Impossible project. It was only until just now that he thought of the reason why Tom Russ helped him. It must be that CAA mobilized their power. With this relationship, after Dottie Ambition failed, his chances of success in inviting Tom Russ were much higher. As a director, there is no one who doesn't want to make a blockbuster. But just one movie, Saw, is not enough to prove himself. He needs to succeed in 1 or 2 more movies before he can use his fame to attract a big star like Tom Cruise. But for the second movie, he actually had no choice. No film company would support him to change his route rashly. He had to use another horror film to prove that his success was not accidental, so that he could get a large investment when he changed his route with the third film. Of course, by that time, he would also be able to share a little bit of the movie box office profits as an investor. This is Kevin's plan for his future development. To become a great director, one needs to be down to earth and take every step steadily. Time flies and the first week is over soon. As a director, Kevin ignored the news after hearing about the explosive box office on the first day. New Line Cinema and CAA will help him handle everything. As a director, he doesn't need to consider other things for the time being. After all, the lion's share of the film's profits went to New Line Cinema, so they were naturally the ones who had to work the hardest. After the success of the movie, Salma Jacques has become a busy person. Chapter 17. His agent Dawson arranged a lot of work for Salma Jacques. This also led to him being single for a few days. But this is just what he wants. I have to say that Salma Jacques is too cruel. Men are cows and women are fields. He, the cow, needs to have a rest. Kevin, who had nothing to do, finally had time to go back to school to complete his graduation procedures. In the office, the teacher in charge of the graduation procedures nodded and said seriously, "Kevin, even though your first movie was a success, don't be too proud. In our school, there are quite a few people who succeeded in their first film over the years, but most of them still failed later on. I became an ordinary director with only one masterpiece. Here, the teachers hope that you can achieve success and fame. This is the motto of our University of Southern California. If you continue to succeed, you will have the opportunity to be on the USC celebrity list in the future and be seen as a role model by every student." Kevin nodded, completed all the formalities, and left the school directly. Since he became truly successful, Kevin no longer had the urge to show off in school. Pretending to be cool with a bunch of students was simply an insult to himself. He is now dealing with senior executives from major film companies, but even after graduation, these students probably won't even be able to meet those senior executives without going through a few years. The identities and status of the two are no longer on the same level. While walking on the campus, from time to time a few very beautiful schoolgirls would suddenly approach me. Kevin was handed a few small pieces of paper, which basically contained addresses, times, and phone numbers. Obviously, as long as Kevin had the intention and made a phone call, these people would lie on the bed and let him do whatever he wanted. This made Kevin sigh that capitalism's pursuit of money is too intense and too straightforward. But these green and tender seedlings are not his cup of tea. Compared with them, Kevin prefers those glamorous Hollywood actresses. Just when Kevin was enjoying being chatted up by a beautiful woman, a woman came up to him. "Kevin, can we go back to the way we were before?" Kevin looked up and realized that the woman in front of him was his predecessor's ex-girlfriend, Para. Looking at Para's expectant eyes, Kevin just smiled slightly. He was not the Kevin before. As a Huxia man, the thing he can't tolerate the most is betrayal. Although he had no feelings for Para, betrayal was betrayal. Going back to the past? Dream. Can a broken mirror be mended? "We're done, Para." Kevin got rid of Para and walked out. This trip back to school was to completely deal with all the previous affairs. From now on, he would focus wholeheartedly on his career. Para looked at Kevin in front of her with regret. The reason why she came to see Kevin this time was very simple. She was deceived. What that person told her heroine was just a lie. To put it bluntly, although his father is an executive, as the son of an executive, he does not have enough face to influence his father's decision. After discovering this, Para broke up with him decisively. Or rather, they never started. Hella, who is proficient in the skills of green tea, will not cry until she sees the coffin. How could she let others take advantage of her without getting anything clearly stated? This realistic girl is also a very smart girl. It's a pity that Kevin never talks about feelings with such realistic girls. This is not as good as Kevin getting what he wants from those female stars in the entertainment industry. Kevin walked out of the school and hailed a taxi. As soon as I got in the car, I said, "To Beverly Hills." The driver was a middle-aged white man who looked honest. After hearing Kevin's words, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it Beverly Hills, which is known as the most valuable residential area in the world?" "Yes, just go to the Beverly Hotel in Beverly Hills and drop it off for me." The driver's face showed some envy. The status of Beverly Hills meant that people who went there must be very rich. Otherwise, the cost of thousands of dollars is not affordable for ordinary people. There was no conversation along the way, but the driver wanted to chat a little and listen to the private topics of the rich people as a topic of conversation. Unfortunately, Kevin was not interested in discussing this issue with him. Arriving at the Beverly Hotel, Kevin walked straight in. The clothes he was wearing were worth no more than $200, and everything was cheap stuff. Kevin thought that the hotel waiter might look down on him. Unfortunately, there are no such stupid people in reality. Seeing Kevin coming in, a handsome young man in a suit, dressed very smartly, came over and asked politely, "Hello, this is the Beverly Hotel. Do you have advance reservations?" Kevin said with a hint of regret, "It has been booked in advance." "I'm Steve Kevin." The waiter said politely, "Your room number is 1211. Please follow me." Kevin followed the waiter's instructions and quickly arrived at room 1211. After briefly introducing the device for calling the waiter in the room, the waiter left quietly. Kevin looked at Beverly Hills outside the large floor-to-ceiling window and couldn't help feeling in a good mood. Everywhere you look, you can see large manor-style houses. The cheapest one probably costs tens of millions of dollars. From the outside, each building gives people a comfortable feeling. The appearance alone embodies the wisdom of the house designers. It makes people want to buy. Of course, Kevin will never take action now. According to his memory, the United States will have to go through at least 1 or 2 financial crises before 2020. By that time, he will be able to buy the property here at the cheapest price. If you buy now, you will enter at a high price, which will result in huge losses. The hotel rent was as high as $3,000 a night. If Kevin had not received an advance of some commission from New Line Cinema, he would definitely not have been able to afford it. Arriving here, with 1 to 2 days left before the party, Kevin also started to choose his next movie in his mind. There was no way around it. The property in Beverly Hills stimulated his desire to make money. Let him know that he is now a very, very poor person. In the outside world, the box office of Saw is still accumulating. The influence is also growing day by day. Unlike when it was released in 2004, Kevin Saw received much better treatment. Not only film reviews and print media, but also the number of screens where the film is shown, subsequent publicity, and even the release schedule, all have huge advantages. As a result, on Halloween 1991, Saw achieved far more than the original. Chapter 18. As of the 7th, that is, the total box office of the movie in 1 week, reached an astonishing total box office of $45.86 million US. This is a very impressive number. According to this trend, Saw is expected to compete for a place in this year's top 10 movie box office rankings. The movies on the list have a minimum investment of tens of millions of dollars. Compared to them, the profits of Saw are so high that it's hard to tell. In the industry, all the film companies know Kevin's name. I don't know how many film companies are looking for Kevin and trying to sign him for the next movie. Of course, Kevin asked Dawson to stop all this for the time being. For his next movie, he will still make a project plan in advance and then release the news, causing internal fighting among film companies. In theory, he is willing to continue cooperating with New Line Cinema. After all, the two parties had a relatively pleasant cooperation this time. However, if other film companies offer better conditions, he is not unwilling to agree. At the end of the day, money is king in Hollywood. He will cooperate with whoever offers the highest price. Boom, boom, boom. Michael Wise, president of CAA, knocked on Kevin's door. Inside the room, Kevin was dressed appropriately. Of course, that's what he said. In fact, Kevin didn't spend too much. The whole piece of clothing cost only about $10,000, and he took time out to buy it in the past 2 days. Compared to those highly paid stars who wear clothes that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, he is already very common and frugal. Kevin opened the door and smiled. Michael Vitz also smiled and said, "Kevin, Shay is already in front. Today we will take you to a Hollywood party. Only by attending this kind of party can you truly be considered to belong to Hollywood." Michael Waitz's words were of course a bit exaggerated, but they also showed how much Hollywood valued the parties held in Beverly Hills. This is where they discuss business and make sexual deals. Of course, don't think that being beautiful in Hollywood can sweep away everything. Beauty is just a basic requirement. After meeting this basic requirement, if you want to get the leading role of a big production heroine or hero, you have to pay a lot of other things. Actress Jolie has revealed that after getting the opportunity to play the leading role, the plot where the actress devotes herself to the producer, director, and investor is not false. Of course, although Kevin is a handsome guy. However, as someone at the top of the Hollywood food chain, what he enjoys is naturally not the unspoken rules of others, but rather he rules others. This is also the biggest reason why Kevin headed straight for Hollywood right from the start. To put it bluntly, career is one thing, and yearning for Hollywood is another. Kevin, under the leadership of Wiz, soon met Shay. The three of them got in the car driven by Shay's driver and arrived at a manor. The entrance is heavily guarded and filled with guards to prevent strangers, paparazzi, and reporters from entering. A man who looked like the security captain came over and allowed Kevin and the other two to enter without any hindrance. Although he didn't know Kevin, he was familiar with Ovitz and Shay. With acquaintances leading the team, naturally no outsiders would be allowed in. The security guard let him in without any worries. As soon as he entered, Ovitz patted him on the shoulder and said, "Enjoy yourself here. If you like any female star, just go for it boldly. Believe me, they are more proactive than you think. Of course, you must tell them that you are the director of Saw." Ovitz had a smile on his face. After giving Kevin some instructions, he went off to have fun. Shay saw Ovitz leave, and then he said, "Director Kevin, I wonder if there's any news about your next movie?" Kevin smiled and shook his head. "I just have some ideas. As for the specific plan, we'll talk about it after Saw is off the shelves. I'm planning to invest a little in my next movie." Shay looked at Kevin carefully, then said with a smile, "Of course. I'll have the finance department pay you your share as soon as possible after the box office is settled. However, under the same conditions, Kevin, you will definitely choose our New Line cinema, right?" Kevin smiled slightly. "Of course." Shay nodded, cursed the little fox inwardly, and then went to have fun on his own. Kevin looked at Shay's departing back, then he started to wander around freely. In his words just now, he made his meaning very clear. After the division, they would discuss the next opportunity for cooperation. After some consideration, Shay decided not to turn against him. To put it bluntly, several $1,000,000 are not enough for him to give up Kevin, the talented director. He still hopes that the two sides will continue to cooperate. Kevin was also very satisfied with Shay's answer. As the boss of a medium to large film company in Hollywood, at least he is not as short-sighted as Hawaii brothers towards director Zhou. The party was filled with handsome men and beautiful women that Kevin knew or didn't know. Of course, there were also some middle-aged and elderly white elite men. Their identities can be seen from their appearance. 99% of the handsome men and beautiful women are celebrity actors, while middle-aged and elderly white men are either executives of film companies, executives of funds, or directors. These people form a series of cycles consisting of investors, directors, actors, and distributors. That is, they are the upper class in Hollywood. Some can appear at such parties repeatedly, while others can only attend once. Kevin looked at the delicious food and wine on the table and his appetite was immediately aroused. He found a tray, picked out a few pieces of steak that looked very good, and picked up a glass of juice to enjoy the food happily. Look at that guy. He comes here as if he has never eaten before. Look at the way he eats. The two models started to make fun of Kevin. At this party, the people with the lowest status are the beautiful models. In the modeling industry, those in the middle are actually the most beautiful. Once you reach the top, there are extremely special and demanding requirements for physical appearance. All in all, this is definitely not an industry that people in the ordinary world consider to be beautiful. Therefore, the best industry transition for these mid-level models is to become a member of Hollywood. With their beautiful looks, what they most want to become is a Hollywood star. And this kind of party and cocktail party is their best opportunity. Party organizers will also deliberately invite some beautiful models to liven up the atmosphere at each party. After all, Hollywood actresses alone are far from enough to satisfy the needs of the men who come to the party. Chapter 19. Of course, this is just an exchange where both parties get what they want. Models give their bodies, and they give their resources. Hearing the mocking words of her two model friends, Julie noticed something different. It's not easy for male stars to get into this party. Looking around the venue, except for Kevin, she had some impression of all the handsome male stars, all of whom had famous works. But Kevin is so strange. And the clothes Kevin is wearing are not expensive. All this made Kevin a very special existence. Angelina Jolie, who thought that Kevin might be some kind of special existence, ignored her two friends who were laughing at him. Julie adjusted her smile and walked towards Kevin. "Bah, this little B******ch, B*****ch, wants to take advantage of you again? Humph, don't you think about what resources you can have here at this age, without being a big star?" The two female models just smiled disdainfully and continued looking for prey who were interested in their bodies at the party. "Hello, I'm Julie. I'm a little curious to see you eating steak here alone." Julie came closer, using curiosity as an excuse. Julie? Countless of her future achievements suddenly emerged in Kevin's mind, but it seemed that at this time, she was still just a model. "Hello, my name is Steve Kevin." Julie immediately made an expression that was not very satisfied, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with Kevin's refusal to reveal his specific identity. At the age of 25, which is the peak of her life in terms of appearance, this expression does not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, it makes people feel that she is acting coquettishly. Kevin then said slowly, "I'm a director, and the recently released Saw is my work." Jolie's eyes lit up. Saw was the most shining movie at that time. With a production cost of $1.3 million, it achieved a good result of over $40 million at the box office in the first week. Its director is actually the handsome guy in front of you. Did she catch a big fish this time? So you're the director of Saw. I've seen it. The movie is really wonderful. I wonder if I'll have the luck to talk to you in detail in the hotel about how it was made by you. Kevin raised his eyebrows. He was quite direct. It was exactly the same as what Wise said. He just revealed that he was the director of a movie with good box office, and someone actually came to him directly. If it were an ordinary model, he would definitely not accept it. But this is Jolie, and she is still at the peak of her beauty. As if she felt Kevin was looking at her, Julie lifted her long hair and posed in the most attractive angle that she had practiced thousands of times in front of the mirror. In Kevin's eyes, Julie posed at a very seductive angle. This instantly made his heart beat faster. Especially since Julie has the added bonus of being a future big star, this makes him feel even more excited. Feeling his own feelings, Kevin immediately responded, "Of course, it's my pleasure." Harvey Weinstein is the most successful independent film producer in Hollywood for some time to come and one of the two founders of Miramax Films. From this perspective, he is undoubtedly very successful. Of course, his other reputation is even more well-known. The biggest are ******T in Hollywood. In 2017, he was sued by as many as 8 Hollywood actresses for sexual assault. He ended up being sentenced to 23 years in prison. Of course, in the opinion of insiders, Harvey Weinstein did not but coerced and bribed. But the biggest problem is that he didn't deliver on his promise. In other words, he is a man who does not keep his promises. This led to Chong Jian being sued by everyone. This kind of thing is definitely not an isolated case in Hollywood, but most people get what they want, so this kind of thing doesn't happen. Anyone who dares to break this rule will naturally end up with nothing good. Harvey Weinstein looked up at the 2 little models beside him who were talking about others. Then he suddenly said, "He's not some unknown guy, he's the director of Saw." After saying that, Harvey Weinstein got rid of the 2 little models and moved towards Kevin. There is no shortage of people in Hollywood who want to find Kevin, but no one expected Kevin to show up alone at this party. As a greedy predator, he is always particularly interested in prey like directors. He felt happier to gain benefits from them than to sleep with actresses. Director Kevin, "Hello, I'm Harvey Weinstein of Miramax Films." Harvey Weinstein approached Kevin with a sense of pride and introduced himself in a forceful manner. His tone revealed a confidence that no one did not know him. Kevin frowned. He was having a pleasant conversation with Julie and had already agreed to discuss the luminous script of Saw in bed in the hotel later. Kevin, who had been doing well recently, was somewhat unhappy with this person's aggressive interruption. "Never heard of it," Kevin replied stiffly. Of course, he knew Harvey Weinstein. As a director, he knew some international bigwigs. But he broke his promises, liked to bargain, and used some despicable means to buy out foreign films. Kevin just disliked him instinctively. To put it bluntly, Kevin is an order-abiding person who follows the rules and doesn't like to communicate with people who break the rules. As for being afraid of him, that is nonsense. As a director who has never failed, even the 5 major and future 6 major film studios in Hollywood may not be able to do anything to him. As long as he can make money for others, he will always be at the top of the food chain in Hollywood. He doesn't have to care about anyone's face and can do whatever he wants. Harvey Weinstein's face froze. In a flash, he had an excuse for Kevin not knowing about him. That is Steve Kevin, a new director who is devoted to making movies and doesn't even know the big names in Hollywood. When you think about it this way, it makes sense. Thinking of this, Harvey Weinstein continued. Miramax Films is a film company that specializes in releasing unpopular art films and competing for the Hollywood Academy Awards. Do you want your next movie to win an Oscar? Harvey Weinstein said with a twinkling eye. Duh. Chapter 20. The Oscars have an extremely attractive appeal to every director and every actor. Every time Harvey Weinstein said this, no director could refuse him and finally handed his film contract to him. Harvey Weinstein has plenty of experience in winning awards. Unlike other directors who attach great importance to the Oscars, he regards competing for an Oscar as an art of public relations. To win an Oscar, a movie must have a certain level of quality assurance. That is, it must not be outdone by other films of the same period. He needs to convince the hundreds of Oscar judges as much as possible. He has sufficient experience in this regard. With this experience, he was always able to get directors to sell their films to him at the lowest price, or to cooperate with him at an extremely low price. He was confident that the young man in front of him would also be unable to resist such temptation. Oh, I see. Kevin just looked calm. The calm expression made Harvey Weinstein feel that his ever-effective rhetoric had failed. Harvey Weinstein confirmed once again. Don't you want to win an Oscar for Best Director? Don't you want to be the youngest director to win an Oscar? In no mood. Kevin said another sentence, directly interrupting all that Harvey Weinstein was saying. Okay, you're good. Harvey Weinstein's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he glanced fiercely at Kevin and Angelina Jolie standing beside him, as if he wanted to keep these two people in mind. Then he snorted and left unhappily. Kevin's first enemy in Hollywood seemed to have been born just like that. Kevin, Harvey Weinstein is a big shot. If you offend him, nothing will happen to you. Julie's face was uncertain. She said this, but in fact she was a little worried about herself. Just because Kevin isn't afraid of Harvey Weinstein doesn't mean she isn't. An independent film producer, what's the matter? There are so many people who want to work with me. I don't need people like him who want to get something for nothing. Julie, you have to be careful in the future. Harvey Weinstein loves nothing more than to use the Oscars to deceive the bodies of young girls. Julie looked puzzled. Did he fail in his bid for the prize? Kevin shook his head. No, he is good at winning prizes, but he likes to get them for free. It is well known that Harvey Weinstein does not keep his promises. Julie's face was speechless. This kind of person is what these little models who want to change their destiny are most afraid of encountering. Generally speaking, the more important a person is, the less likely this kind of thing will happen. I didn't expect that a big shot like Harvey Weinstein would not keep his promise. She didn't know whether the director in front of her would satisfy her goal. Judging from his exposure of Harvey Weinstein and his words, he seems to be a man who keeps his promises very much. Angelina Jolie is still thinking about it. After Harvey Weinstein discovered Kevin, the news seemed to spread, and several female models, or third, and fourth-tier female stars came over one after another. They were all rejected by Kevin in the name of Julie, so these women looked at Julie with envy and hatred, wishing they could treat her like a woman. Julie also brazenly acted as a female companion and stopped other women who approached one by one. Next, Ovitz, who had disappeared for a long time, came over with a bald, beardless middle-aged white man. As soon as he came over, Ovitz introduced the identities of the people around him to Kevin. Jeff Robinoff, president of Warner Brothers Pictures. Kevin, the director of Saw. Ovitz acted as a matchmaker between the two. As Ovitz finished introducing the identities of the two, Jeff Robinoff also spoke. Director Kevin, your Saw is amazing. I have never seen such a great horror movie. Jigsaw has deeply aroused people's attention to life. Jeff Robinoff praised Kevin's movie highly. Obviously, he knew that every director is very confident in his work. Therefore, praising their work is more effective than praising themselves. Of course, Kevin knew what he was thinking, but this is a matter of human relations. You can't just look down on others when they praise you. Thank you for the compliment. Kevin responded with a smile on his face. Julie on the side didn't dare to say anything. In her eyes, the three people in front of her were all big shots. She could get a lot of resources by currying favor with any of them. But compared with the other two, Kevin was the one who made her feel the least disadvantaged. There was no way. Kevin, 23 years old, looked no less handsome than some Hollywood stars. Even if she wasn't attracted by his status as a director, Julie was willing to date him and experience the things between men and women. The three of them were talking at this time, and Julie did not dare to interrupt rashly. She just stood quietly beside Kevin. Look at Kevin with admiration. Obviously, she understands some of the men's psychology. After a few words, Jeff Robinoff got straight to the point. Does director Kevin have any idea for his next film? Or will he just make a sequel to Saw? No. I'm not interested in doing sequels to any of my movies, at least right now. I plan to sell the copyright of Saw directly to anyone who is interested, and I plan to make another horror film myself, but it will be completely different from Saw. Kevin deliberately revealed that the copyright of Saw was in his hands. Sure enough, Jeff Robinoff was very interested in it. Oh, you have the copyright of Saw. Director Kevin, what price do you want to sell it for? People in Hollywood are all smart people, and they naturally know how much profit is behind the copyright of Saw. According to Warner Brothers' internal analysis, Saw's global box office is expected to exceed $100 million. For a horror movie, this is enough to make Saw a masterpiece. The structure of the drama is also very suitable for filming a sequel. As long as the script is not too bad and the director has some talent, it is destined to make money. It is just a matter of how much. Saw will bring more than $100 million in total profits to New Line Cinema, which they have learned through various statistics. includes the total profit from licensing movie images, DVDs, and television broadcasts. No matter who sees this data, it is enough to make them jealous. There is a chance that such a gold mine will fall out. Of course, Jeff Robinov wanted to take this opportunity to win it directly. Chapter 21. Kevin smiled and shook his head. Let's wait until Saw is out of theaters. By then I'll be able to better start my new project. Jeff Robinov nodded and did not force it. Given his relationship with CAA President Ovitz, as long as Warner Brothers offered the right price, there was no reason for Kevin to choose another film company. Given Warner Brothers' status in Hollywood, there are very few forces that can compare with them. Fair play, they are not afraid of anyone. Kevin, have fun. Ovitz and I have something to do, so I won't delay your having fun here. At this point, Jeff Robinov cast an ambiguous look at Kevin and Julie. Then he left with Ovitz. Kevin, you're amazing. As soon as the two left, Julie said excitedly. Kevin was not at all inferior when talking to these big shots, which made Julie, who was watching on the side, very excited. In addition to admiration, there was also a bit of affection in the eyes when she looked at Kevin. Faced with this look, Kevin couldn't help himself, and he and Julie left the party early and headed towards the hotel where Kevin was staying. Abridged. The next day, the October sun shone on the two of them with its warm heat. Wake Kevin and Julie from their sleep. Go and open the window, dear. After hearing Kevin's instructions, Julie stood up obediently, then walked to the window and closed the curtains. Then, at Kevin's invitation, she lay in his arms again. Kevin was just about to exercise with Julie in the morning when he heard the phone ringing. He picked up the phone and heard the voice of his agent Dawson on the other end. Kevin, Shay, the president of New Line Cinema, wants to talk to you about the copyright of Saw. Kevin was suddenly alert. The big fish is coming. The copyright of Saw was when he made his fortune, but his share of the profits was only worth a few dollars, several $million. No problem, Dawson, come over too, and also, help me get a legal advisor. Okay, we have a lot of lawyers working with us at CAA. I'll find one. Okay, see you at New Line Cinema at 2:30 p.m. Kevin finished speaking and then hung up the phone, unable to hide his excitement on his face. Kevin, what's wrong? Julie couldn't help but ask when she saw Kevin was so happy. This was not a secret, and Kevin did not intend to hide it from anyone, so he said directly, I have the rights to the subsequent Saw movies, and New Line Cinema wants to buy them all outright. I estimate that I will make at least $20 million US. This is Kevin's bottom line. The subsequent copyright of Saw is worth $100 million or $200 million, which is no problem. However, if you want to make this money, you must have enough background in Hollywood to be able to digest it. There are only about a dozen film companies in Hollywood that have this strength, and they have their own internal rules. It is impossible to pay too high a price for this copyright. $20 to $30 million was already their limit, and the only company that could pay the highest price for the copyright was New Line Cinema. In fact, Kevin had no intention of selling it to anyone else. $20 million? Julie was shocked. The average monthly income of Americans is about $3,000, but given the American habit of pre-spending, most people may not even have $1,000 in cash on them. The same is true for lower middle-class models like her. $20 million was a sum of money that she could never earn in 10 lifetimes. No, even 100 lifetimes. At this time, Julie suddenly had the idea of becoming Kevin's wife. Thanks to U.S. law, once the two got married, all of Kevin's income would be counted as their joint income. In this way, Julie could instantly become the wife of a multimillionaire. The thought is too tempting. Take action when you think about it. Abridged. Sitting in a high-end Huxiao restaurant, Kevin ordered a few dishes and asked someone to deliver some good food to the hotel. Then he began to eat slowly. Huxiao food has never been a common dish among the lower classes in the United States. Different from daxia, thanks to the development of the breeding industry or the use of drugs. Meat is much cheaper than vegetables in the United States. The combination of meat and vegetables in daxia obviously requires a lot of expensive vegetables, which makes Huxiao food expensive. This meal, which costs more than $200, is obviously not affordable for ordinary working-class people. But for Kevin now, this is certainly not an expensive expense. After dinner, Kevin took a taxi to New Line Cinema. New Line Cinema. In the president's office. Shay gets mad at Dean. How could you give the subsequent rights to Kevin? Is this how you become the selection manager of New Line Cinema? Stupid, stupid. A stream of insults poured out. This is a typical blame-shifting statement in the workplace. Before Kevin succeeded, the subsequent copyrights of Saw were not worth mentioning. With Kevin's insistence, even if he only took a share of the profits, It was actually a normal decision for Dean to let go of the subsequent copyrights. If Saw had not achieved the unexpected huge success, there would actually be nothing wrong with Dean's operation. Of course, since Saw has achieved such success, Dean's contribution in this matter has been reduced invisibly. There was a certain amount of suppression in Shay's scolding. Dean was naturally very aggrieved, but as he was in his early 30s and was holding a senior executive position in a film company of this level, it was obviously impossible for him to resign just because of a scolding. Therefore, he just obediently endured the scolding. After a scolding, Shay continued, "You go ahead and negotiate with Kevin about the subsequent revenue from Saw. I'll come forward after the negotiations reach a certain point." Yes. Coming to New Line Cinema again, Kevin had a completely different experience. Chapter 22. As the director of a hit movie, his arrival was warmly welcomed by New Line Cinema. As soon as I came in, I was led into a luxuriously decorated reception room. Dawson and his lawyer were waiting there early. After resting for a while and eating some snacks in the office, Dean hurried over. "Kevin, have you had fun these days?" "It's pretty good. These past few days, I have only one feeling. It's great to have money." Kevin's face deliberately revealed his extravagant spending schedule in the past few days, and his words hinted at his intention to make a big profit. Dean immediately showed a wry smile on his face and stopped beating around the bush. They even brought a lawyer with them. There's nothing much to say. They just want to sell the subsequent copyrights of Saw for a good price. "Kevin, how much do you want to sell the rights to the sequel to Saw for?" Kevin slowly stretched out 3 fingers. $30 million? Impossible. Dean's expression suddenly changed. "The amount Kevin asked for is undoubtedly too high. Don't worry. According to preliminary estimates, Saw itself will bring you nearly $100 million in revenue. Is that correct? In terms of box office revenue alone, excluding revenue share and publicity expenses, according to this trend, New Line Cinema will be able to earn nearly 100 million yuan in profit, not to mention other subsequent income. However, since Kevin has some copyrights in his hands, this part of the income will undoubtedly be much less. Now Kevin is selling all subsequent revenue and copyrights to New Line Cinema. Although the price of $30 million is a bit high, it is actually not a loss. It's just that you earn less." Dean's expression eased a little at Kevin's reminder, and Dean was about to speak to continue discussing the price. Kevin continued, "The scripts for the 2 Saw movies, and I can be listed as a producer, and I can fully cooperate with your publicity." Kevin directly showed all his sincerity. The script is the foundation. For low-budget movies, it all depends on telling a good story. 2 scripts that continue the Saw worldview and can continue to be promoted under his name have already guaranteed, to the greatest extent, the possibility of the next 2 Saw films making money. At least the $30 million should be able to be earned back if nothing unexpected happens. Of course, this time Kevin can only take the fixed salary of editor and leatherworker and forget about sharing the profits. Dean hesitated and said, "I'm going to go out for a moment." Kevin nodded, and it was obvious that he was going to go out and find someone who could make this decision. "Kevin, are they really going to offer $30 million? Dawson, who was standing by, finally couldn't help but asked after Dean left. Although he knew the price would not be low, he only thought it would be $10 million at most. Unexpectedly, Kevin asked for 3 times the price, which is $30 million. Even his agent was shocked, but he also hoped that the deal would be completed. CAA can take 5% of Kevin's income, which is the standard for A-level clients. Dawson, as Kevin's most direct agent, can share 1.5% of this 5%, and the rest is shared by the company and other SAA agents who serve Kevin. In other words, if this deal is completed, his commission alone will start at hundreds of thousands of dollars. This made Dawson realize for the first time what it meant to have a high-end client like Kevin. "I couldn't help but praise myself again in my heart for having a good eye for talent. I signed Kevin early and had a very pleasant cooperation with him." Kevin had no objection to the commission they took from his income. After all, CAA's help to him was quite useful. Without the help of CAA, his start would have been far from smooth. Apart from anything else, if he were to go around seeking investment with his project plan, he would have encountered so many setbacks that he might not even be able to get investment. Kevin is a person who advocates win-win cooperation, and CAA's resources are worth the money he spends. Believe me, they will. I have calculated it in detail. This deal is almost pure profit except that it takes time to recover the investment. If they are unwilling, I don't mind giving the subsequent copyright of Saw to others. At the Beverly Hills party, Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers, expressed his interest in the subsequent copyright of Saw to me. Kevin spoke slowly, his tone full of confidence. Who said anything about handing over the copyright of Saw to someone else? Shay strode in and teased Kevin. Isn't it just $30 million? We at New Line Cinema bought it. With Kevin's promise, there are 2 sequels in the works. After much consideration, Shay decided to directly buy the subsequent copyright of Saw for $30 million US. To put it bluntly, Shay chose to make big money instead of quick money. Kevin also had a smile on his face. Make a deal. After the cooperation was reached, the atmosphere suddenly became very harmonious. In this harmony, Shay also took the opportunity to talk about Kevin's next work. Kevin, let New Line Cinema operate and invest in your next work. Believe me, New Line Cinema will always support you. You are in charge of all the works. No one else is allowed to interfere. The leather maker only cares about the money and nothing else. The actors are all decided by you. These words can be said to have given Kevin the greatest power as a director. Of course, the most direct reason is that Kevin's second film will still only be a low-budget production. Otherwise, once it involves an investment of tens of millions of dollars. Even if Spielberg came, it would be impossible for him to get so many rights. Theoretically, there is no problem, but in order for the new film to get a better release date and more big screens, I suggest that a portion of it be distributed to other film companies with sufficient strength. Kevin suggested seriously. For Kevin, this is the option that maximizes his benefits. Shay only thought about it briefly and agreed immediately. The surprise success of Saw has made many film companies jealous. If Kevin's next film continues to be a one-man show, I'm afraid there will be problems with the big screen, publicity, or release date when it is released. Saw stood out this Halloween, and I don't know how much hatred it attracted. New Line made a lot of money. If you don't pay some of your money to pay protection fees, you'll be targeted in any minute. They must not yet be the big 5 in Hollywood. Chapter 23. After reaching all the cooperation, Kevin left directly on the grounds of preparing for a new project. Dawson also continues to run around for Kevin's old classmates, as well as several newly signed characters. After the Saw crew disbanded, they all signed contracts with CAA and were assigned a lot of work, honing their abilities and waiting to be used by Kevin again. Of course, the biggest star among them is Greg Jigsaw, who has been receiving many film offers. But these have nothing to do with him. After taking some time to meet with Robert Downey Jr., he hurried back to the hotel in Beverly Hills. Speaking of which, since he came here, he has been living in a hotel and feels a bit lonely. After all, I have no relatives and am an orphan. Fortunately, there are always beautiful women around him, so this feeling is not too strong. Inside the house, Julie didn't go anywhere and just waited for him inside. Compared with her own modeling career, Kevin was undoubtedly much more important. So she decisively took a long vacation and prepared to spend time with Kevin in the hotel. Even if she didn't become Kevin's wife in the end, she was still watching Kevin's new projects from the side, so she was able to play an important role at least. This is much better than her wandering around on her own. After enjoying the delicious food in the hotel, Julie returned to the room, turned on the TV, and enjoyed the leisurely time. When Kevin opened the door, he saw the beauty lying on the sofa in disarray. She was extremely attractive and instantly made little Kevin perk up. Just when Kevin was about to go up and do something bad to Julie, the news broadcast on TV instantly caught his attention. ABC, bringing you the fastest and best news. It begins with the slogan of the TV news program, and then the main text begins immediately. The following is a report by reporter Devin on the follow-up developments of the Rodney King incident. Since the release of the video of Rodney King being beaten by police for drunk driving on March 3rd, the public has unanimously believed that the police had used violence. Currently, the 4 police officers in the video are still in custody and will be tried in court soon. Watching the news, Kevin sat next to Julie and stared at the TV, thinking. Julie on the side just held her chin with her hand and looked carefully at the man in front of her. The serious man looked particularly handsome and rich. The news from the TV station awakened Kevin's memory. The subsequent impact of the Rodney King incident was beyond everyone's memory. On April 29th of next year, the 4 police officers who beat Rodney King will be acquitted, and the consequence of all this is the Los Angeles riots. Even in Kevin's memory, this riot was the largest riot in the United States since the 20th century. It lasted for 4 days and caused immeasurable casualties and economic losses. Of course, although Kevin is an American now, he doesn't care about the lives of these people. What he cares about is what he can get from this riot. In essence, this riot is just an expression of Black people's dissatisfaction with their status in the United States, and they are taking this opportunity to vent. But Kevin could have used this emotion to create a film that allowed Black people to vent their emotions. Only Kevin knows how powerful these black guys will be able to be in the cinema in the future. The Black Panther movie and the Oscar are the best proof of this. Kevin was even able to use this opportunity to brand himself as an egalitarian, a label that is almost invincible. Thinking of this, Kevin thought of another joke. In the future, a transgender person, homosexual, animal protector, environmentalist, black disabled person will be able to walk sideways anywhere in the United States. In the future, political correctness will reach a point of paranoia and even perversion, and it seems to be a good choice to label yourself in this way in advance. Along with this thought, the movie he had originally planned to shoot was instantly abandoned in his mind and replaced by another movie. Escape from the Dead. The plot of Get Out is very simple. In a small town, people have mastered a special ability to plunder the bodies of black people. This ability can allow the people in the town to gain immortality. The white woman, Ruth, is the bait that the town is looking for strong black people. The protagonist, a black man named Chris, accidentally discovered the conspiracy and escaped from the deadly town. The story is simple, but it exaggerates the way white people harm black people to an incredible sci-fi level. Of course, for Kevin, the biggest significance is that this movie can stimulate the G********* T of black guys to the greatest extent. Anyone can guess that as long as it is combined with appropriate publicity, it can completely arouse the enthusiasm of black people and get explosive box office. You can even win prizes. Yes, this is also where Kevin chose this movie. He has the right time, place and people, and with the right public relations, it is not impossible for him to win an Oscar. Of course, he may not be the best director, but the best picture has a very high chance of winning. After all, at such a special time, Hollywood also needs to do something to appease the anger of black people. Thinking of this, Kevin finally decided on his next movie. Julie. Julie looked up, puzzled by Kevin's sudden call. Abridged, a few days later, Kevin came to New Line Cinema with the sequel to Saw, including detailed guidance on storyboards. The two sides reached a deal on copyright. Subsequently, $31 million in revenue was deposited into his account. After deducting $1.55 million from CAA and $100,000 that Kevin himself withdrew in advance, a total of more than $29 million was deposited into his account. Kevin, don't forget to pay taxes. In the United States, the only things you can't escape are death and taxes. Dean joked and reminded. Of course, you can spend it earlier. Kevin nodded. He is very clear about U.S. taxes. Theoretically, if he does not use the money before April 15th next year, it would not be excessive to deduct 60% of it due to various taxes. The reason why welfare is so high in developed countries, such as the United States, is that high taxes are naturally an indispensable factor. Of course, tax avoidance is also an eternal topic for wealthy Americans. Chapter 24. After leaving New Line Cinema, Kevin went directly to the CAA building. Dawson had already received the transfer and was waiting for him in the building. After the meeting, Kevin said seriously, "Dawson, help me register a film company and go the independent production route." Dawson nodded. Kevin had discussed his purpose with him. The first thing is naturally to file taxes. If you file taxes in the name of a company, the taxes will be much lower than for an individual. Of course, this is only for wealthy people. Secondly, Kevin doesn't want to be a director who only gets paid. He wants to be an investor. A director who continuously produces successful works is himself a huge resource. It would be a waste if he simply makes money for others. The name is Morning Light Pictures, and the logo should be a ray of morning light emitted by the sun. Please help me find an art company to design it. With Kevin's memory of the future, it is not impossible to develop this company to the size of a top 5 company. People should have dreams. As for the CEO, Kevin is not in a hurry about the specific company structure, although he is currently very popular in Hollywood. But before he achieves continuous success, no one can be sure whether he is a shooting star. If we recruit openly now, we will not be able to attract real talents. For now, it's enough to just have an empty shell and be able to participate in the planning of my next movie. After giving Dawson instructions, Kevin went straight back to the hotel. Julie, are we going to look at houses? Good. Julie seemed to be acting like the hostess at this moment, but unfortunately she didn't know that Kevin was a non-marriageist. As a wealthy man, marriage cannot bind him, but may even kill him. Nicolas Cage and many other celebrities have gotten themselves into debt because of their marriages, and Kevin doesn't want to suffer the same fate. Of course, Kevin will not treat Julie unfairly. When casting their own actors in their own movies, they will definitely give priority to their own actors. For example, for Get Out, they needed a sexy white actress with eloquent voice to fully embody the devilish attributes of the heroine. The femme fatale attribute is exactly what Kevin wants. The two soon arrived near Beverly Hills. Kevin originally didn't plan to buy a house now, but after carefully sorting out his memory, he suddenly discovered that the next economic crisis would not come until 2007. That is to say, there are still 16 years from now, and we are now in the recovery period of the economic crisis, which means that now is actually the most cost-effective time to buy a property. In that case, there was nothing else worth considering. You have to know that there will be riots in Los Angeles next year. The safest place in the whole of Los Angeles is probably Beverly Hills. There is no way. The United States is probably the only country in the world that arranges the specific number of police officers according to the amount of tax paid. As a major taxpayer, Beverly Hills naturally enjoys the strongest protection from the police. At least here, Kevin doesn't have to worry about being forced into an alley by a black man with a knife and robbed and killed while walking on the street. Black people walking in this neighborhood might face being checked by the police every 3 steps, and this is undoubtedly what Kevin would like to see. After walking around for a while, Kevin felt what it meant to feel safe. In half an hour, Kevin saw police cars passing by 3 times, but it seemed that because he and Julie were both white, and they were handsome and beautiful, they did not look like unknown elements at first glance. The police did not come forward to question them. They just looked at them, smiled, and left. Kevin didn't care. After finding a real estate agent with Julie, he walked straight in. As soon as I entered the house, a bald middle-aged man approached me. "Hello, what do you need? Buying or renting a house?" The middle-aged man showed a slightly flattering smile on his face. Anyone who dared to find a real estate agent in Beverly Hills must be wealthy. Even if the commission is reduced to the lowest, it is enough for him to make a fortune. "Buy a house," Kevin said firmly. The middle-aged man, Lit, suddenly looked delighted and said quickly, "Follow me." Kevin and Julie followed him and headed towards the interior of the house. A proportional 3D model of Beverly Hills appeared in front of them. Looking at Kevin and Julie's surprised eyes, Lit couldn't help feeling a little proud. If one wants to stand out in a high-end real estate agency like the one in Beverly Hills, one must have his own advantages, and this 3D model that he spent a lot of money to create is exactly his advantage. The quality of the house can be clearly seen in his model. Just make your selection first, then inspect the property on site, and you can basically close the deal, since not many people want to buy a home in Beverly Hills. If you have this idea, you will naturally have the ability. The only thing that determines their desire to buy is the quality of the house. With a little pride, Lit explained, "Sir, look at this house. It's owned by Hollywood star Nicolas Cage. Next to it, this house is currently vacant and the owner is interested in selling it. The layout of this house is..." As he introduced, Kevin also observed them one by one. "I have to say that this is a property worthy of being prepared for the wealthy, with several bathrooms and bedrooms, as well as a swimming pool, garden, and some forests. It's heartwarming at first sight. Living in such a house will naturally make you happy. The neighbors are either wealthy people, business elites, or some big stars. Tom Cruise's house is also here." All this made Kevin determined to go shopping. If he doesn't buy it when the price is low, he will have to pay a lot more money after the financial crisis. Moreover, with taxes ahead, if he doesn't spend the money, he will have to hand over most of his wealth directly to the tax bureau to prevent this situation from occurring. All he has to do now is spend money lavishly. "Let's take this one. Take us to see it." Lit suppressed his excitement. What Kevin was referring to was the expensive villa mentioned at the beginning, which was next to Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage. The shape is a small 2-story villa with a mainly smooth roof. The price is as high as over $6 million, which is really not affordable for ordinary people. Lit enthusiastically led the two to the door, where a Lincoln was parked. This was a luxury car in the eyes of Americans, and it cost more than $100,000. Obviously, Lituk's net worth is quite high, but it is also normal. If you can do business in Beverly Hills and continue to do it, it is not surprising to have a net worth of millions of dollars. After closing the shop door, Lit led the two into the car and drove directly to where the villa was. Chapter 25. There are 2 types of houses in Beverly Hills, one of which is what will be called townhouses in the future. Of course, in Japan it is called a single-family house. That is, villas are connected together on both sides of the road according to a fixed plan. The price of this kind of villa is not low, but it is obviously incomparable with the villas located on the side of the mountain. Most of the people living there are executives or small business owners. They chose to buy property in Beverly Hills because of its safety. Living in such a community can ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Los Angeles in 1991 was obviously quite unsafe, although the future might not be that safe either. The car drove exceptionally smoothly on the asphalt road. Kevin and Julie admired the scenery on both sides and felt refreshed. This is the kind of happiness that only rich people can experience. People who are busy with work don't have time to appreciate such scenery. The car drove for about 20 minutes, and the road gradually became uphill. After driving for another 5 minutes, they arrived at a villa. Before entering, we passed by a huge iron gate guarding the place. Only after Lit produced some proof was he allowed in by the guard. Obviously, this is the guard post of the high-end villa area living on the mountainside. Unidentified people generally cannot get here. The villa is surrounded by dense and neat shrubs about 2 to 3 meters high, ensuring a certain degree of privacy inside the villa. After walking along the bush path for more than 10 meters and turning a corner, the gate of the villa appeared in front of them. Lit took out a bunch of keys, tried them, and after finding the corresponding key, he opened the door and let Kevin and Julie in. As soon as they entered the door, a well-maintained outdoor swimming pool appeared in front of them, and Julie immediately cheered. It is every American's dream to own a home with a swimming pool, especially in such a nice place. After walking around the swimming pool, Julie followed the two to the front of the house. The exterior wall, which is mainly milky white, looks very comfortable. There is a huge layer of transparent glass on the outside, and the living room is completely unprotected from the outside. Entering, the layout of 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms makes the room look particularly comfortable. Some furniture in the house is wrapped in cloth to prevent dust. The overall look makes Kevin feel very comfortable. The only problem is that this house requires a cleaning staff to live in. Otherwise, dust will easily accumulate in such a large room. Moreover, traveling here also takes time, so he must buy a car. Thinking of this, he wanted to hire a bodyguard immediately. He also serves as his own driver and bodyguard. As a wealthy man, it is necessary for him to be well defended. No one knows whether he will be targeted by kidnappers. But that's all in the future. What we need to do now is to buy this house. Kevin interrupted Lit, who was still introducing himself, and said, "Okay, I've decided to buy this house. You can contact the owner directly. I want to move in as soon as possible." Lit immediately stopped talking, put on a smile, and contacted the homeowner directly. 2 days later, all the formalities were completed and Kevin paid nearly $7 million for the house, finally making it completely his own. As for the process, it's not worth mentioning. As long as you have enough money, nothing is a problem. Professionals get things done for a fee. Lit handled everything from start to finish, and Kevin just had to move in with his luggage. After purchasing a bunch of personal toiletries and quilts, Kevin and Julie officially moved into this villa. After a few days of shameless and unrestrained X with Julie, Kevin finally started his own business. Get Out movie project proposal. Time flies, and soon it is mid-November. After Saw's initial peak and gradual decline, it is finally time to take off the screen. The cumulative North American total box office reached a huge amount of $86.52 million. The North American box office performance of $100 million is second only to that of Glengarry Glen Ross, Scent of Horror. According to calculations by major film companies, it has basically secured the 11th place in the North American box office rankings. In other words, it didn't make the list. However, the major film companies did not look down on this film at all. You have to know that as the sequel to the hit movie Glengarry Glen Ross has a lot of popularity, and the production cost is as high as $23 million. Adding the cost of publicity, the movie actually didn't make that much money from the box office alone. It needs to rely on subsequent DVD, TV licensing, and other copyright income to make a profit. Saw is just a horror film with an investment of $1.3 million. Based on its North American box office performance, it can earn at least $80 million overseas. This means that the total box office revenue can reach around $160 million. After deducting all costs, New Line Cinema will be able to earn at least $60 to $70 million from this box office. And there is subsequent income close to this amount, not to mention the birth of the Saw IP. This means that New Line Cinema has found a huge gold mine. Along with this good news, New Line Cinema's stock price also surged, and Shay's assets increased invisibly. After the films were released in North America, the 5 major Hollywood film companies each sent executives to New Line Cinema to discuss overseas distribution, trying to get a piece of this gold mine. Of course, Shay ultimately chose Warner Brothers, with whom he had the best relationship. Ugh, finally done. Kevin stretched in the living room, looked at the plan in front of him, and talked to himself. The plan actually doesn't take so much time, but with a sexy beauty like Julie around, it's inevitable that work efficiency will be a problem. Julie walked in from outside. There was a hot water device inside the swimming pool, allowing Julie to still experience the joy of swimming in this cool weather. Julie wiped the water off her body with a towel and looked at Kevin, who had stopped working. She asked with a smile, "Is the plan ready? Is the script finished?" Kevin nodded. "That heroine," Julie said with a hint of embarrassment. Although she had already decided to do everything to become a big star, she was still a little shy when she saw the opportunity in front of her. But after experiencing the happiness of being rich, she could no longer go back to her original life. If Kevin abandoned her like this, her only choice would be to continue to target other rich men. Duh. Chapter 26. Kevin laughed and said, "Julie, of course you are the heroine. But you're the heroine now, you know that, right?" During their intimacy, Julie was not willing to cooperate with all the actions. But now, after Kevin promised the heroine, all of Julie's shyness and reluctance were suddenly overshadowed by the huge surprise, abridged. In early December, New Line Cinema, Dawson, Kevin, Dean and executives from Warner Brothers, Johnson, who was responsible for external investment in films, met with Johnson. A total of 4 people were in the reception room of New Line Cinema, concentrating on looking at the project plan for Kevin's new movie. The plot of Get Out is very simple, and the group finished reading it very quickly. Johnson asked first, "Why use a black man as the leading man?" The reason is simple. If it is just a horror film, then the upper limit of this horror film is only 20 to 30 million US dollars at most. But the black man, as the male protagonist, uses this evil witchcraft to represent the persecution of black people by white people. Then by having the black people kill all the white people in the town at the end, it can greatly stimulate the G********* T of black people and make them go to the cinema. This way, the upper limit of the box office will be greatly increased. Of course, Kevin naturally could not tell the biggest reason in advance, the black riots caused by the Rodney King incident. All he had to do was come up with a reasonable excuse. As for whether Johnson would accept it or not, he actually didn't care. The production cost was $3 million, and Kevin himself invested 30% in the film, so he got a 30% share. The remaining 70% is split between New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers. Johnson nodded, accepting Kevin's explanation. Facing a successful director, Johnson would not question others casually, not to mention that this is just a small production with an investment of less than $3 million US. Warner Brothers invested 40%, or $1.2 million, in a successful director like Kevin, without having to consider too many things. Dean has irresponsible trust in Kevin and has already decided to invest. After everything was completed, Kevin asked CAA to contact his team, and the shooting was scheduled for Christmas, which was after December 25th. During this period, Kevin needs to choose a suitable shooting location as the specific address of the fatal town in the play. April 31st, which means Kevin has a maximum of 3 months to shoot, including promotions. However, according to Kevin, who has a specific picture in his mind, 2 months is actually more than enough time. As for the actors, Kevin doesn't have to worry about them this time. Except for the position of the female lead, which he asked for in advance, all other positions were packaged by CAA. Of course, he asked for a black man who had a good eye for him. CAA Package Project, the latest masterpiece of the emerging talented director Steve Kevin, Get Out, needs a black male lead. Will Smith, who debuted as a rapper at this time, learned the news through his friends. I suddenly realized that this was the role I needed most. As a black man, he was deeply aware of Hollywood's exclusion of him. Being so famous in his singing career, if he wanted to enter the entertainment industry, the roles he could get were either villains or supporting roles, or to put it nicely, the second lead or the second male lead. But these were not what he wanted. He wanted the protagonist. But he knew deeply that there were very few Hollywood movies with black people as the protagonists. As a well-known singer with film and television contracts in his hands, Will Smith hurried to the CAA building after receiving the news. After introducing himself, he was the first one chosen by Dawson because he met the requirements of the role, had no salary requirements, and was well-known. Kevin, who knew that Wells had come, decisively agreed to give the male lead role to him. As a price, he, who had won 2 Grammy Awards, could only get a mere $100,000 in salary. However, Wells had no objection to this. As a big singer, he was not short of money at that time. What he needed was opportunity. After signing a film and television contract with Dawson, he brought the script of Get Out. Wells decisively hired 2 veteran actors to start honing his acting skills. It is somewhat useful to cram at the last minute. In the distance, Kevin, who was enjoying Julie's biting service, was not worried about Wilshire's acting skills at all. As a future big star, Wells naturally has a talent for acting. And Get Out is a thriller that doesn't require much acting skills. Film is the art of shooting frame by frame, and as long as Kevin is patient, Smith will always be able to hone it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting Kevin's enjoyment. After getting dressed, Kevin opened the door. Outside the door, Nicolas Cage, holding the pizza he made himself, walked in naturally. The 27-year-old Nicolas Cage looks so cool and arrogant at this moment, which makes people intimidated, but after getting to know him these days, Kevin knew that he was actually a very easy person to get along with. They were neighbors, and after chatting for a few minutes outside, Cage took the initiative to visit. There was no way, he was very interested in director Kevin. Deep down, Kevin is a very proud man, so proud that he is unwilling to borrow his uncle's little connections to prove himself. As for who his uncle is, the famous Francis Coppola, the director of The Godfather. The Coppola family has been rooted in Hollywood for a long time, so there is no need to say much about their connections. As long as Nicolas Cage uses his real name Nicholas Coppola in Hollywood, he will be able to create many more opportunities. But in a word, he is too proud to do that. As talented and proud as he is, he was still impressed by Kevin's conversation. Of course, it is actually an achievement. The first film earned a huge box office of $160 million with an investment of only $1.3 million. This made Kevin feel a little admiration for this little brother who was about 3 years younger than him. Well, this pineapple pizza is good, but Cage, you must not show this skill in front of the Italians. Otherwise, there will be extremely serious consequences. Kevin said with a grin as he enjoyed his pineapple pizza. My favorite thing to do is to say no to someone who doesn't want me to do something. Duh. Chapter 27. Kevin's face was embarrassed. He didn't expect Cage to say such social quotations. Seeing this, Kevin took a piece of the pizza without hesitation and started eating. Lying on the sofa, Kevin asked casually, Cage, don't you have any movie dates recently? Kevin shook his head and said, I've been on break for almost a year this year. The movies that approached me either had too low a salary or too bad a script. I'm not interested in any of them. Would you like to participate in the commercial blockbuster I'm shooting next year? Aren't you filming Get Out? Cage didn't understand. Kevin took a bite of the pineapple pizza, savoring this special food that is equivalent to dumplings stuffed with pineapple for Husha people, and said slowly, I'm talking about the next film after Get Out. Get Out is just a small budget production with a simple plot, so 2 months is enough. There is still more than half a year left. I will open another one. Kevin just laughed and didn't take it too seriously. Okay, just send me the script when the time comes. Kevin nodded. The work he was talking about was Ghost Rider from Marvel. Apart from anything else, the first Ghost Rider did bring back good memories for Kevin and can be considered a cool commercial blockbuster. The image of Cage as the Ghost Rider in the film has always been etched in his mind. However, this idea just suddenly came to Kevin's mind after he saw Cage. To be specific, he needs to do a detailed investigation on the copyright of Ghost Rider and whether the current special effects can meet Kevin's needs after he finishes Get Out. You have to know that Ghost Rider was released in 2002, which is a decade away from the current special effects technology. He wasn't sure whether the film could be completed. Christmas is here. Julie left for a few days, saying she was going home for Christmas. After giving Julie tens of thousands of dollars, Kevin enjoyed his single life for a few days in his mansion. Kevin plans to start work 3 days after Christmas. Although he still has more than $10 million left, money is something that you can never have too much. Especially in his plan, there are many plans for spending money. Ding dong. Kevin opened the door with some confusion. A woman rushed straight towards him. Kevin, long time no see. The person who spoke was Salma Jacques. During Kevin's free time, Salma Jacques got a lot of roles. Although the heroine of Saw was more like a supporting role and was not very convincing. But I can still fight for the second female role. For this, Dawson has worked hard enough. After learning that Kevin was spending Christmas alone, Salma Jacques decisively decided to give him a surprise. Jacques, long time no see. Kevin responded with a smile, saying that as the first woman after his rebirth, Salma Hayek left a deep impression on him. After a hug, Salma Jacques continued, I saw you spending Christmas alone, so I came here to keep you company. A smile appeared on Kevin's face. Although he did not feel as lonely as outsiders imagined, he was still very happy to have someone to spend Christmas with him. Ding dong. Kevin was about to say something when the doorbell rang again. Salma Jacques took the initiative to walk to the door and opened it. Kevin, I'm here to spend Christmas with you. Who are you? Julie appeared at the door happily with a smile on her face and lots of bags. However, She chose to leave a few days ago with the intention of giving Kevin a surprise. Just to surprise Kevin today. Unexpectedly, after opening the door, she got scared. A strange woman appeared in Kevin and her villa. Her vigilance instantly reached its highest point. Salma Jacques, the heroine of Saw. Salma Jacques extended her hand generously and shook hands with Julie. After listening to her self-introduction, Julie immediately realized that the woman in front of her was probably the woman who accompanied Kevin before she appeared. But now that she has succeeded in taking the position, it is impossible for her to leave so easily. Seeing this, Julie put down what she was holding and said generously, "Julie, the model, the leading lady of Kevin's next movie." From Kevin's perspective, the moment the two shook hands, there was a gleam in their eyes and an atmosphere filled with the possibility of a conflict breaking out at any time. "Aren't you celebrating Christmas for me? Why are you holding my hand so tightly?" Kevin decisively chose to interrupt their conflict and said with a smile. The two girls temporarily stopped their conflict, smiled, and spent Christmas with Kevin. 2 days later, after communication, the two women reached a settlement agreement without Kevin's knowledge. The only thing Kevin knew was that the two women never had a conflict in front of him again, and each of them chose a room of their own in the villa. Kevin, who is willing to be a scumbag, is naturally too lazy to figure out the relationship between them. Anyway, in Kevin's opinion, if they are willing to accompany him, he will naturally not treat them unfairly. Kevin will never give the roles he can give to them to anyone else. This is all Kevin can do. Kevin doesn't want to think about other things. "There's nothing I can do, he's just such a scumbag." In a remote and classic town in Texas, due to the sparse population, the poorly maintained lawns, and some green plants that appear in the camera have a special creepy feeling. A crew of 50 or 60 people, including actors, came to the town. As a well-known director, Kevin's arrival was warmly welcomed by the mayor. Of course, the biggest reason is that the crew has to pay fees to rent houses from residents in the town to shoot the movie, and after the filming is completed, they will donate a sum of money to the town's public funds for the maintenance of the town. It's hard not to welcome the money coming in. That's the reality. Ready, set, go. Sitting in front of the camera, Kevin made a gesture, and immediately someone started giving pre-show prompts to the male and female leads, and they instantly got into the mood. For the first scene, Kevin did not disrupt the rhythm, but started directly from the actual first scene of the film. As for the prelude to create a weird atmosphere, he put it at the end. The black guy Chris, Will Smith, happily went to his white girlfriend's house to meet his father-in-law. The black guy felt extremely honored to have a beautiful white girlfriend like Ruth, Julie. Chapter 28. You have to know how Americans felt about a black man marrying a white woman in the 1990s. Only black people can understand. At this time, the discrimination of white people against black people was much more severe than in later generations. This is also the reason why Kevin chose this movie. The power of this movie at this time is more powerful than in later times. Kevin led the crew to shoot in a small town in Texas. On the other hand, New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers were also busy. Unlike Saw, Kevin now has a certain reputation in the outside world after the release of Saw. At least among horror movie fans, it has a certain fame. Because of their love and admiration for Jigsaw, those fans also have some admiration for Kevin, the creator of Jigsaw. Therefore, Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema have begun advanced promotion for Get Out. Of course, before the official release, there is no need for too much effort. It is enough to let the public know that such a movie exists. In response to this, they made arrangements in print media in advance and leaked the news to the outside world. Get Out. The black youth was led into a horrific and desperate situation by his white girlfriend. He could either be devoured like a lamb to be slaughtered, or he could stand up and resist and kill the white people who regarded him as a meal. This is a promotion based on the content of the movie itself. Of course, the overall message is ambiguous and only reveals part of the essence of the movie. The latest masterpiece of the genius horror film director Steve Kevin, Get Out, is currently being filmed. The film describes a series of strange events that a black youth encounters when he enters a small town. Let's see how he avoids all crises and escapes. This is based on Kevin's own fame and is a preheating move. 2 months is neither long nor short. Well's acting skills gave Kevin a rare surprise. In fact, acting is very subjective, but the most important thing is not to be out of character. Among movies, art films often require the most acting skills. As for commercial films and horror films, as long as the acting is acceptable, it's fine as long as you don't act out of character, except for Hannibal. And Will Smith's acting in this regard is totally unlike that of someone who has not made many movies. After a brief chat with Will Smith, Kevin couldn't help but sigh that money can do anything. He paid experienced actors to help him practice his acting skills, and at the same time, he spent his own money to rent a camera and buy film to take and examine himself. Under such conditions, and given that Wells himself is a very talented person, his acting skills were honed to a level that is at least acceptable for commercial films. The one who had more problems was Julie. As a new actress, she often made small mistakes. Kevin was often angry with her during this period. Fortunately, with Kevin's teaching day and night, half a month later, Julie finally reached the passing line under his guidance. And that is enough. During this time, everyone on the crew became aware of the special relationship between Kevin and Julie. But Kevin is not married and is still a single director, so sleeping with actresses is a very normal thing for him. Several female supporting characters also secretly tried to climb into Kevin's bed at night, but Julie guarded it tightly. Everyone else pretended not to see it, and no one had the idea of challenging Kevin's authority. As a crew formed by CAA, with several of Kevin's own people occupying key positions and Kevin's successful qualifications, all of this gives Kevin supreme power in this crew. After Jolie's acting skills were eliminated, other issues were no longer a problem and filming proceeded at a high speed. In 2 months, everything went as Kevin planned and the shooting plan was successfully completed. Of course, Kevin did not overspend at all on the $3 million expenditure and did not have any surplus. As usual, a wrap party was booked at a hotel near Hollywood. There was a lot of remaining funds, a full $80,000, which Kevin invested all into this party. It was the end of February and the beginning of March, and a hotel near Hollywood hosted the party. With the intention of making friends with Kevin, Wells also did not miss the party while other people at the party were partying. Only Will Smith was slowly wandering beside Kevin. "Director Kevin, aren't you going to the party?" "I'm not a party person, but most people are, and I don't mind doing good things." Throwing a party can improve Kevin's reputation among some young actors and behind-the-scenes staff, which is a good habit that goes with the flow. "Smith, how come you, a famous singer, suddenly want to cross over into Hollywood?" Kevin asked curiously. "Upper limit. The status between a singer and a movie actor is completely different. I prefer myself as an actor." Wells spoke openly about his ambitions. This is the difference in character caused by the culture of the Wuxia and Americans. Wuxia people are used to being introverted, while Americans like to be extroverted. "Come on, Shirsi. I see the qualities of an excellent movie actor in you. I believe you will become an excellent movie actor in the future. If you meet the right film, it's not impossible to become an Oscar winner." Kevin said this in a tone that seemed both teasing and sincere. Wells also laughed and said, "I also believe in director Kevin's vision. I feel the same way." "Well, you are so shameless." Kevin joked. In his previous life, there were also rumors that Wells was playing tricks behind the scenes. However, in Daoxuan's opinion, judging from the way Wells trained his son, this might not be true. Therefore, Kevin still has some good feelings towards Wells. "Yeah, I think so too." After this chat, the relationship between the two of them has taken a step further and they have become friends. Up to this point, Kevin had met future big stars such as Robert Downey, Nicolas Cage, Will Smith, and Jolie. If they can all become big stars according to the route Kevin remembers, Kevin will have laid the foundation for his connections in Hollywood. Of course, this is far from enough. However, it has been less than a year since Kevin debuted, so he still has plenty of time to develop. After the party, Kevin and Julie trained hard in their villa for a few days. After completely releasing the stress, he came to New Line Cinema with all the information. Chapter 29. It was still the editor Kevin was familiar with. As soon as they met, there was no need to say much and they quickly started the editing process. After 10 consecutive days of crazy editing in the editing room, we finally produced the rough cut of the movie that Kevin needed. What needs to be done next is a series of complicated tasks such as post-production audio correction, music selection, and post-production dubbing of actors. There is a public music pool in Hollywood. Similarly, major film companies also have their own music copyrights and music talent reserves. With Warner Brothers' generous gift, or the price being low to begin with, so there was no need to charge for it, Kevin decisively chose some music with the flavor of the original and added it in, ultimately turning the rough cut into the final version. The next thing to do, of course, is to watch the movie. On March 20th, 1992, the internal screening of Get Out was officially held. Outside New Line Cinema, Jeff Robinoff, president of Warner Brothers, arrived on time in his own Bentley luxury car. Accompanying him were 2 Warner Brothers internal film viewers who were responsible for film ratings. It is particularly noteworthy that one of these 2 viewers was black. From this we can see that Kevin's idea of attracting black people into the cinema, which he mentioned last time, impressed Jeff Robinoff. Therefore, this time a black film examiner was specially brought in to be responsible for the specific rating of Get Out. Kevin. Jeff Robinoff greeted Kevin very enthusiastically. A successful director is a hot and precious resource in Hollywood. No one wants to offend them unless it is absolutely necessary, because offending them means missing out on a treasure trove. For Jeff Robinoff to become the president, being good at dealing with people is a must. Kevin also responded with a smile. The president of Warner Brothers has a very high status in the circle. Generally speaking, a director like Jeff Robinoff would not be so friendly to him, unless he needed himself badly. It seems that things are not so harmonious inside Warner Brothers, Kevin thought silently, but in his memory, Jeff Robinoff had been the president for more than 10 years. It seemed that even without his support, Jeff Robinoff still had other means. Jeff Robinoff is very enthusiastic, so Kevin will naturally not respond coldly. Both parties happily came to the screening room inside New Line Cinema. 7 or 8 people, including Kevin, were admiring the finished product of Get Out together. Without further ado, the movie started playing as soon as everyone gathered. The logos of Warner Brothers, New Line Cinema, and Dawn Films appeared one after another on the huge screen, followed by the names of the director, actors, and behind-the-scenes staff flashing across the screen. Then the screen went black and the movie officially began. The game starts with a short plot in which a black man is invited by phone to a road with a weird atmosphere. The black man keeps complaining about the weird environment and keep looking for the destination. Then, a white car suddenly drove out and surrounded the black people, singing a song called Rabbit Run, which was weird but also a light-hearted folk song. The atmosphere was rendered extremely weird. Several other people were immediately drawn into the movie based on this plot. Then, an unidentified person suddenly came out of the white car, knocked the black man unconscious, and dragged him into the trunk of the car. Then, night turned into day, and a black and white couple appeared in front of everyone. The black guy was cleaning himself. His thin but strong muscles showed that he was very strong, and he looked a perfect match with his beautiful girlfriend. Seeing this, Shay and Jeff Robinoff felt a little awkward. The history of this country is a history of confrontation between blacks and whites. So far, although the status of blacks has improved a lot, the discrimination of whites against blacks is still hidden silently in their hearts. The couple consisting of a black man and a white woman made them feel a little uncomfortable. This feeling can be compared to the feeling of Huxiao women marrying black men, who do not know how to love themselves and do not care about anything else. As the film progressed, Shay and Jeff Robinoff realized that things were different from what they had imagined. The white woman seeks a strong black man in order to sell his body to the people in the town. He is nothing more than a commodity, just like the black slaves back then. The movie soon came to an end, with the black protagonist slaughtering the white people who regarded him as a slave commodity. It was all so satisfying. But if that's all, although it's a good work, it seems a lot weaker than Kevin's previous Saw. Jeff Robinoff was about to ask a question when he saw the black film viewer he brought with him suddenly shouted, "Kill those damn white people. They treat us black people so unfairly." After shouting out these words in ecstasy, the black audience member came to his senses and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The shout just now was definitely inappropriate. Jeff Robinoff discovered something different and asked directly, "Jennifer, what do you think of this movie?" Jennifer suddenly perked up and resumed his professional attitude. "From my perspective, and from my race's perspective, this is the best work I've ever seen since I was born." Jeff Robinoff frowned. "Is it such a high evaluation?" Jennifer nodded and said seriously, "Yes, that's what I think, and any black person who sees this movie will think the same. If I had to give it a rating, I would definitely give it the top rating, an S-level perfect thriller." Kevin smiled aside. The biggest base of this movie is actually black people, and all the exciting points are targeted at the black group. If movies are rated using SABCD, most people would only give an A or B rating after watching this movie. But for black people, this film will only get the highest level S rating. The film perfectly shows the oppression of black people by white people, and in the end the black man kills everyone and eliminates the dead white people who coveted his body. To put it simply, this is the ultimate thrilling movie for the black community. Jeff Robinoff also had a smile on his face, but it seemed that it was not obvious enough when there was only one black person, so he needed to hold another film viewing party. Invite some black people to watch this movie and get more detailed data support to arrange the specific number of big screens. Chapter 30. There is also the issue of scheduling. However, the reactions of black viewers gave them a basic impression that this film had the potential to be a big hit. As a movie with an investment of $3 million, it can make a profit as long as the box office reaches $10 million. Of course, if the cost of publicity and marketing is taken into account, the maximum box office of 20 million will not be a loss. Subsequent DVD and other licensing channels can also make money. And judging from the quality of the film they have experienced themselves, as long as this movie gets a good release date and a good number of big screens, it will 100% not lose money. Jeff Robinoff came to Kevin with a smile. Congratulations, you have successfully produced another excellent work. Shay also came over and said, Director Kevin, the total box office of Saw has been announced. I'd like to take this opportunity to settle the bill for you today. The quality of Kevin's new movie has been recognized in their internal review. In this case, Kevin, who can continuously produce high-quality movies, naturally has a different status in their eyes. Normally, if the box office share of a movie can be settled within a year after the movie is taken off the screen, it means that the film company has no intention of cheating them. As for Kevin, just 3 months after the film was released, New Line Cinema took the initiative to give him a share of the box office revenue. It has to be said that this represents how much New Line Cinema values him. It also represents New Line Cinema's emphasis on working with him. Faced with New Line's kindness, Kevin naturally would not refuse. It has been 3 months since the film was released in North America, which also means that the global box office has come out. The total global box office result of Saw is $166 million. A 5% share of the box office revenue means around $8 million, which is also a considerable amount of money. Of course, this amount is far from enough for New Line Cinema to turn against him. With Kevin's ability, continuing the cooperation will only help them earn countless millions. Therefore, not only was there no manipulation, but the money was also deposited quickly enough. Otherwise, if the amount is retained for 1 or 2 years, a lot of interest will also be charged. After receiving the share of the money from New Line Cinema, Kevin was still very busy in the following days. At Kevin's insistence, the film was released on May Day. After investigation, it was found that there were no blockbuster movies released at this time. Or maybe there are, but they are all coming to an end, and theaters are gradually reducing the number of screenings they schedule. There are less than 2,000 movie theaters in North America and more than 20,000 large screens. When Saw was first released, it was directly qualified to be shown in 800 cinemas, which is actually a very large scale. The subsequent screening schedule was adjusted by the cinema based on Saw. The reason why it was able to achieve such a large release scale was naturally because all the major investment films and sequels had already been released at that time. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey in Saw will become the king. Of course, this is inseparable from New Line Cinema's channels in North America. Not every film company can release a film in so many theaters at the same time. Having such channels means that the company is at least medium to large in size in Hollywood. As for the Big Five in Hollywood, the biggest difference between them and other film companies is actually in overseas distribution. Of course, their own theaters are also their advantage. The Big Five have complete distribution capabilities overseas. If a movie is a big hit in North America and wants to make profits overseas, it must cooperate with them. Otherwise, you can only earn as much money as in North America. This is why the Five Major are called the Five Major. A preview of Get Out will be held in 3 days. Harvey Weinstein's face turned dark when he received the news. He still remembered clearly what happened at the Beverly Hills party. Steve Kevin was the first person to make him so unhappy since he founded Miramax. He rubbed his chin, stood on the company's tall building, and looked out through the glass. Harvey Weinstein was thinking about putting some obstacles in the way of Steve Kevin. At least he shouldn't be so proud. There is no one who dares to reject Harvey Weinstein without paying any price. But for the specific details, we still have to wait until the preview and then find out the specific issues based on his movie. Harvey Weinstein was very reassured about this as he knew quite a few film critics. 3 days later, at Warner Brothers headquarters, some middle-aged white people, who were dressed very formally and looked like elites, walked into the building one after another. These people are well-known film critics with a certain reputation throughout the United States, and each of them has a certain influence on movie fans' choice of movies. There are as many as 40 or 50 film critics, and the total public relations costs are over $1 million. This investment is enough to show Warner Brothers confidence in Get Out. Of course, the publicity and promotion costs are also shared by Kevin and New Line Cinema. In addition to film critics, reporters from some media were also invited. The normal process of movie screenings is generally a preview, which is an internal film screening, used to make a preliminary quality assessment of the movie. If the quality of the film is good enough, the second screening will be a preview, during which professionals who can help promote the film are invited. After the preview, a good reputation was initially established for the film. Then comes the premiere and official screening. Kevin's participation was not required for the preview, and when the critics participated in the preview of the film, they received $8 million and $200 million in box office revenue from New Line Cinema. Kevin arrived at the headquarters of a comic book publisher. When Marvel's boss Perelman heard that a famous director came to ask for a meeting, he agreed out of curiosity. Inside the boss office of Marvel Comics, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a standard suit, and smoking a cigar, Kevin's first impression was that the man in front of him was a very successful, wealthy man. In fact, it is. Ronald Perelman, who has a net worth of over $1 billion, will be ranked 83rd on the Hurun Global Top 100 Entrepreneurs list with a fortune of 100 billion yuan on April 6, 2020. There is no doubt that wealthy people of his level are not always in one industry. He acquired Marvel Comics 2 years ago. After 2 years of operation, he finally successfully listed Marvel Comics. Chapter 31. The more than 70% stake he acquired for nearly $90 million undoubtedly brought him several times the profit. He is very optimistic about Marvel and is ambitiously seeking better development for Marvel. The sudden arrival of a well-known director gave him a little more inspiration. "Hello, my name is Steve Kevin." Ronald Perelman nodded with a slightly arrogant smile, which was the confidence and courage that wealth brought him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to buy a portion of Marvel Comics." Ronald Perelman was a little stunned and laughed a little. "For things like shares, you can go directly to the stock exchange to buy them. Why are you coming here to find me?" Kevin smiled softly. "I'm sorry. I was presumptuous." After that, Kevin left. Ronald Perelman was completely confused and had no idea why Kevin's sudden action was happening. But the director and Marvel. Ronald Perelman came up with the idea for a Marvel movie. After leaving Marvel Comics, Kevin recalled the spies he had just placed in Marvel Comics. He found an ordinary employee and paid her an extra $2,000 a month to convey Marvel news to him on time. Marvel went bankrupt in 1996, but its performance began to decline with the development of the internet and television media in 1993. Kevin, who had an appetite to swallow Marvel in one gulp, was just setting up a game in advance. However, with the new understanding, Kevin also began to get anxious. After Marvel Entertainment went public under Ronald Perelman's operation, its value was at least around $500 million, which was considered a behemoth. Even if he goes bankrupt, he can't get involved without $200 or $300 million. Of course, there is nothing wrong with some copyright IP, but this is not what Kevin wants. What he wants is the Marvel Universe worth tens of billions in the future, not a single IP. This is the biggest piece of cake Kevin knows of. There is a saying that Kevin has always kept in mind: don't make money beyond your own knowledge. Kevin can't beat others in finance. As for Bitcoin, it is nothing more than a game of pass the parcel among the rich. If the banker who created Bitcoin cannot obtain the maximum profit, Bitcoin can be destroyed in minutes and become worthless. Kevin doesn't even want to touch these things. And stocks are also a game for the rich. Those who do not have sufficient network resources and participate in the stock game will mostly become leaks harvested by the market makers. Kevin, who had suffered huge losses in stock trading in his previous life, had no interest in stock trading at all, unless he is the banker himself. In the field of movies, the biggest cake Kevin knows is Marvel. No one knows the power of Marvel IP better than him. He has mastered Marvel's successful route, and as long as he gets Marvel, everything can be perfectly replicated. In the Warner Brothers Theater, Get Out has finished screening, and judging by the expressions of the critics, as a commercial film, Get Out is already above the passing line. At least these middle-aged white people did not feel too uncomfortable because of the black male protagonist. Instead, they were drawn into the plot, following the protagonist in discovering the horror hidden in the Death Town, and finally escaping from the Death Town. The next day, countless newspapers published numerous praising film reviews. Get Out is a rare, low-budget masterpiece. Director Steve Kevin continues his unique and thought-provoking style. If Saw makes people cherish life, then Get Out thoroughly reflects the arrogance of white Americans and the discrimination hidden in their hearts. He has God's thoughts in his head. This is exactly who Steve Kevin is. In my opinion, Get Out is definitely not just a commercial film. It contains director Kevin's reflection on the unfair fate of black people in this land. Great. This is a must-see movie for black people. White people can choose not to watch it, but if black people don't watch it, then I can say that you have betrayed your race and are speaking for black people. Black people will definitely support you. Come on, director Kevin. A thriller mixed with black humor and horror plots. The plot hints at the unconscious discrimination of white people against black people. Isn't it a kind of prejudice to think that black people should be physically strong? In Kevin's villa, Julie lay happily beside Kevin and read the film reviews in the newspaper to him. As the heroine, Julie couldn't help but smile as she talked about the good reviews in the newspaper. The movie has received a lot of positive reviews, which means that the box office will not be too bad, and as the heroine, she can be said to have her own masterpiece. Don't think this seems easy. In fact, most Hollywood actors will never cross this threshold in their lifetime. There are only dozens or hundreds of movies released every year, and very few of these movies make money. Having a representative work means that an actor has truly taken root in Hollywood. Thanks to this role, Jolie may even be able to make a living as an actress for the rest of her life. Looking at Julie's expression, Kevin deliberately said, "You only see good reviews. Did you know that Warner Brothers, New Line Cinema, and I spent $1 million on PR for them? These are just part of the marketing of the movie." Julie was dumbfounded. It was from Kevin's words that she truly understood what Hollywood was. Everything was just a transaction of money. Of course, this is only useful if the film is of a certain quality. If the film is too bad, the best they can do is keep silent for the sake of their own reputation. Julie immediately rolled her eyes at him. After all this time, Hollywood should at least follow some basic rules. But true. After all, the audience is not stupid. They still have their own appreciation ability. It is hard to praise a bad movie as a good movie. It will only damage your reputation. Chapter 32. The only time they use their fame is to help a studio hype up a movie. That's when the money is enough. With the hype in the newspapers, Escape from Death Town suddenly became very popular. Thanks to the advanced publicity, the public already has a basic understanding of Get Out, which is a thriller with a black male protagonist. Filmed by talented new director Steve Kevin. With so many film critics praising Get Out at the same time, it indeed aroused the interest of many people. Some fans who are already fond of thrillers have told the media that they want to see director Kevin's latest masterpiece. Along with these calls, time quickly came to April 29th, 2 days before the public trial of the 4 police officers who beat Rodney King. The premiere of Get Out has begun. The first movie screening was held at Warner Brothers Theater in Los Angeles. This is a relatively large cinema, with the capacity to show more than 30 movies at the same time. As this was his first film as the lead actor, Wellesley worked very hard to promote the film, not only mobilizing his relatives and friends. They even put a lot of thought into it, and called in many of their friends in the rap world, using their power to invite those gang members or some of their fans to watch the movie. The cinema, which can accommodate thousands of people, was already packed with people. Dean couldn't help but shudder as he looked at the scene outside. He looked at Kevin nervously and said, "With so many black people, nothing unexpected will happen, right?" 9 out of 10 black rappers of this era were gang-related, and the majority of their audiences were also black. In this era, black people are the representatives of restlessness and the symbol of violence. The reason why the United States has never restricted people from owning guns is more or less related to the many domestic contradictions. Kevin had a smile on his face, but he was a little nervous in his heart. What he learned about black people from the news in his previous life was not a big deal. $0 purchase and violence are their symbols. If trouble really breaks out, no one present can escape. Thinking of this, Kevin quickly moved closer to Wills and whispered, "Nothing will go wrong, will it? Don't worry. These are my relatives and friends. They won't make trouble at the premiere of the movie I'm starring in." Wells said confidently. At this point, Kevin couldn't do anything else, let alone call the police to maintain order. Given the relationship between the police and black people, there will always be trouble. At this critical moment, Warner Brothers had sufficient experience in this kind of thing and urgently borrowed some black security guards from other theaters in Los Angeles to come here to maintain order. As black people, the fans of Wells who were present at the scene did not feel offended at all, and order was gradually restored. The premiere ceremony was held immediately afterwards. Kevin, Will Smith, Julie, and Dean suddenly appeared on the stage of the cinema. As the leading actor and also the most famous singer, Wells Fargo took the lead in promoting the film vigorously at the premiere. "Dear friends, welcome to the premiere of my first movie in which I play the leading role. I feel extremely honored to be here, and I am very grateful for your support." Wells said on the stage with great enthusiasm. Judging from the support that Warner Brothers has given to Get Out, it is definitely an excellent work and will be extremely beneficial to his development in the film industry. There is an atmosphere of superstition in Hollywood. A small actor who achieves success one after another may even have more opportunities than a superstar who fails one after another. If he succeeded in the first step, Wells would be able to get better opportunities in the future. Moreover, black faces were extremely rare in Hollywood at that time, which meant that black people actually had a lot of opportunities. After Wells' speech, several well-known black singers he invited also spoke some words of support to the Huxia people on the spot, and then the movie began to show. For gang members, movies have never been their first choice of entertainment. White people always occupy the mainstream in movies, and black people have no sense of involvement in the characters played by white people. Therefore, in the past, the share of black people's contribution to the movie box office has always been very small. Film companies also rarely add storylines that are popular among black people into their films. The black people sat quietly in the viewing platform, which was rare. Thanks to Wells's relationship, these people were emphasized before coming to help their brothers warm up the audience. Therefore, they all forcibly suppressed their nature, watching the movie quietly. However, at the beginning of the movie, the relationship between the black man and the white woman instantly aroused the excitement of these black people. The cinema suddenly became somewhat lively. Hey, brother, look, Smith is awesome. He actually got a white girlfriend. Hey, my wife is also white, didn't I tell you? Damn gem. Kevin, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but smile when he heard the reactions of these black people. The psychology of black Americans is very strange. They verbally look down on white people, but if black men achieve a certain level of success, their first choice is often white women. This may be the special emotion of slaves becoming masters. Therefore, when the black audience saw the setting in the plot, they immediately became excited. The plot continues to develop. As Ruth's first boyfriend of color, Chris couldn't help but get nervous about meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but his girlfriend Ruth told him not to worry. She said that the town where her parents lived did not discriminate against black people, and her parents both liked black people very much. This eased Chris's tension a little. So Chris and Ruth set out on the journey home. On the way, Ruth, who was driving, accidentally hit and killed a deer that came out of the death town. Chris couldn't turn a blind eye to a hit and run because of his childhood experiences. Get out of the car and check what's going on. A police car drove up and a white policeman got out and first asked Chris where he was going and where he came from. Then they asked to check their ID. Unlike in Daxiao, when American police check a person's identity information, it means that the police regard that person as a criminal. In this situation, the police have the right to use their guns at any time. Every year in the United States, countless black people die because of resisting inspections. Chapter 33. This scene immediately resonated with the audience. K the police. He didn't do anything. Why are you investigating him? Kill him. He shouldn't be able to live. Obscene words were uttered frequently, but the people watching the movie in front of the stage were not only not scared, but very happy. A movie that can resonate with the audience cannot be bad in any way. The audience's foul language is the best endorsement of the film. The female driver then got out of the car and stopped the police from targeting her boyfriend. This scene immediately won the favor of all the audience. Ruth is so perfect, I wish I had a girlfriend like her. Yeah, compared to those Ruth is so nice and pretty. Julie's good looks have helped Ruth gain a lot of popularity. The male protagonist's love for Ruth almost overflowed from the screen during this protection, making the audience in front of the screen eat a lot of dog food. At this time, no one remembered that this was a thriller promoted as a thriller. The car continued driving and arrived in the small town. After meeting Ruth's parents, Chris finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her parents did not discriminate against him. Instead, they were very enthusiastic towards him, even beyond common sense. Ruth's father enthusiastically took Chris to visit their family's development history and the playground in the backyard. However, the black nanny with a weird smile and the black gardener with a stiff expression made Chris feel that something was wrong. Then it was time for dinner, and Chris chatted with Ruth and her family. Ruth's mother tapped the glass, making a noise. Suddenly, Chris felt craving for a cigarette and puffed his hands habitually, imitating the action of flicking ash. Ruth's father suddenly said that smoking is not a good habit, and his wife is an excellent hypnotist. If she can use hypnosis to treat her, she will be able to completely solve the problem of smoking addiction. Chris declined. The black nanny and black gardener in front of him made him feel that something was wrong. Faced with this sudden kindness, Chris instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just at this moment, the black nanny brought the food and smiled at Chris. A normal smile can make people feel good and happy, but the black nanny's smile only made the audience feel a sense of horror. It was not a smile that a normal person should have. Night. Chris lay in bed thinking about everything that happened during the day. The strange feeling made him toss and turn, and he couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he got up, lit a cigarette, went to the door, lit it, and started smoking. The strange black gardener in the daytime suddenly ran towards him from a distance. Before Chris could react, the black gardener turned around and left quickly. Chris shook his head in surprise and was about to go into the house when he saw a maid who looked even weirder than the gardener. She suddenly appeared at the window and smiled at him. That smile was very strange, not like that of a living person. This kind of fear caused by environmental contrast and psychological suggestion is more terrifying than the bloodshed and massacre that is popular in North America now. The audience, who had never been exposed to this kind of horror film with an oriental psychological suggestion, were all frightened. Then, in order to hide the fact that they were frightened, they started to curse in various ways. However, the fake in the theater did not affect the progress of the movie. After these two waves, Chris suddenly felt that this town was very strange. He made up his mind to go into the room and not come out. But as soon as he entered the house, his girlfriend's mother suddenly appeared and called him. This strange woman told Chris that her hypnosis technique was a special ability guided by a certain focus. After the explanation, the woman asked Chris directly about his mother. Chris didn't want to answer this question, but he saw the woman just tapping the glass in her hand lightly, just like she did at the dinner table. Chris was then hypnotized and took the initiative to talk about his mother. "Oh my God, what does she want to do? Is my goddess Ruth one of them? I knew they were not good people. Get Out is a thriller." This scene in the movie immediately sparked discussion among the audience. On the screen, Chris felt as if he had fallen into a black hole and was unable to move. Then the scene changed and the sky brightened. Chris found himself lying in bed safe and sound. Suddenly, he began to question everything that happened yesterday. He wondered if nothing happened yesterday and it was just his own illusion. With some confusion, Chris got up. Ruth's family held a party to welcome Chris. The residents of the town drove to Ruth's home one after another. They warmly hugged the black gardener, which made Chris feel the beauty of this town. They had no discrimination against black people. The only strange thing is that all the people attending this party are elderly people. They all praised Chris's strength and looked at Chris with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and greed, and some even touched Chris's body. All of this made Chris feel a secret hidden deep in the town. Ruth took Chris to introduce these elderly people one by one. These elderly people were more enthusiastic than Chris had imagined. In their words, it seemed that black people had a superior status. All this made Chris even more uneasy. In the outside world, everything in this small town was impossible. Finally, the uneasy Chris saw a black fellow at the party. He went up to him and greeted him enthusiastically, but received a cold response. His behavior was totally unlike that of a young and strong black man. More like old people at a party. Just then, the black man's wife came over. She was an old white woman who looked several decades older than the black man. Chris stretched out his fist and wanted to bump it with his compatriot, which is the way black people greet each other. But the black fellow stretched out his hand and shook hands with him, which made Chris feel confused. Apart from the skin color, the fellow man in front of him is completely white. Later, he found that his camera, which was charging, had been unplugged. Chris knew that it was the black nanny who did it. After talking to Ruth, Ruth left for a while. After a while, the black nanny came over and apologized. The strange thing was that the black nanny had a smile on her face, but tears were flowing at the same time. This scene was so weird that Chris felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to go downstairs to get some fresh air. But he saw his black compatriots talking loudly with white people. Chris took out his charged camera and prepared to take a picture of this scene. The flash lighted up, making Chris somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 34. Taking secret photos is a very impolite behavior. However, what Chris did not expect was that after being illuminated by the flash of his camera, his black compatriots suddenly rushed towards him like crazy. He even shouted, "Get out and leave this town." Soon, other people nearby pulled the black man away. Ruth's father came over and explained to Chris that the black man had epilepsy and the flashing lights triggered his seizure. But Chris knew that it couldn't be epilepsy. This town is not normal. Chris found his girlfriend and told her what he was thinking. However, Ruth believed her father abnormally and denied Chris's idea. As the plot of the movie developed to this point, everyone present was attracted by the plot described in the movie, and people were eager to know what had happened in this small town. A black man who behaves like a white person, a black nanny who laughs and cries at the same time, and Mother Ruth who can hypnotize. Inside the cinema, the originally noisy black people were now attracted by the plot and dared not even breathe loudly. This scene is so rare to see. Occasionally, a black person who made some noise would be glared at by his friends, who would lower the noise. Chris, whose idea was denied by Ruth, no longer wanted to stay in this town. This town gave him a too weird feeling and made him very uneasy. Chris told Ruth directly that he wanted to leave. Although Ruth was not happy, she reluctantly agreed. Seeing Ruth agreed, Chris finally smiled happily. The scene changes, and the secrets of this small town are gradually revealed in Ruth's yard. Ruth's father was holding a silent auction, and the item being auctioned was Chris's photo. But all the audience could tell from the blank space in the picture that what they were auctioning was Chris himself. Chris returned to Ruth's house, picked up the phone, and called his friend who was a policeman. He described the appearance of his black compatriots to his friends and told his friends about the strange things that happened. And Chris's friend, based on Chris's description, quickly found the identity of the person who fit the description. It was a black man who had been missing for several months. Run, Chris. Some viewers couldn't help but shout out that the black male protagonist gave them an unprecedented sense of involvement. At this moment, Chris was in danger, just like they were in danger. When Chris heard the news, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. This feeling of fear made him impatiently call his girlfriend and prepare to escape from here. Fool, can't you see that Ruth is in cahoots with them? The audience has been completely drawn into the story and are worried about Chris, who doesn't know the truth yet. After packing their luggage, Chris walked out with his girlfriend. When I went downstairs, I found that my girlfriend's family were all guarding the door, with scary expressions on their faces. Chris was about to resist, but Ruth's mother once again used her terrible hypnosis. She just tapped the cup lightly, and Chris lost all consciousness. Of course, when Chris woke up again, he was tied to a chair with only a TV in front of him. An old white man suddenly appeared on TV and revealed the truth of all this to Chris. It turns out that the people in this small town, in pursuit of immortality, made a wish to the devil and obtained a special ability. Through a special operation, they were able to implant the brains of white people into the bodies of strong black people, thereby obtaining the remaining life of the black people. However, this operation is not absolutely perfect. The black man has occupied the body, but in order to ensure better activity of the body, a trace of the black man's consciousness must be retained. This consciousness will only appear briefly after being stimulated by light. This operation has been going on in this town for a long time. The black people who appear in the town actually have the consciousness of white people, and Ruth is the witch in charge of luring black people into this town. K the white people. That's how they keep bullying us black people. The audience started discussing again. There has never been a movie like this that could touch their hearts so much. Never. The emotions of black audiences have been completely stirred by the movie. Chris was filled with resentment, and he used his hands so hard that he accidentally scratched the surface of the chair, revealing the cotton filling inside. Looking at Cotton, Chris smiled as if he had met a savior. The scene changed, and suddenly the sound of Ruth's mother knocking on a glass was heard on TV. Obviously, she was going to hypnotize Chris again and then perform a brain transplant operation. Chris also fell into a coma like before. The audience was immediately worried, fearing that Chris would be replaced by someone else. At the same time, Ruth's brother came into the room, untied Chris, and prepared to take him to the operating room. Just as he turned his back, Chris suddenly woke up from his coma, picked up a stool, and smashed it directly on the head of Ruth's brother. Ruth's brother was knocked down and was struggling to get up on the ground, but was hit hard again by Chris and completely lost consciousness. Well done, Chris. That's it. Kill these damn white people who want to replace your head. The emotions that had been suppressed for nearly an hour were partially released at this moment, and the black people shouted to express their emotions. Then, Chris took out the cotton from his ears, which explained why Chris was not hypnotized before. Chris, who was treated like this, now had a determined look on his face and wanted revenge. Not only for yourself, but also for your compatriots. Picking up the sharp deer antlers from the room, Chris carefully groped around the house, found Ruth's parents, and used the deer antlers to kill them both. Blood splattered and sprayed on Chris's face, causing the audience to cheer again. They were delighted. At this time, Ruth was still listening to songs in the room downstairs, completely unaware that she had become an orphan. Chris ran out of the room, found a car, and drove straight outside, but accidentally hit the black nanny. Because of his childhood experience, he was unable to flee the scene of the accident, so he chose to move the unconscious nanny into the car. This delay, coupled with the noise, finally alarmed Ruth. Ruth, who noticed everything, picked up a gun and chased after him, but Chris had already driven away. However, Chris, who was driving at the time, did not expect that the black nanny in the car was actually a white person who had successfully undergone a brain transplant, and her identity was Ruth's grandmother. Chapter 35. The black nanny woke up and wanted to avenge her family, so she fought with Chris in the car. The vehicle lost control and crashed into a big tree on the roadside. A car accident happened, the black nanny died, but Chris survived. Chris abandoned the car and ran away, and Ruth chased him with a gun. Beside her, the black gardener, who was Ruth's grandfather, came here as a helper. The black gardener rushed over and wrestled with Chris. Ruth on the side was looking for an opportunity and ready to shoot. At this critical moment, thinking of the reaction of his black compatriots to the flash, Chris picked up the camera on his body and took a picture of the black gardener. The light stimulated a brief revival of the black gardener's original consciousness. The black gardener stood up, approached Ruth in a harmless manner, snatched the gun, and shot Ruth first. The powerful force knocked Ruth to the ground, leaving her dying. This scene not only did not scare the audience, but made them feel refreshed. This is revenge. The audience immediately cheered, venting their emotions for this refreshing scene. Just as the fans were cheering, the black gardener looked determined, pointed the gun at himself, and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the black gardener committed suicide on the spot. The audience was suddenly in an uproar. However, Kevin, as a director, did not hide anything and almost made it clear at the beginning that the consciousness of black people coexists in the same body with that of white people. Therefore, the black audience was stunned at first, and then their small heads like melon seeds connected with the previous plot and reacted. The black gardener committed suicide because he didn't want his body to continue being used by white people. He did not want to be a slave to the white man. Hero. He is the hero of us black people. Black people will never be slaves. Black people will never be slaves. Black people will never be slaves. Slogans instantly rang out in unison from the cinema. The meaning of the scene of Get Out was actually not complicated. Or it could be said that with the IQ of black people, it is not suitable to make these things too complicated. That would only hurt yourself. Movies like this, which are almost explicit and can be understood by just watching the entire movie and using your brain a little, are the most suitable movies for black people to watch. At the same time, the slavery experience that black people are most sensitive to is added to make them empathize. This is a standard politically correct black movie. Kevin knows very well how harsh political correctness will be in the future, so it is a very good choice to attach such an equal rights label to himself in advance. The movie continued. Chris came to Ruth's side, with a hint of sadness on his face. In any case, he loved Ruth. Collapsing on the ground, a trace of viciousness appeared on Ruth's face. She turned over and reached out for the gun next to the black gardener. Her hand just touched the gun. Chris gently pulled it out and put it aside. Until this moment, all the viciousness on Ruth's face disappeared and turned into a gentle smile. It was as if the person who had wanted to kill Chris before was not her. Chris looked at her tenderly, ready to see her off on her final journey. He had never thought of hurting Ruth. Even when he was being chased by Ruth, he only wanted to escape. The alarm sounded, and a police car suddenly drove towards the two of them. The gentle expression on Ruth's face changed again. Like a poisonous snake, it was ready to give Chris a fatal blow at the last moment. Ruth used up her last bit of strength and shouted for help at the police car. She knew very well that in such an era, a policeman was facing a white woman like her and shouting for help. What does it mean to have a black person standing in front of you? Being shot is the best ending for Chris. B***ch. She's a B***ch. That's so cheap. Chris, no. The black people, who felt the same way as the police were discriminating, couldn't help but start shouting and cursing. Everyone knew that at this moment, Chris was in a life-and-death crisis that was even more difficult than before. Those damn white policemen won't listen to his explanation. Looking at the scene before him, there was only one possible outcome for Chris, which was to be shot by the police. A police car pulled up in front and its doors opened. There was a smug smile on Ruth's face. Her conspiracy was about to succeed. Chris's face looked extremely ugly. Just then, a black man poked his head out of the police car. It was the police friend that Chris called at the beginning. Chris greeted his friends with a relaxed look and didn't even look at Ruth. And Ruth took her last breath unwillingly. Chris took his friend's car and slowly drove away from the town. Oh ho ho. Smith, you are amazing. This is such a great movie. Chris. Among the crowd, some people shouted Will Smith's real name, while others shouted the name of the movie's leading actor. But without exception, they all praised Will Smith. As a director, Kevin also keeps a low profile behind the scenes. He doesn't need to be famous in front of people. What the director needs more is recognition from the industry. If he has a reputation in the industry, he will definitely have the right to speak with investors and crews. As the premiere unfolds, Get Out is officially scheduled to be released on May 1st. As Kevin's second film, with investment from two powerful film companies in the industry and proper publicity, Get Out was released in 1,000 cinemas. As for the big screen, it earned 4,000 pieces, nearly accounting for 1/5 of the North American film market share during this May Day period. If nothing unexpected happens, Kevin's Get Out is destined to be the king of this May Day period. The reputation of Get Out at the premiere quickly grew over the past 2 days, fueled by the media. At the same time, Harvey Weinstein also bribed film critics and began to throw mud at Get Out. However, this level of hatred is not enough to make Harvey Weinstein pay a huge price. Tens of thousands of dollars to have someone attack Kevin is already the limit. As for directly attacking and escaping from the death town, even Harvey Weinstein doesn't have the courage to do so. New Line Cinema is fine, but Warner Brothers is not someone he can afford to offend. The Big Five are on a completely different level from these film companies. This is also the reason why Kevin was willing to give up his interests and share the investment profits with them. Chapter 36. There are always some people who think they can have the best time in Hollywood, but the end result is often that they run into the Big Five, are taught a lesson by Hollywood's rules, and simply quit the industry. Kevin, who is well versed in the rules of the entertainment industry, has taken the path of win-win cooperation from the very beginning. From CAA to New Line Cinema, and then from New Line Cinema to directly cooperate with Warner Brothers, and obtained a 30% share of the investment. Don't think Kevin is giving away too much. You know, if this movie was not invested by Warner Brothers, it would be impossible for it to be released in 1,000 theaters. As for the number of 4,000 large screens and the scale of publicity, neither of these is something Kevin and other small film companies can do. Let me put it this way. If Kevin himself finds a small company to distribute the film, then even if he invests 100%, the upper limit of this film will only be 20 or 30 million. After deducting all expenses, Kevin would be lucky to earn just over 10 million. If we also take into account the high taxes and fees in the United States, it means that we are making a profit for nothing. There is no telling how many more unexpected events will occur in the meantime. How could we make money so easily as we do now? The smooth sailing along the way is somewhat related to Kevin's idea of sharing. Kevin. The sunlight shines into the bedroom of Kevin's Beverly Hills villa, and the quilt rolls up and down. Obviously, something exciting is happening inside the quilt. After a while, the two of them stopped. Angelina Jolie lay obediently beside him. On the TV in front of the bed, a high-profile public trial was about to begin. Capitalism means everything is about money. Although it is not yet the era of live broadcast, news radio stations have already had this awareness. ABC, the largest television station in the United States, successfully obtained the qualification to broadcast the Rodney King incident live through its own connections. At this time, the trial had just begun. The lawyers on both sides were attacking each other based on the law and defending their own clients. After helping Kevin clean up, Julie snuggled up to Kevin. Since yesterday's premiere, Kevin has been staring at the TV station as if something has particularly attracted his attention. It wasn't until today that Julie learned that Kevin was concerned about the Rodney King incident. Kevin, what's wrong? Is the Rodney King incident more important than the box office of Get Out? Why are you so concerned about the Rodney King incident when you don't even pay attention to your own movie? Julie finally asked her doubts. However, Kevin couldn't tell Julie directly that he knew in advance the consequences of the Rodney King incident, so he evaded the question by saying, I just don't think Rodney King deserved to be treated this way. The United States should be a country that can accommodate diversity. Julie, in the future of Hollywood, equal rights will be the mainstream. If you want to stay in Hollywood, you'd better give yourself some appropriate labels. Kevin pointed out. No one except Kevin could have imagined how terrible political correctness would become in the future. Once a Hollywood star is involved in racial discrimination, his career will be dimmed, if not destroyed. Creating an image of himself as an equal rights activist in advance is Kevin's best way to fight against future political correctness. If you can't beat them, join them. That's his idea. The trial was broadcast live on television. After the lawyers on both sides finished their arguments, and the court obtained videotape evidence proving that Rodney King had resisted the police, the following verdict was made. Stacey Kuhn, Lawrence Powell, Theodore Briceño, and Timothy Wendy, for police officers, did not commit any improper acts in the Rodney King incident. They are now declared not guilty and released on the spot. The dark-skinned people of color who were listening to the trial in the audience suddenly started to make loud noises. The scene was in chaos. At this point, Kevin no longer needs to read the following content. In fact, according to later records, the biggest cause of the Rodney King chaos was the deletion of videotapes by major broadcasting media. Through the deletions by these unscrupulous media, an incident of police enforcing the law in a just manner was exaggerated into an incident of police beating people. The masses have preconceived notions, which makes people feel that the police are wrong. However, The court received the complete videotape and therefore made the correct judgment, which made the dark-skinned people of color very dissatisfied. In addition, we are in the midst of a financial crisis, and many dark-skinned people have trouble even getting food. Just need an excuse to make a zero-yuan purchase. These factors combine to create the chaos in Los Angeles. Julie, don't go out for the next few days. I feel like something big is going to happen. Kevin, who knew all this, had already stored enough supplies in the villa, so he didn't need to go out at least for the next few days. Los Angeles is in chaos, and most of the disturbances are actually concentrated in the urban area. Beverly Hills is located in the suburbs and has a strong security force. The dark-skinned people of color are not fools. It is impossible for them to miss a store that is easy to rob and come here to cause trouble. They are guilty. They are guilty. They are guilty. A group of dark-skinned people of color carried a protest banner with the names of 4 police officers engraved on it. The police officers' names were crossed out with red paint. Holding banners, they demonstrated in the streets. The scale expanded from a few hundred people to instantly sweep across Los Angeles, and a chaos involving tens of thousands of people occurred. As the number of people increased, the dark-skinned people, who already had a high crime rate, could no longer control themselves. Banks, shops, everything. In the eyes of black people, as long as something has economic value, they will buy it away for free. Anyone who dares to resist will be beaten at best, or even lose his life at worst. Even the Los Angeles Police Department became timid in the face of a march of this scale. White House. Bush received a call for help from the governor of New York State. As the core of the United States, New York's importance naturally needs no further explanation. The chaos involving tens of thousands of people is no longer a problem that New York can handle on its own. The chaos has lasted for 2 days. If it continues, it will have a very serious impact on the United States. Of course, the most important thing is that the business of some consortiums in New York State has also been affected by this chaos. Not only were items in the stores looted, but all business in New York State came to a halt under the circumstances. This is unacceptable to the consortiums and capitalists. They used various means, first putting pressure on the governor. Then, seeing that the governor could not solve the problem, he immediately forced him to ask the president for help. Mobilize the army to suppress the civil unrest. Chapter 37. There is a riot of tens of thousands of people taking place in Los Angeles, New York at this moment. In order to prevent the riot from continuing, I, Bush, am now calling in the military to quell this rebellion. Contact the military immediately and mobilize 15,000 troops to Los Angeles. Bush said firmly. Beverly Hills. Kevin was leisurely having fun with Julie in the villa when a phone call suddenly came. It was none other than Dean from New Line Cinema. Kevin, the Los Angeles riots have affected the film schedule, and theater managers told us that since the riots began, the business of theaters in other places has also been greatly affected. The box office of Get Out is likely to be bad. It will be released tomorrow. Dean called at Shay's instruction in order to ask Kevin if there was any other way to save the situation. The 3 investors for Escape from Death Town have already mobilized a lot of publicity and other resources. The money invested is actually only the most insignificant part of it. Kevin just laughed and said, "Don't worry, Dean. This is not a bad thing. What we need to do next is to increase publicity efforts. Black people, at this point in time, are receiving unprecedented attention. If we use them well, they can contribute all the box office revenue to us. Please help me contact Mr. Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers." After that, Kevin hung up the phone and waited quietly. A moment later, Kevin answered the phone again. The caller was Jeff Robinoff, president of Warner Brothers. "Hello, Kevin. Tell me what you think." On the other end of the phone, Jeff Robinoff's tone was very gentle, and he was not at all nervous about the Los Angeles riots. "It is impossible to stop the riots. The black people have gone crazy. I guess the White House may have already sent in the troops by now." "Director Kevin, you are really well informed." "That's right. Just today, the White House has issued an order to mobilize 15,000 troops, and even used medium-sized and powerful weapons." Jeff Robinoff's tone revealed something that Kevin had difficulty knowing so quickly. He thought Kevin would be surprised, but unexpectedly Kevin was much calmer than he thought. "In that case, the movie will be shown as normal, right? At the same time, the emphasis is on publicity. This is a film about fighting discrimination and promoting equal rights." Kevin just downplayed it. "I believe that black people would be happy to see a movie that shows how they are discriminated against by white people." Jeff Robinoff and Kevin both knew that in their eyes, money was everything. It doesn't matter whether it is equal rights or not. What matters is how much benefit they can gain in the name of equal rights. Kevin doesn't really have the idea of equal rights, but he still had the idea of making a fortune in the name of equal rights. Jeff Robinoff had the same idea. Putting aside the metaphor of equal rights and anti-discrimination in Get Out, it is itself a top-notch masterpiece, a top-notch commercial thriller. Considering this situation, Kevin, do you have any intention of working towards an Oscar? Those old Oscar guys will definitely not give you the Best Director award, but you can still strive for the Best Picture or Best Screenplay award. Let's wait for the box office. Kevin just left some ambiguous words. Then the two hung up the phone. One day later, a very exaggerated scene appeared in Los Angeles. 15,000 fully armed soldiers suppressed all rebellions, and anyone who dared to wander outside at this time would be regarded as a rioter. If they did not resist, they were arrested on the spot. If they resisted, guns were used to intimidate them. Fortunately, the army was somewhat considerate and initially used training bullets, which could hurt people but not cause too serious damage. This prevented the suppression of the riot from turning into a massacre. The next day, Kevin turned on the TV directly. After a day of suppression, the Los Angeles riots were basically calmed down. CNN reporters are walking around the streets bringing the latest news to everyone. And this is not just what CNN does. This is also a request from the White House and state governments. The purpose is to let people know that the Los Angeles riots are over, so as to quickly restore normal order in Los Angeles. Kevin, seeing that everything was over, was also not idle. After consultation with New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers, the decision was made to offer free 3-day screenings of Get Out in all Warner cinemas in Los Angeles. Warner Brothers owns 3 large cinemas in Los Angeles, and about a quarter of the screens are allocated to Get Out. 3 days means hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in losses. However, in order to spread the word of mouth about Get Out and to attract more black people to the theaters as quickly as possible, Warner still agreed to this publicity request. Chapter 38. Of course, the actual losses may not be that large. The biggest source of income for cinemas is actually food. It turns out that no one doesn't like free stuff. Starting from May 2nd, you can watch movies for free, including new works by directors like Steve Kevin, who is quite famous in Hollywood. It instantly attracted countless people to participate enthusiastically. Among these people were black people and white people. What they had in common was that they were people who liked to take advantage and movie enthusiasts. In the 3 cinemas, the screenings of Get Out were occupied by crowded crowds. New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers each sent out their own investigators to survey the audience of Get Out. Ronan is an investigator at Warner Brothers who specializes in film audience and quality surveys. He has the fat body that is typical of the lower-class Americans. Of course, Ronan's weight is not that exaggerated, but he still weighs over 200 pounds. He looks like a middle-aged white fat man with a slightly funny look. However, he was not very willing to come for today's mission, but there was nothing he could do. As a good guy among the investigators, this old guy who is nearly 40 years old was finally forced to come here when other investigators were unwilling to come here. As a dead white person in the eyes of black people, Ronan was a little hesitant to approach the strong black people who walked out of the cinema in groups. In his inherent impression, black people are sometimes unreasonable. Once, he treated black people to watermelon and fried chicken, which were his 2 favorite foods, and he wanted to share them with his black friends. Unexpectedly, after his friend learned of his actions, he became furious, beat him up, and broke off all ties with him. Although he later realized that if a white person had offered them these 2 foods, it would have meant racial discrimination. But from then on, he also never wanted to make friends with black people again. No one knows when they will violate the taboos of black people and get beaten innocently. Watching the black people leave in groups, Ronan knew that if he didn't investigate, today's mission would not be completed. Restraining his inner worry about the unpredictable behavior of black people, Ronan stopped several black people who looked very happy. Of course, the main reason is that these black people do not look that strong. Ronan thought that even if he was beaten, it would be mild. Wait a moment, everyone. I'm a staff member of Warner Brothers. Our company is the producer of the movie Get Out. Would you please cooperate with me in the investigation here? Several black men looked at each other, and the strongest black man, who looked like the leader, came out. Ronan then smiled, took out a pen and paper, and asked directly, how would you rank Get Out among the movies you've watched? S is the highest, and E is the lowest. S. It has to be S. Several black people spoke enthusiastically. Although this is not the only movie with a black protagonist, it is the only commercial blockbuster with a black protagonist. They enjoyed watching it very much. The exciting part in the beginning was the white girlfriends and how they protected them. Later on, The protagonist kills the bad white people who wanted to get his body. Would you recommend this movie to your friends and relatives? Ronan asked again. Certainly. Several black people answered in unison. Ronan carefully recorded this information, and all the data would eventually be gathered to the decision-makers at Warner Brothers, who would decide whether to increase publicity for Get Out or cut losses in advance. But based on Ronald's years of experience, he has already smelled the scent of a big explosion. In one day, he interviewed hundreds of black people and some white people. Black people gave the film scores consistently between S and A, while white people's scores hovered between A and C. Obviously, this is a film whose primary audience is black people over the age of 16. At the same time, in other theaters, investigators from Warner had also collected information. Bring all the information and head to Warner Pictures. In the president's office, several senior leaders of Warner's decision-making level and the president were looking at the investigation data about Get Out together. Have the first-day box office come out? Jeff Robinov glanced at the data and asked directly. A staff member nearby quickly took out the data sheet in his hand and said, "It's already out." The movie was shown in 1,000 cinemas, on 4,000 screens, and the first-day box office grossed over $10 million. The detailed data is the total box office of $10.82 million. A senior executive who was not familiar with the information about Get Out first took a look at the production cost and publicity cost of Get Out displayed in front of him. "This is unbelievable." President Robinov, according to this statement, wouldn't director Kevin be able to recover all the production and marketing costs of this work in 2 days? Other senior executives also showed joy on their faces. Yes, that's right. Director Steve Kevin is only 24 years old and has unlimited potential. In our first 2 films, we were able to make a small investment for a big gain, which brought huge benefits to New Line Cinema and us. Although the first movie, Saw, has nothing to do with Warner, the overseas distributor that New Line Cinema cooperated with was Warner. Through overseas distribution, Warner also shared part of the profits. This is the reason why Warner Brothers took the initiative to approach Kevin to collaborate with him on the second movie. However, the success of 2 consecutive movies is bound to greatly increase Steve Kevin's reputation in the circle. I'm afraid that Kevin will have countless investors coming to him for his next movie. They, Warner Brothers, have to maintain their relationship with Kevin. A big director with continuous success also plays a very important role for a film company of their size. However, how to win over director Kevin and what price should be paid still needs to be considered. We'll talk about Kevin later. Have you all read the information you have? I have. Everyone nodded. Robinov then continued. According to this information, Get Out still has a lot of potential that has not been tapped. Especially under the influence of the Los Angeles riots, black people are full of resentment towards white people at this time. The military's crackdown stopped the riots, but they lacked a place to vent their emotions. Escape from the deadly town seems to have appeared at the right time. This can be seen from the unanimous praise from the black people in the information. Chapter 39. A group of senior executives nodded repeatedly after listening. Robinov then said, "Based on this situation, I think Get Out has the potential to gross over $100 million in North America. But since it is a black-oriented movie, the overseas box office may be much less. Of course, generally speaking, North America is actually our biggest source of income, so it's not a big problem. My suggestion is to increase the investment in the promotion of Get Out in North America, and at the same time discuss with those cinemas to increase the number of cinemas and the number of films. What do you think?" Agree. The box office of Get Out is about to explode, and these executives will not be stingy with this investment, which will yield a return of more than 10 times in the future. Unless they were spies, no one would stop it from happening. Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema have each taken measures to promote Get Out. The content includes having Wells go to major African-American communities to encourage people to go to the movies and appear on TV shows to promote the movie. Inside Kevin's villa, a small party was actually held. The people in the venue included Kevin's team, as well as some nearby neighbors and their friends. Among them, Tom Ruth and his wife appeared here prominently. As both were important clients of CAA, and there was no competition between them in terms of resources, Tom Russ would not be foolish enough to show hostility towards him. Seeing Kevin grilling, Ruth came over with a glass of wine. "Congratulations, Kevin, you succeeded in escaping from the dead again," Ruth said with a smile on his face. "Ruth, your film, The Greatest Ambition, will be released in 2 weeks. I wish your new film a huge box office success." Although Kevin knew that Tom Russ's new movie would flop, he certainly couldn't say it directly. And that's a good thing for him. Although the conflict between the two is not that intense, the release of Far From Home will definitely take away the number of big screens that belong to Get Out. The direct consequence is a drop in box office revenue. However, if the Earth ambition fails, the impact on Escape from Death Town will be very limited. After hearing Kevin's congratulations, Cruz raised the glass in his hand and toasted Kevin before joining the party. Nicole took Cruz's hand and asked in confusion, "Ruth, isn't he your competitor? Your Far From Home will be released in 2 weeks, and Get Out is the movie that poses the greatest threat to you during this period." Ruth had a smile on her face, but there was a hint of disdain for Nicole in her eyes. His union with Nicole was definitely not so-called love. He was attracted by Nicole's looks, while Nicole coveted his fame and connections. In his opinion, Nicole was definitely not a smart person. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after their divorce, Nicole would build on his reputation and rise directly to the top as the #1 actress in Hollywood. Dear, there shouldn't be conflicts between directors and actors, do you understand? Especially a director like Kevin who has so much potential. Although he has only succeeded in 2 small-budget films, no director will stop here. He will eventually start his big production. When the time comes, there will definitely be a time for him and I to cooperate. Nicole nodded, with a different look in her eyes. Compared with the woman of a superstar, the woman of a big director seems to have more advantages. Kevin at the party naturally had no idea what Nicole and Tom Russ were thinking. He is connecting with his team. Only a sufficiently stable team can enable him to better produce films in his own style. Like Saw and Get Out, although the rhythm and plot of the original works are generally maintained, Kevin also arranged some foreshadowing in them. He had already thought about this kind of thing when he was filming Saw. That's the cinematic universe. The existence of the movie universe has huge benefits for increasing the box office of this universe. In its previous life, Marvel made tens of billions of dollars by relying on its own IP, and there are still sequels. And tens of billions of dollars are just a scoop of Marvel's goldmine. However, before creating the Marvel Universe, he also wanted to practice and create a horror film universe of his own. Jigsaw carries out God's punishment in the name of God. Kevin added some Cthulhu elements to it and prepared the identity of Jigsaw as a follower of the evil god. The people who escaped from the Death Town and made a deal with the devil had no idea that the price of making a deal with the devil, evil god, in this way would be, after a certain number of years, their souls, bodies, and spirits all belong to God. Just like in Kevin's past life memory, he was the tiger's accomplice, helping the tiger to hunt more prey. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. Creating a movie universe is not that easy. The most important thing is that Kevin needs to use this movie universe to gain access to Marvel's capital. This is his ultimate goal. One day later, the print media is flooded with topics related to Get Out. Get Out is another classic film directed by Kevin. In this film, the director incorporates more humanistic care and guides others to pay attention to the discriminated Black people in the United States. Get Out is a must-see movie for Black people. It is tense, exciting, and anti-discrimination. It fights for the status of Black people. If you don't watch it, you are not Black. Warner Brothers skillfully used various means, including moral kidnapping and inciting emotions. Inside the villa, lying on the bed, Kevin looked at the news in the newspaper, rubbed his chin, and thought about how to continue to expand his influence. Pure print media can only give people a slight impression of the name Kevin. In fact, it is far from enough to build his personal image brand. The phone suddenly rang, and Julie quickly picked up the phone and handed it to him. "Hey, Kevin, the Oprah Winfrey Show wants you to be on their show." Dean's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. The Oprah Winfrey Show was one of the most famous talk shows in the United States in the 1990s. Host Oprah Winfrey always manages to capture the audience's attention with her natural eloquence and ability to speak well. Although Kevin had never seen her, he had heard of this name. She is an absolute celebrity in this era. Participating in her talk show will undoubtedly greatly increase the audience size of Get Out. Chapter 40. Upon hearing the news, Kevin agreed immediately. This program can increase his familiarity to the public and help build his personal director image brand. At the same time, it is also good for the box office, so there is no way he would refuse. It is now May 4th, and Get Out has been released for 3 days. During these 3 days, the box office on the first day was $10.82 million, and the following 2 days were not to be outdone, with box office revenues of more than $12 million and $133 million respectively. At this pace, the North American box office is likely to exceed $100 million. In North America, the most important time for box office revenue is the first 2 weeks, after which it will begin to fall sharply. Therefore, the upfront publicity is the most important. Although it may have exceeded 100 million, Warner and Kevin will naturally not be satisfied with it. Therefore, the opportunity to be on the Oprah Winfrey talk show was obtained through Warner's manipulation. This is exactly the opportunity Kevin got because he knows how to share. Otherwise, no matter how good the film is, such an opportunity would be hard to come by. Kevin, Will Smith and Julie came to the Oprah Winfrey talk show. A middle-aged black woman with curly hair came over with a smile on her face. "Hello, Kevin, Julie, and Steve. How are you?" Kevin, Steve, and Julie all responded enthusiastically. After a brief chat, the program officially began recording. The main theme of Oprah Winfrey's talk show is empathy. Of course, in Kevin's opinion, it is just playing the victim. So Kevin revealed on the show that he was an orphan and how he relied on his own efforts to become a talented director at the University of Southern California, as well as the news that his 2 consecutive movies were big hits. Kevin, this is a typical American dream. You rely on your own efforts to become a wealthy man step by step. By now, your net worth should be over 10 million, right? I heard that you bought a multi-million-dollar mansion in Beverly Hills. Oprah Winfrey performed with an exaggerated expression. After a brief show of wealth, the talk show finally got to the point. Kevin, how did you come up with the idea of making a movie with black people as the main characters? Oprah Winfrey asked curiously. Why can't black people be the protagonists? Kevin asked a question first, then continued. In my films, I only cast actors based on the specific roles they play, and I don't care about race. As long as he's right for my movie, I'll just go for it. Oprah Winfrey followed up Kevin's words and elaborated on them. I talked to Kevin about the discrimination faced by black people in American society, and Kevin showed a very sympathetic face towards black people. Will Smith's words are interspersed from time to time. As a black rapper, making people laugh is also his skill. The talk show was recorded for more than 2 hours. Kevin and his friends exchanged contact information with Oprah Winfrey before leaving and going home. A day later, the Oprah Winfrey talk show was broadcast, which immediately attracted countless black and white left-wing audiences to get out. On that day, the box office successfully broke through the 20 million mark. Don't think this is too much. You should know that the Oprah Winfrey show now has 30 million regular viewers per week. If spread out over every day, it would have more than 4 million viewers. It only added a few $1,000,000, which is really not much. MGM is one of the 8 major film studios in Hollywood. Of course, if you follow Kevin, there are only 5. Since being acquired by a casino tycoon in 1970, MGM has not produced any classic works and has relied entirely on its old capital. 007. Tom and Jerry is their last glory. However, MGM executives did not want this to happen. They were looking for ways to get MGM out of its predicament and return to its glory days. It was in this situation that MGM set its sights on Kevin. Unlike other big directors who have regular film company partnerships, Steve Kevin, as a newly famous director, has not yet been branded by any film company. MGM's idea is to take a gamble and become Steve Kevin's mentor. Inside the MGM president's office, everyone, invite Steve Kevin to make a medium-budget movie. Is this cost acceptable to us? Leite, the president, said seriously. At this time, MGM was in debt of hundreds of millions of dollars. Carrying such heavy debts, they were naturally hesitant in doing anything, especially in investing in movies. But as the president, Leiter knew that if MGM continued like this, it would be a slow death. We must find a way to reverse this situation. For film companies, nothing can change the current situation more than the emergence of a blockbuster movie. But the real famous and big directors now either make art films with a high chance of losing money or make huge investments of hundreds of millions of dollars. Both of these are unacceptable to MGM. Of course, there are famous directors who are willing to make small productions, but such famous directors have long been taken away by other film companies. It has nothing to do with MGM. As it stands, the only director with a chance is MGM. Okay, but if you fail, the speaker's meaning was very clear. If the company failed, President Rhett would bear the main responsibility. The consequence would most likely be that he would be blamed and resigned from MGM. As a middle-aged person who has become a senior executive in MGM, no one wants to just take the blame and leave. But everyone knows that if things continue like this, MGM won't be able to last many more years, so they have to find a solution. Therefore, from the bottom of their hearts, everyone supports President Leiter. Of course, it is impossible for him to take the blame. I will take full responsibility. Please support my decision. Having said that, others will naturally not refuse, so the president of MGM began to find Kevin's contact information through various means. In the villa, Kevin was reading the news in the newspaper. Since appearing on the Oprah talk show, Get Out has suddenly attracted a lot of support, especially from several of the most famous black movie stars. These famous black movie stars all published messages in newspapers in support of Kevin's Get Out. After Kevin clearly established himself as an equal rights character, and the protagonist of the movie is indeed black. So these black movie stars all expressed their support for Kevin. Chapter 41. Although these black movie stars may not have much box office appeal, their countless classic roles in film history still add a layer of authority to them. Their joint recommendation greatly influenced a group of movie fans. Under such circumstances, it took only a week for Get Out to successfully break through the hundreds of millions of dollars in North American box office. Under such circumstances, Warner Brothers decisively held a party to celebrate and reward the main creative staff of Get Out. Except for Kevin, who only participated in the Oprah talk show, everyone else has been promoting Get Out. The busiest of them all was Will Smith. He was almost exhausted these days. He was running around promoting his work in major black communities, movie theaters, and media every day, and he only slept about 5 hours a day. However, the results are still very gratifying. In just 1 week, the North American box office exceeded $100 million. This made Wells have a crooked smile every day. There's no way he can't be happy. The first movie in which he played the leading role was an instant hit. With a production cost of $3 million, it created a North American box office of over $100 million. This box office has undoubtedly entered the ranks of the top 10 movie box office rankings of the year. This also means that escaping from the death town can be considered a small achievement in becoming a god. And he, Will Smith, became the leading actor in a movie that grossed billions of dollars at the box office and instantly became a Hollywood darling. The time came 10 days after the movie was released. "Julie, do I look handsome in this outfit?" Looking at himself in the mirror wearing a black casual suit, Kevin said confidently, "I have to say, this body looks really handsome." He is no less than a young Keanu Reeves, and is about 60% similar to Leo. Handsome. Julie was also dressed very sexy and attractive. If she wasn't going to the party, Kevin wouldn't mind having a little treat. In this regard, we have to say that European and American women are too aggressive. The two of them went out and got in a car, heading towards Hollywood. It's about an hour's drive from Beverly Hills to Hollywood. The party is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. If they leave now, they can arrive earlier. After an hour's drive, the two arrived at a hotel in Hollywood. Warner Brothers booked the entire theater for the party and also invited some Hollywood stars and executives from other film companies. Of course, there are also female models trying to find financial sponsors at the party. Kevin brought Julie to the party, and the handsome man and beautiful woman were particularly eye-catching. Several beautiful female models were secretly staring at Kevin, trying to find an opportunity to climb onto his bed. The last one who succeeded was the woman next to him, Angelina Jolie, inspiring them to do so. These be asterisk 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 be asterisk 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 dot. Julie cursed inwardly. When she came in, Kevin was chatting with the president of Warner, while she stood aside to prevent other be asterisk 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 from stealing her man. These models, each wearing more revealing clothes than the other, completely triggered the sense of crisis in her heart. Kevin is not a chaste man. She knows this very well. If she is not careful, her current position as a female companion may be insecure. If Kevin knew what Julie was thinking, he would definitely cry out for justice. If Julie was not Julie, but just a small model, he might not be interested in her. A director with 2 masterpieces, if he needs women, they can line up in a queue of hundreds of meters. Kevin, congratulations, your film project is successful again. As the producer, director, screenwriter, and investor, you must have made a lot of money this time. Jeff Robinov congratulated with a smile on his face. As president, Jeff Robinov also has his own pressure. He is responsible for Warner Brothers' annual financial statements. If the financial statements fail for 2 consecutive years, his position as president will be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Kevin brought him a huge surprise, and this year's financial statements are almost stable. Get Out came out in May, and soon in June, Batman Returns, invested by Warner and directed by the genius director Tim Burton, followed closely. With these 2 movies as a foundation, he no longer has to worry about this year's financial statements. No, Warner Brothers is the biggest winner. The only profit that Kevin and New Line Cinema can get from their investment is the profit after sharing the box office revenue. The bulk of the subsequent copyright income still lies in the hands of Warner Brothers. There is no way. Although Kevin holds the copyright, channels are king. Offline copyright development channels are not something Kevin can get involved in now. As the copyright holder and investor, and with his multiple identities as director and editor, Kevin can only get 30% of the subsequent copyright income. Of course, the advantage is that Kevin doesn't have to worry about anything and can just sit back and collect the money. But what is predictable is that all this is based on the premise that he and Warner are in the honeymoon period they are in now. Once the two parties fall out, these subsequent incomes can be manipulated. Jeff Robinoff smiled and did not deny Kevin's statement. Warner is the biggest beneficiary of this wave of investment. However, this is also determined by the ecology in Hollywood. Movies that are not produced by the 5 major film companies do not have these corresponding channels. Even if the quality is sufficient, it is far from possible to achieve such results. It is the same with Get Out. If it was only released by New Line, it would be very difficult to break the 100 million mark, not to mention that Get Out is now released by Warner and is far from reaching the upper limit. From the very beginning, Kevin had it very clear that film quality is one aspect, but distribution is another. In the early stages of development, he could completely give up some of his interests in exchange for establishing a firm foothold in Hollywood. And all this was just as he expected. Win-win cooperation. Jeff Robinoff raised his glass with a smile and then said, "Kevin, have fun. This is a party for you." After saying this, he left. The so-called party was originally a celebration at public expense. Of course, there has to be a suitable reason to hold a party. However, the achievement of escaping from the deadly town can shut everyone up. Just as Kevin and Julie were making friends and enjoying delicious food at the party, Harvey Weinstein showed up again. As soon as he appeared, he held up a glass of wine and approached Kevin enthusiastically. "Congratulations, Director Kevin. Get Out was a success again." Apparently, with the success of Kevin's second film, Harvey Weinstein could no longer use the same trashy methods on smaller directors. Chapter 42. Kevin is like a gold mine at this time, and everyone wants to get a piece of the profits. The same is true of Harvey Weinstein. 2 consecutive movies made money, which means Kevin has the ability, and the probability of his next movie making money is also as high as 80%. As long as he continues to make low-budget horror films like this, he will never have to worry about investment. It would be a lie for Harvey Weinstein to say he wasn't jealous when he saw Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema making huge sums of money. The purpose of coming to this party is to catch Kevin's next movie. Faced with Harvey Weinstein's overtures, Kevin couldn't directly slap him in the face, so he just responded, "Thank you." Kevin's aloof appearance did not stop Harvey Weinstein from making money from him. This is a business worth tens of millions of dollars. Compared with this, face is nothing. Harvey Weinstein forced himself next to Kevin and said earnestly, as if he was doing this for your own good, "Kevin, you just entered Hollywood not long ago, so you don't know some situations. In Hollywood, the Oscars are the fastest way to become a great director." Kevin nodded. Although he didn't like Harvey Weinstein, he also admitted that what he said made sense. If you don't have the recognition of awards, you need many classic works to become a great director. But if he is recognized by an award like the Oscars, has 2 or 3 classic works, and then promoted through the media, he will immediately become a great director. No, this kind of director can only be considered a famous director. A big director also means big production. Speaking of this, Kevin started thinking about his next work. He made up his mind to make a mid to upper level production. Otherwise, if you just keep doing small things every day, even if you become a big hit, it will be difficult to get recognition from big awards. Seeing the change in Kevin's expression, Harvey Weinstein suddenly felt happy and said while the iron was hot, "Work with me, Kevin. Miramax Films has extensive experience in winning awards and can help you win the Oscar for Best Director to the greatest extent possible." While Harvey Weinstein was persuading Kevin eloquently, MGM President Rhett, dressed in a suit and tie and looking like an elite white man, came to Kevin. "Hello, Kevin. I'm Rhett, the president of MGM." The white man had a kind look on his face, and his status in Hollywood was also not low. Leiter completely ignored Harvey Weinstein and said to himself, "We can give you the conditions that Miramax can give you, and we can also give you the conditions that they can't give you." Although Kevin didn't know Red in front of him, he knew that after 1993, MGM would have a new president. In other words, the current president of MGM may step down next year. So, he came to me to save MGM's performance? Harvey Weinstein had a gloomy face as he watched the president of MGM come to intercept him. To be honest, he was very angry about this situation, but MGM had a foundation in Hollywood that he could hardly match. MGM, with its lion logo, was once regarded as a symbol of the United States and created countless classics. Even now, due to poor management, it has led to a huge financial crisis. However, the connections and influence accumulated over the years are still not something Harvey can afford to offend. Putting aside other things, just for the Oscar, Harvey Weinstein spent a lot of money, while MGM could do favors. Julie, who was standing by, was so excited just by what she heard. Whether it was Harvey or MGM, they were both people she could not reach, and these people were all seeking cooperation with Kevin. This is the charm of the director. The status of stars in Hollywood is far lower than that of directors. The status of a superstar like Leonardo DiCaprio is far from that of a great director like Spielberg, not to mention the average small star. Only by climbing to the top can you have a certain degree of autonomy. As long as a director has achieved a certain level of success, he can become a guest of major film companies. The most important thing is that as a director, you don't need to pay attention to character settings or any other messy stuff. Faced with the goodwill shown by the MGM CEO, Kevin would naturally not offend him. It is an honor for me to work with MGM, but I haven't come across any projects that interest me yet, so I may have to wait for a while. Kevin said politely. After hearing what Kevin said, Harvey left angrily and kept the incident firmly in his mind. Director Kevin, MGM can directly provide you with more than $30 million in production funds as long as you agree to let MGM participate in the investment of your next film. Rhett directly stated as conditions an investment of up to $30 million. Even MGM would suffer a heavy loss if the investment failed. No Hollywood film company today can afford a loss of $100 million. As a listed company, the success or failure of their films and their stocks are intertwined. Once a movie loses hundreds of millions of dollars, the stock price will plummet, which has serious consequences. Faced with MGM's sincere approach, it was really hard for Kevin to refuse. But he really hasn't thought about his next movie yet. The Ghost Rider that was originally envisioned was not suitable for filming at this time. Once the film is shot, if you want to acquire Marvel at that time, you will have to pay a huge extra price. As for other works, he still needs to think carefully. At the same time, observe the viewing habits in the past 2 years and see which types of movies are the most popular. Okay, when my next movie comes out, I'll contact you if I need anything. Kevin's words obviously did not satisfy him. At this point, Red also put forward his final conditions. Kevin, if you are willing to continue to sign a film contract with MGM after the success of your first film with MGM, the shareholders of MGM can give you some shares for free. MGM shares? Kevin's eyes suddenly widened. As a film industry practitioner, he has some knowledge of the history of MGM. Under normal circumstances, MGM would have declared bankruptcy in 2010 and carried out asset restructuring. Of course, it's not that no one wants to buy it, but that they can't reach an agreement on the price. MGM wanted to sell itself for $5 billion, but the highest bid was no more than $3 billion, and it was not in cash, but in the form of share swap. But for Kevin, even if it is only $3 billion, it is still a huge amount of money. To be honest, at this moment, Kevin was moved. Chapter 43. Being able to become a shareholder of MGM is undoubtedly a very beneficial thing. Okay, for the next movie, I will definitely let MGM participate in the production, but as for the investment amount, MGM may only account for 50%. Kevin said seriously. Lete nodded. Although it was only a 50% ratio, it also greatly reduced the risk of investment. MGM hasn't produced a classic for many years, and now there are few outside investors, so the company can only invest internally. Reducing risk is also a good thing. I look forward to hearing from you, Kevin. Red handed Kevin a specially made business card of his own, which had a gold-plated pattern on it, making it look very valuable. In fact, several grams of gold are used to plate the business card, so it can be sold for a few $100s. If the person is not very important, Lete will not give out this kind of business card. Kevin took the business card and put it in his wallet. This is the leather wallet that Julie bought for him. It seems to be some famous brand and costs several $1,000s, but Kevin doesn't care about these things. Of course, he was quite happy that Julie was willing to spend money on him. President, someone from MGM is contacting Kevin. Jeff Robinov, the president, was celebrating the achievements of Get Out with others when he heard the news from others. His face suddenly turned dark when he heard that. If Kevin was pulled over by MGM, Warner Brothers would suffer heavy losses, and he, as the president, would also be to blame. Upon hearing the news, he quickly looked for Kevin at the party. Director Kevin, my name is Kasha. Are you interested in talking to me about making a movie? The model in question is a typical American blonde sweet girl with a great figure and an eye-catching charm. Kevin admitted that he had this idea. Casa puffed out her chest and looked confidently at Julie, who was standing next to Kevin. Jolie, who by this time had become a legend in the modeling world, attended parties, hooked up with a potential movie star, and starred in a blockbuster movie right after entering Hollywood. Her experience has long made countless models envious. Meanwhile, countless models are trying to capitalize on the same experience. Casa is one of them. Julie was a little nervous and grabbed Kevin's hand suddenly with force. Kevin shook his head quickly. No. After that, he no longer paid attention to the models who were trying to chat him up. Kevin. Jeff Robinov hurried over and said nervously, I heard that the president of MGM just came to see you? Jeff Robinov regretted it in his heart. Who knew that throwing a party would attract hungry wolves? If Kevin is poached by MGM, Warner will suffer a huge loss. Kevin smiled calmly and said, Don't be nervous, it's just a new investor. My next work is destined to be a big production. If only one company takes on the responsibility, the risk is too high, so we have to introduce external funds. Jeff Robinov asked tentatively, Kevin, how much money do you expect to need to produce your next film? Kevin held up 5 fingers and said, It'll cost at least $50 million, and it won't be a horror movie. Jeff Robinov took a breath of cold air. If he wanted to stop it and not invest, it would be equivalent to pushing Kevin out. As for investment, although Kevin has made 2 big hits, they are both low-budget horror films. It's a big investment, and this investment is definitely not a horror movie, which means the chances of losing money are high. If losses occur and the full investment is made, even Warner Brothers will be seriously damaged. Faced with Kevin's statement, Jeff Robinov was a little speechless. He was also unable to persuade other executives of Warner Brothers to accept this investment. The final result is also to attract funds from the outside world and share risks. In Hollywood, there are 3 types of funds invested in movies. The first type is the film company's own funds, which are generally more stable projects or some small investment works. Try your best to minimize the risk. Of course, even so, there will be many film companies that will go bankrupt due to their misjudgment in the future. The second type is some overseas investors. They watch Hollywood movies plundering box office all over the world, and they are so jealous that they are eager to join in. Hollywood will entrust these foreign funds with investment in some films with relatively high investment risks. However, even so, it is very difficult for these foreign funds to get out of the situation unscathed. Hollywood will do everything it can to keep these funds in Hollywood. The profits that outside capital can gain are much smaller than those in Hollywood. The third type is the funds outside of Hollywood and within the United States, namely major fund companies and other investment companies. If Kevin continues to shoot low-budget horror films with a cost of less than $10 million, Warner Brothers will really invest in him at will. But now, he wants to shoot other subjects and invest up to $50 million, which is worth considering. Warner Brothers will always be your strongest supporter. If you want to invest $50 million, Warner Brothers will at least invest 30% first. Jeff Robinov promised. It's within his rights. Kevin nodded, but did not reveal all of MGM's conditions. In a capitalist society, everything is about money. If Warner knew that MGM was going to give him shares, it would either offer greater inducements to cooperate with him or completely withdraw its investment and directly destroy the cooperation between MGM and him. From Kevin's perspective, there was no need to take the risk. It would also be a good choice to become a shareholder of MGM safely and securely after his first movie with MGM is a success. According to his estimation, MGM would at most give him a 1% stake. But Kevin's ambitions are naturally more than that. After deducting the money for paying taxes in April, he still had a lot of money left. In the new movie, he will also take part of the investment amount, which will be converted into MGM shares in the future. The unexpected opportunity provided Kevin with a path for further growth. As for MGM's refusal to agree, with 3 consecutive successful films under his belt, Kevin would not work with them on the next film if they didn't agree. And MGM will continue to be in trouble. It can be said that at this time, no one can save MGM except Kevin. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to reap the greatest benefits would be a waste of this rare opportunity. MGM's heritage, Marvel's IP, and Kevin's foresight. Chapter 44. Kevin got excited just thinking about what kind of behemoth it will become in the future. 4 days later, The Greatest Ambition was released. As a movie starring Tom Rouse, it took up some of the big screen space from Get Out as soon as it was released. Especially since this is the first movie he and Nicole starred in as a couple, it attracted countless people's attention. So far, as of 14 days, Get Out's box office has reached a total North American box office of over $111.85 million. It may still work for a few weeks, but its potential has reached its limit. It is estimated that an additional 20 to 30 million box office revenue will be its limit. As an investor, Kevin made a rough calculation and found that he could benefit more than 20 million US dollars in cash, and there would be a steady stream of 30% copyright income that would flow into his pocket. It can be said that he made huge profits. Of course, it is still a long time before this money enters his pocket, and he needs to start his next project in advance. He put aside all the things in the outside world and concentrated all his energy. Except for going to the library from time to time, he spent all his time in the villa writing new plans. After the Ghost Rider project was postponed, Kevin finally thought of a new project, which was the masterpiece that made Tom Cruise a real superstar, Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible, as a classic American TV series, was broadcast from 1966 to 1973, with a total of more than 170 episodes, and has a very sufficient viewing base in the United States. With such a huge IP in front of Kevin, it is inevitable that Kevin will be eager to take action. In this era, there has not yet been a craze for IP adaptation. People's biggest use of IP is to adapt it into comics or novels, but there are not many successful works. The utilization of IP was far from as mature as in later generations. However, what worries Kevin is that Paramount is very strong at that time, with an overall valuation estimated at 10 billion US dollars, and the company's cash flow is very abundant. He wanted to get the copyright of Mission Impossible, but it was so difficult. Unless you just want to get a part of the benefits, then there is some possibility. However, there is no chance of success if he negotiates with his identity. This is only possible if MGM or Warner takes action. Thinking of this, Kevin no longer hesitated, took out the business card of the president of MGM from his wallet, and dialed the number on it. MGM President Rhett is handling MGM's business within the company. Looking at the film projects one after another in his hands, Rhett couldn't help but raise his forehead. There are too many novice directors, and the plans they produce are often unclear, but they also contain many wild ideas. At a glance, Leite knew that the probability of loss was more than 90%. Thinking of this, Rhett couldn't help but look at his personal mobile phone. So many days have passed, and the director has not contacted him yet, which makes him very disappointed. Thinking of this, Rhett picked up another newspaper and read the news about escaping from the deadly town. A box office dark horse, an excellent thriller with a production cost of only $3 million. It earned $111 million in North American box office in 14 days. Get Out is a good movie worth watching. Rhett couldn't help but feel a little envious. It's been a while since MGM had a movie with such a high profit margin. If it weren't for the copyrights of excellent works such as 007 and Tom and Jerry that could provide them with a steady stream of income, MGM would probably have gone bankrupt long ago. Get Out is expected to be among the top 10 box office hits of the year, an enviable dark horse at the box office, the story behind director Steve Kevin. With such envious thoughts, Leite became more determined to cooperate with Kevin. Beep, beep, beep. A private phone call rang, and Rhett immediately picked up the phone and answered it. Only then did he realize that he was too anxious. He quickly adjusted his tone and pretended to be calm. Hello, I'm Rhett Winchelstein, the president of MGM, and who are you? I'm Steve Kevin. I'm calling to discuss the investment in a new movie with you. I'm wondering if you have time tomorrow. I also have an appointment with the president of Warner Brothers. Kevin's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Leite suppressed his excitement and continued. No problem. I have time. Where is it? The Royal Kitchen near Hollywood is a high-end Hushao restaurant. I heard that it was opened by the descendants of the royal chef who cooked for the Emperor of Dacia. Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow at noon. After hanging up the phone, Rhett looked happy. Kevin's meaning was clear. He was willing to cooperate with them and let MGM obtain the investment rights for his next movie. MGM, there's hope. Of course, MGM must be saved. If not, he, the president, may have to step down next year. After calling the president of MGM, Kevin called Jeff Robinov. With Kevin's success in 2 consecutive films, Jeff Robinov would certainly not refuse if he was asked to discuss the investment in the 3rd film. Agree on a time and hang up the phone. Julie came over immediately. Kevin, the heroine of Mission Impossible 2? I leave it to you, Kevin said with a smile. Julie was immediately excited, winked, and whispered, Kevin, let's go to the bedroom and take a shower. Faced with such a straightforward request, Kevin decisively followed Julie's back into the bedroom. The bedroom of the villa is also not small, like a small room, with a huge bathtub that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. The next day, Kevin slept until 10 o'clock to regain his strength, then took a taxi to the Royal Restaurant in Hollywood. Sitting in the car, Kevin was thinking that he should find an assistant and a driver now. It would be best if the driver could also serve as a bodyguard. In America, there are free gunfights every day. He is more or less a wealthy man now. It would be bad if he didn't have a bodyguard. It would be bad if he was killed or kidnapped one day. This kind of thing should be left to CAA to resolve. After calling Dawson and telling him his requirements, Kevin just quietly appreciated the scenery outside. An hour later, at around 11 o'clock, Kevin arrived at the royal dining room. A Huxiao woman in a Cheongsam came over and said in fluent English, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Kevin hadn't used Huxiao for a long time. It was rare to see a Huxiao person, so he showed off his Huxiao. "Yes, it's in the Tianzi room on the 3rd floor." A trace of confusion flashed across the Huxiao man's face, which made Kevin feel a little disappointed. After all, it was not that country. Duh. Chapter 45. Kevin, who had lost interest, repeated it in English. Then the Cheongsam girl, with her graceful figure, took Kevin to the 3rd floor. This is a special hotel with classical Huxiao decoration, and the highest floor is only 3. As soon as he arrived at the Tianzi room, Kevin saw MGM's president Red and Jeff Robinov having a pleasant conversation. As presidents of large companies in the industry, they have the same status, and it is even possible that they may swap positions in a few years. Naturally, there will be no conflict on the surface. Kevin. Seeing Kevin coming, Rhett stood up and welcomed him with a smile on his face. This attitude also made Kevin aware of his predicament in MGM. Nodding and sitting down, Kevin handed the two of them a rough script for the Mission Impossible adaptation. Similarly, he also selected suitable actors for the main characters. Kevin then called the waiter and ordered some delicious dishes. Beijing roast duck, steamed lamb, fried prawns, duck stuffed with glutinous rice, pheasant in a pot, quail in a pot. It looks simple, but most of them are famous dishes in the Manchu Han banquet. Kevin in his previous life was a third-rate director. These were all delicious dishes that he couldn't bear to eat. But now it's different. Now that he is wealthy, he can eat as much of this dish as he wants. The two of them were looking over his script and plan carefully, and Kevin took this opportunity to enjoy his meal. I also had the idea of hiring a cook. Jeff Robinov glanced through the plan and couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed a very mature film plan. But can he make a good spy action movie like this? Kevin, are you sure the investment this time is $80 million? Jeff Robinov couldn't help but confirm again that the investment amount from $3 million to $80 million in one go was really a bit scary. If Kevin hadn't already proven himself through 2 films, if it were an ordinary director, Jeff Robinov would have been fired long ago. After hearing what Jeff Robinov said, Kevin put down the roast duck in his mouth and said, "That's right. According to my calculations, we need at least $80 million. I am confident that the North American box office will be able to make back our investment. We will definitely make a fortune." But the biggest problem is that this is based on the American TV series Mission Impossible, and its copyright is in the hands of Paramount Pictures. If we want to gain the most benefits, we must negotiate with Paramount and find a way to obtain the copyright from them. At the very least, we must obtain copyright authorization, but in this way, we can make much less money. Kevin's words immediately made the two of them fall into deep thought. But soon, the two came up with an idea. Since no one dares to bear this investment alone, let's use the power of MGM and Warner Brothers and cooperate directly with Paramount. There is no need to think about the copyright of the sequel. Paramount will definitely not give it to them. However, the copyright income from the first Mission Impossible movie is still negotiable. With Kevin's previous 2 successes, Jeff Robinov and Rhett Winchester hesitated for a moment. But after knowing that this was an adaptation of a classic American TV series with a basic audience base, and that the theme of spy action movies was also enduring, add multiple investments to share the risk. After this series, it doesn't seem so unacceptable. At least the success rate has greatly increased. Kevin, in that case, I will go to Paramount with Rhett to discuss the situation of Mission Impossible. You continue to improve the plan. Kevin nodded. In the following time, Kevin took the two of them to taste some Huxiao food and then waited for them to leave. Kevin drove to CAA building. In Michael Vitz's office, Michael Vitz and Dawson were discussing something. Dawson, next, you have to persuade Kevin to accept our most thorough packaging service. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to be promoted to the top partner of CAA. Michael Vitz said in a heavy tone with a hint of threat. Seeing that Kevin's 2 movies became big hits one after another, CAA also wanted to gain more benefits from him. The package service Kevin received at this time was not complete, so CAA only obtained the decision-making rights for behind-the-scenes personnel, some supporting roles, and small actors. In order to gain more benefits for CAA, Michael Ovitz is persuading Dawson to find a way to make Kevin completely accept his packaging service. That is to say, except for Kevin himself, all others are left to CAA, and the director just needs to be a tool. There's no way Kevin would accept that, Dawson said calmly. Doing this will only damage our relationship with Kevin. Was said coldly. This is your problem. If you can't do it, let Kevin go and let someone else take charge. I'll give you a month. If you can't do it, someone else will be in charge of Kevin. Come on, work hard, you can do it. A hint of disappointment flashed in Dawson's eyes, and he left the office silently. Ultimately, CAA is too focused on its own interests rather than customer experience. For superstars and directors who have no shortage of opportunities, CAA is more like a vampire. The scariest thing is that CAA itself is not aware of this. On the contrary, I feel that my packaging service is so good that everyone can accept it. But in fact, the person who is most affected by this packaging system is the director. Stars are just one part of the picture. What needs to be considered is the movie itself. The director and other actors are not something the stars can decide. But different directors, different people, bring different shooting techniques and other things. The director is the last person to accept a complete package service, and Dawson is very clear about this. Feeling disappointed, Dawson walked out of the CAA building. Then I happened to meet Kevin, who was coming to CAA. Dawson, what's wrong? Kevin looked at Dawson's expression and asked directly. He had never seen Dawson look like this before, and it seemed that something unpleasant must have happened. Dawson walked with Kevin for a few minutes, and then they sat down on a bench in the park. Then he said, President was asked me to make you accept the package service completely, otherwise, I will be replaced as the one in charge of your business. Dawson's face showed a dejected look, and he seemed to be a little listless. Kevin was silent for a moment, somewhat silenced by Wiz's greed. However, it does not seem surprising that capital is predatory. Unlike Dacia, which is more motivated by personal connections, the United States is more motivated by considerations of interests. When interests are infringed, favors are no longer of much use. His thinking is more or less heavily influenced by his past life. This led him to think about problems from a human perspective. Chapter 46. Looking at the depressed Dawson, Kevin said directly, In that case, let's leave CAA together. My film company is still in need of a president. You can be competent for the position. Kevin. Dawson was somewhat touched. If Kevin insisted, at most he would be replaced. Kevin would not suffer any loss in CAA. But Kevin was willing to support him, which made him very happy. In this case, there is no need to hesitate. Dawson mustered up his courage and said, Then I will follow your lead, and I will hand in my resignation form later. Kevin smiled, held Dawson's shoulder, and said, Sure. Please help me terminate my contract with CAA. Also, please help me find an assistant and driver after I leave. It's best if the assistant is a woman, and it's best if the driver can also serve as a bodyguard. The fee can be high. Leave it to me, Kevin. The two looked at each other and smiled. Kevin had only signed the lowest level contract with CAA before. Although his status was improved later, the contract was never changed. Basically, you can terminate the agency contract by paying a few $1,000s. Back in the villa, Kevin started creating again. The selling point of Mission Impossible 1 is actually very clear, which is the action scenes. There are 3 classic scenes among them: jumping off a train, breaking the fish tank, and sneaking back to the intelligence agency to steal documents. Speaking of this, Kevin couldn't help but think of Jackie Chan. It seems that Jackie Chan has done the scene of jumping off a train many times. However, at this time, Jackie Chan was still hanging out in Hong Kong Island and had not yet entered Hollywood. Of course, these are not important. What is important is that Kevin wants to invite the legendary Yuan Baiyi to direct the action scenes of Mission Impossible. When it comes to action scenes, European and American blockbusters are more embarrassing than each other. It doesn't look pretty enough, nor real enough. However, after The Matrix, Hollywood also realized how powerful Dacia's research on action scenes was. Since then, these behind-the-scenes personnel have appeared in many Hollywood blockbusters. However, the film companies that are more familiar to Hong Kong Island seem. The New Line seems more familiar. Kevin speculated that when thinking about the future, New Line would produce Jackie Chan's Rush Hour. In this case, there is nothing much to say. After they have completed the negotiations with Paramount, Kevin will contact the crew members one by one. It seemed like half a month had passed. After extremely complicated business negotiations, Paramount finally reached a specific cooperation plan with MGM and Warner Brothers. First of all, the total investment amount of Mission Impossible is $80 million, which is divided into 4 parts, invested by Kevin MGM, Paramount, and Warner Brothers respectively. The specific investment proportions are MGM 30%, Paramount 10%, Warner Brothers 30%, and Kevin 30%. The copyright income of Mission Impossible is also distributed in the same way, but the subsequent Mission Impossible sequels belong entirely to Paramount and have nothing to do with anyone else. Simply put, Paramount relies on the team headed by Kevin to turn Mission Impossible into a hot IP. They just want to pay the least price. All in all, Paramount wouldn't lose much if a Mission Impossible movie failed. But if successful, subsequent Mission Impossible sequels will bring amazing profits to Paramount. Faced with such terms, everyone agreed. What is more important about this movie is that it proves that Kevin is capable enough to direct a big-budget movie. As for the subsequent sequels, if Kevin is capable, it will not be difficult to find other IPs. This news was conveyed to Kevin by MGM. Faced with this news, Kevin immediately began to form a director team. Without the help of CAA, some things naturally have to be done by myself. Kevin's classmates from the University of Southern California, who were his loyal followers, once again chose to join his Morningside Films and abandoned their CAA contracts. Compared with CAA, being able to work with a famous director like Kevin can bring more benefits. Part of the team was in place, but Kevin still lacked an experienced assistant director, which he discussed directly with the Directors Guild. Anyone who is interested can contact him directly through the Directors Guild. Finally, an experienced assistant director, Billet, was chosen. He has experience as an assistant director on many films, but Kevin did not study this carefully. The assistant director is more responsible for finding and filling in the gaps, but the film still depends mainly on the main director. At the same time, he also gathered other missing personnel one by one through various trade unions. In addition to action guidance, Kevin picked up the phone and called Dean. On the other end of the phone, Dean was regretting not being able to participate in the investment of Kevin's new movie. He saw Kevin's call and quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, Kevin." "Dean, I heard that you are very familiar with people in Hong Kong Island. Can you help me contact the action director named Yuan Hepping? My new movie needs some excellent action directors." Kevin got straight to the point. "No problem, but Kevin, why didn't you ask New Line Cinema to invest in your new movie? That's not very nice." Dean half joked. "This is my first time directing a big-budget film. I am doing this for your own good, to help you avoid risks. If there is a chance to work together on the next film, I will definitely work with you," Kevin said politely. Having said that, Dean didn't have much to say. After hanging up the phone, he directly helped Kevin contact Hong Kong Island's action director Yuan Wu-ping and his Yuan clan. In 1993, there were so many movies released in Hong Kong that theoretically, Yuan Wu-ping had no time to come to the United States. However, there are many excellent action directors in Hong Kong Island, and he is irreplaceable in the United States. But in Hong Kong Island, it shouldn't be a problem to recruit someone to replace him. Therefore, with the promise of concessions from New Line Cinema, Yuan Wu-ping and his crew finally boarded the train to Los Angeles, USA. At this point, Kevin's production team has been completely completed. Except for a small amount of special effects investment, everything else has been completed. At the same time, news about Kevin's Mission Impossible movie was also spreading in the Hollywood circle. I wonder how many people are envious of this action movie with an investment of $80 million. Countless people used various connections to try to get a role in Kevin's new movie. After abandoning CAA, these roles no longer need to go through CAA. Kevin's choice was to leave most of the supporting roles to the film company to decide. The heroine was chosen in advance by him as the investor and director, and that was Jolie. Chapter 47. To put it bluntly, in spy action movies, all the heroine needs is beauty. This is a typical man's play. The last large-scale casting left is naturally the male lead. Although Kevin had already decided in his mind that the male lead of Mission Impossible would definitely be Tom Cruise. After all, in his previous life, he was the one who made Mission Impossible a success. But the time was moved forward by more than 2 years, and Kevin couldn't say whether Tom Cruise had this intention at that time. In addition, people often don't cherish those who come to them on their own initiative. For this reason, Kevin chose to conduct a large-scale casting. At the same time, this is also an invisible promotion for Mission Impossible. Along with the large-scale casting, countless media began to report on the news of Mission Impossible. It's an adaptation of a classic American TV series, directed by the famous horror film director Steve Kevin, and it evokes the childhood experiences of countless viewers. If Mission Impossible is adapted into a movie, will you go and watch it? According to our news, there are a lot of people interested in Mission Impossible. Stars like Nicolas Cage, Sylvester Stallone, etc. have expressed strong interest in the movie. Tom Ruth looked at the news in the newspaper in silence. The failure of Ambition of the Earth was a huge blow to him. Before that, every movie he starred in was a big hit, and he had never tasted the bitterness of failure. Ever since the failure of his ambition, the flattering words about him in the newspapers have turned into doubts and denigrations. This undoubtedly put tremendous pressure on his psychology. But a good soup is always a good soup. If you want to become a superstar, you must have a big heart. Just as he was quietly recuperating in his villa, the latest reports from the outside world came in. Steve Kevin's new work, an action movie with an investment of $80 million. The most important thing is his childhood memories, Mission Impossible. Tom Ruth has an inseparable feeling for Mission Impossible, which is his best memory of childhood. When he heard about this project, he simply couldn't refuse. After seeing the news in the newspaper, Ruth looked at Nicole beside him and said, "Honey, come with me to Kevin's villa to discuss the matter regarding the Mission Impossible actor." Nicole listened to Cruise's words and said anxiously, "My dear, what about my heroine?" Ruth showed his cold side and said, "My dear, if one movie after another fails, even I will perish in Hollywood. Everything just allows me to continue to succeed, okay?" The meaning of Ruth's words was simple. He had to protect himself first and maintain his own position before he would have the energy to help Nicole. Although this is the truth, women are sometimes unreasonable. Nicole's eyes flashed with resentment, and then it instantly faded into a smile. She took Ruth's hand and said with a smile, "Then let's go meet Kevin together." Tom Russ and Kevin's villas were only a few minutes' drive apart. A few minutes later, Tom Russ drove his luxury car and came to Kevin's house with Nicole. "Ruth, Kevin." Seeing Ruth coming, Kevin went out to greet him politely. Julie also followed closely beside him. Kevin and Ruth communicate. Julie was also standing by and looking at Nicole. Both of them were men who had climbed up to high positions and power, so naturally there was some competition. In terms of beauty, the most direct aspect was beauty. Julie looked at Nicole and felt a little unnatural. She knew that she was not as pretty as Nicole. However, aesthetics is sometimes not so absolute. At least Julie is confident that Kevin definitely likes her more between Nicole and her. "Ruth, you want the male lead from Mission Impossible?" Kevin pretended to be surprised. After some pleasantries, Ruth got straight to the point and asked him for the position of male lead. Ruth looked serious and said seriously, "That's right, Kevin. You have no idea how much I love Mission Impossible. It's my favorite TV show since my childhood. If you hadn't proposed the idea of making a Mission Impossible movie in advance, maybe a year or two later, I would have proposed this idea and I would have been the producer myself. Let me be the leading man, Kevin. I owe you one." Having said that, Kevin, who already had his eyes on Ruth, naturally had nothing to say. "In that case, Ruth, you should just go ahead and audition for the role of the male lead in Mission Impossible." Ruth then took a deep breath. There is an unspoken rule in Hollywood that if a big-budget movie holds an audition, there will be no big names participating. This shows that this movie will only select young actors. Once a big name participates, other superstars will only work hard behind the scenes and will not participate in the interview with the crew at the same time. This means that if he goes through the next process, the role will basically be a sure thing. Everything went as Tom Ruth expected. After the process was completed, Tom Ruth joined the Mission Impossible crew for $10 million. This news, along with the joint spread of the three film companies, quickly spread throughout the United States. The movie had already attracted the attention of all Americans before it even started. That's the privilege of blockbusters. The so-called blockbuster movies are those with big investments, big stars, and big directors. Countless media flocked to the scene, and after joint discussion between Warner Brothers, MGM, and Paramount, it was decided to hold a press conference for the start of filming. After the meeting, we started shooting right away. A theater in Los Angeles was chosen to hold this press conference. Kevin brought the male and female protagonists, Tom Russ and Julie, as well as several other important supporting actors to the press conference. The president of MGM personally attended the press conference, adding a different meaning to it. "President Leiter, you chose to let a small director like Steve Kevin direct a blockbuster with an investment of $80 million. Is there any unknown secret behind this? MGM has been losing money for many years. Is President Leiter hoping that Mission Impossible can turn the situation around?" Rhett's face froze. These reporters' questions showed no regard for his dignity at all. But he couldn't be angry about this, as it was not in line with his status. After adjusting his mood, Leite replied one by one with a smile. "The reason why I let Kevin direct Mission Impossible is because I believe in his ability. 2 consecutive movies have been big hits. Doesn't that prove his ability? Duh. Chapter 48. Similarly, although MGM has been losing money every year, it has a very strong foundation. As long as a few movies are successful, I believe MGM will be able to turn the current situation around soon. The reporter's face froze. Rhett had even brought up MGM's background. The implication was obvious. He was going to embarrass himself by raising the issue again. Just wait for him to cause trouble later. It would be fine if the reporter offended an ordinary celebrity director, but offending a film giant like MGM would have serious consequences. Seeing this, he quickly turned his gun and attacked Kevin, Tom Russ, and the heroine Julie. Director Kevin, I heard that every time you make a movie, you will have S*X with the leading actress. Is this true? Kevin's face also froze. This was why he didn't like being interviewed on stage. The director's abilities were useless to reporters. What they are most interested in is the gossip between directors and stars. Right from the start, these reporters kept asking questions about Kevin's gossip, but fortunately, there was no solid evidence and Kevin denied them one by one. On the other hand, Tom Ruth had seen many such situations and dealt with them one by one. At the same time, he talked a lot about Mission Impossible, drawing reporters' attention to the movie. One day later, after everything was settled, Kevin took the crew to Prague, known as the center of the European continent. In addition to the plot, the beautiful scenery also played a great role in the success of Mission Impossible. Kevin will definitely not change in this regard. Mission Impossible will only be a bad movie. What good movie can a small director and a bunch of unknown people bring? As soon as Kevin and the crew left, the media started criticizing Kevin and the movie. However, MGM, Paramount, and Warner Brothers quickly suppressed the news through various means. This is the perfect way to enjoy the shade under a big tree. With investments from 3 Hollywood giants, Kevin only needs to make sure that no problems occur within the crew, and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. The big 3 are more anxious about external problems than he is. Prague is the capital and largest city of the Czech Republic. As a tourist city, we readily agreed to the request to use it as a filming location for a Hollywood blockbuster. A big-selling Hollywood movie can attract many tourists and increase their income. Under such circumstances, the Czech Republic even sent police to help them block roads and film. With such cooperation, the filming of Mission Impossible began. Given Kevin's current status, except for Tom Russ who could challenge his authority, everyone else was very cautious and cooperated. As a smart man, Tom Russ never questioned the director in front of the crowd, which meant Kevin did not encounter any difficulties in filming Mission Impossible. Director Yuan, I hope the movements are more realistic, closer to Bruce Lee's style of being fast, accurate, and ruthless. I think that's the movement of a secret agent. Kevin doesn't care what the real agents are like. What he wants to do is to make the behavior of the agents in the movie conform to the audience's imagination. This was a theory he heard from an author friend when he was a director in his previous life. When writing a work, sometimes if the plot is based on reality and different from what the readers imagine, negative reviews and trolls will come pouring in. On the contrary, if you follow the reader's inherent impressions, you will receive a lot of praise. The same can be said about movies. An agent should be quick, accurate, and ruthless. This is the image of an agent that should be in people's minds. Kevin has no intention of subverting this image. He just wants to make the fighting scenes in Mission Impossible more exciting. At the same time, it grasps the essence of what Mission Impossible should be. The agent played by Ruth is amazing with his agile skills and ever-changing disguise techniques. During this kind of filming, several months passed quickly. There were occasional minor conflicts, but they were all resolved under Kevin's suppression. For months later, it was mid-September. Kevin has brought the crew back to Hollywood to conduct the final green screen shooting. Of course, it is impossible for Ruth to act out the chase scene on the train as realistically as Jackie Chan's. Not only does Ruth not dare to do so, but the producer and insurance company who have been following him will not allow it either. If anything happens to Ruth, it basically means the end of the crew. An investment of up to $80 million was naturally wasted. Watching Ruth complete the last shot, Kevin decisively called a stop. Thank you all for your cooperation with me and the crew. I won't say much here. If the box office is a big hit, everyone here will get a bonus. Now, I've arranged the party. Everyone pack up and let's go. Kevin put away his strong attitude that would not tolerate rejection and said with a smile on his face. Chapter 49. Oh, Director Kevin, well done. The crew members cheered again. In Hollywood, not all movies hold parties after they are completed. After all, it costs money. But Kevin naturally didn't care about this little money. He generously set aside $100,000 from the production cost for the final wrap party. Tom Russ finally breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 months of running around, even an Iron Man would feel tired. What's more, he is just a mortal. The subsequent production has nothing to do with him. What he needs to do is to promote it in advance. However, before the promotion, he needs to go home and have a good rest for a few days. In a 5-star hotel, after a great party, Tom Russ came to Kevin and said with some sigh, "I believe that Mission Impossible will be another masterpiece in the hands of director Kevin. I am honored to have worked with director Kevin on this film and hope there will be more opportunities to work together in the future." Whether a movie will become a money loser can actually be felt during the filming process. A good movie can inspire the actor's potential in the movie and unleash their best performance. In a bad movie, the audience can directly feel the actor's awkward acting. This is an unconscious behavior, and sometimes even the actors themselves don't realize it, but it is very real. After all, they know that they are acting in a money-making movie, and sometimes actors often don't feel interested in acting, so they are naturally very relaxed. It is rare to find someone like Nicolas Cage who has very stable acting skills in any movie. Tom Russ could feel Kevin's meticulous design for the film from Kevin's directing, whether it was the action scenes, the character traits, or the layout of the play. Simply put, this is a play with a plot, and this kind of movie usually doesn't do too bad at the box office. You have a chance, Ruth. You are a very good actor. In later generations, there were countless controversies surrounding Tom Ruth. But for an actor, the most important thing is whether he is qualified in his own job. And this is true for Kevin who has worked with him. Just one word: admiration. In Kevin's mind, Tom Russ is a man of great professional ethics. Apart from some overly dangerous actions that were rejected by the insurance company staff and producers, he is fearless in other aspects. In this kind of action scene, he suffered some minor injuries, but crews never said anything about these injuries. This made Kevin sigh that becoming a superstar must be his own ability. Until this time, Kevin also asked his own question. "Ruth, why did you choose to join them?" "Because I am among the top ones." Ruth's words were simple, but Kevin understood what he meant instantly. It wasn't that he was bewitched by them, but they directly recruited him with their high-level positions. They only harm the middle and lower classes. If a high-level person like him joins them, he will only enjoy their resources and there will be no harm. He had no reason to refuse. Kevin, who owns 2 countries at the same time, has no doubts about his choice. After all, other people's choices have nothing to do with him. As long as Tom Russ is a good enough actor, that's enough. The next day, other members of the crew started their vacation, but Kevin rushed to MGM. Before filming, he had agreed that the editing would be kept at MGM so that after the editing was completed, MGM would be the first to rate Mission Impossible. This doesn't really matter to Warner and Paramount, but it is very important to MGM, which attaches great importance to this movie. Leite looked at Kevin's haggard face and disheveled beard after 4 months of running around, and couldn't help but say solemnly, "I'll leave everything up to you. Leave it to me." Kevin smiled and plunged into the editing room. 7 days later, Tom Russ, Julie, and other major supporting actors, after a few days' rest, began their busy promotional activities again, including but not limited to talking about various interesting things about Mission Impossible in various TV shows controlled by the big capital behind Warner and Paramount. In this regard, MGM suffered a bit of a disadvantage, which is why it fell out of the 5 major film studios and could only maintain the 8 major film studios in Hollywood. The lack of a large capital behind it has led to lagging behind in various aspects. External publicity has basically nothing to do with Kevin. In the age before the internet, people often don't pay attention to the director of a movie. They are more focused on the stars who appear in the movies. After more than 10 days of editing, the rough cut of the film was finally released. Kevin then had to work on dubbing and adjusting the color tone of the picture. Of course, the most important thing is the processing of special effects. In this regard, MGM President Ritter recommended to him the Industrial Light and Magic Special Effects Company, founded by George Lucas. George Lucas and Big Ship director James Mellon are both directors specializing in special effects technology. They pay more attention to the use of various special effects technologies in movies. The movies they shoot often give people unprecedented shocks. Especially for Mellon, the appearance of each of his films was accompanied by technological progress in the film industry. The success of Avatar is inseparable from his research on 3D film technology. With Rhett's introduction, Kevin came directly to the Industrial Light and Magic Special Effects Company, and his arrival was warmly welcomed by Luce. "Kevin, my name is George Luce. I am also a student at the University of Southern California. I am considered your senior." Luce, who looked very serious with his neatly trimmed beard, laughed. As students of the University of Southern California, they naturally belong to the same faction in Hollywood. In the absence of a conflict of interest, it is normal to help your juniors and seniors. This faction at the University of Southern California has a force that cannot be underestimated in Hollywood. Apart from anything else, it definitely plays a crucial role in the pursuit of an Olympic medal. Kevin also laughed. He had been in Hollywood for more than a year, but because he spent most of his time making movies, his network of contacts in Hollywood was actually quite average. However, since there was such a faction, he had no reason not to join it. In response to Lucas's goodwill, Kevin also gave a positive response. "Hello, Senior Luce. I came here today to find Industrial Light and Magic to produce some of the special effects for Mission Impossible. As the strongest special effects company in Hollywood, if I have any needs in this area, I will definitely come directly to you, Senior." After a few compliments, we briefly chatted about the secrets of Hollywood. The two soon entered into a formal business conversation. There aren't a lot of special effects shots in Mission Impossible 1, but they're all quite difficult, so they also cost a lot of money. After some negotiations, we finally settled on a 2-month time frame and a business involving hundreds of special effects shots. After discussing the business, they agreed to accept the party that Lucas would host for people from the University of Southern California at an uncertain time. Kevin left Industrial Light and Magic and started working on other films. Kevin was generally satisfied with the movie. The only pity was that because it was released ahead of schedule and he was not short of money, without finding a suitable advertiser, Kevin had to spend 80 million yuan on the investment, which really showed how wealthy he was. Chapter 50. After dealing with matters related to special effects, Kevin first came to the office building he rented near Hollywood. Here is the Chintzy Film Company, where he is the boss. Of course, although it is a film company, Chintzy Film Company is just a shell film company at this time and is not involved in other matters such as distribution, copyright development, etc. Currently, the only business in the company is Kevin's 30% investment in Mission Impossible. It's still a long time before the payment is received. However, Kevin's biggest purpose in setting up the company was actually to avoid taxes, and a large sum of money would soon be deposited into his company's public account. If you pay for your purchases through the company's account, you can greatly reduce or exempt a lot of taxes. The revenue from the box office share of Saw, the editing and directing fees, and the subsequent sale of copyrights totaled nearly $30 million. After deducting the villa in Beverly Hills and various other miscellaneous expenses, plus the taxes paid in April after tax avoidance through a professional tax company, there was only more than $10 million left. Theoretically, this amount of money is not enough to invest in Mission Impossible. However, Kevin, who had absolute confidence in Mission Impossible, directly invested all his income from his 3 professions as screenwriter, director, and producer into the film, plus all the money he had, in exchange for a 30% investment share in Mission Impossible. Other film companies are also happy to see this happen. As a director, Kevin has invested so much, so it is naturally impossible for him to play any tricks on the Mission Impossible project. He will only be more careful in the production. After saying so much, there is only one meaning. Kevin has no money. Now they have to go to Warner Brothers to get back their share of the investment and get out. Both parties are still in the honeymoon period of their cooperation, but once Kevin gets MGM's shares, it will be hard to say what will happen. In order to avoid any further complications, Kevin decided to take this opportunity to get the box office share first and sell the subsequent income directly to Warner at a discount, so as to get the money first. This money will be converted into his shares in MGM in due course. This was a great opportunity for him to reach the top of Hollywood, and he definitely couldn't miss it. We can only blame MGM for offering such tempting conditions. Kevin bossed. As soon as Kevin entered the door, the 2 girls at the front desk first called out Kevin's name in unison, and then one of them stood up and went in to call CEO Dawson. The other one took Kevin around the office. Looking at the tender and beautiful blonde girl in front of him, Kevin couldn't help but ask, "Are you of age? Did Dawson recruit you?" Based on Kevin's experience, there is an 80% chance that these 2 little beautiful twins will not reach adulthood. You should know that Americans enter an extremely mature state after adulthood, and their appearance before and after adulthood is very different. This is also the reason why there are so many copper smelting addicts in the United States. American billionaire Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in prison. The implications behind this are incredibly complicated. Lowly Island, this shocking scandal actually happened. It really fits the saying that the mistakes Americans use to accuse other countries are actually the mistakes they themselves have made. So the United States is judging others by its own standards. I'm 17 years old. Uncle Kevin asked us to come here. He also told us what Kevin Boss looks like. The blonde beauty was not afraid of Kevin's identity at all. She took Kevin around the office area and introduced herself. My name is Alex Helen, and I'm the daughter of Alex Dawson's sister. We didn't go to college, but my mother asked Uncle Dawson to find us a job, so he let us come here. Oh, how much are your salaries? Kevin scratched his head and said, although these two beauties are indeed pleasing to the eye, as a capitalist, he will definitely not do the job if the salary is too high. $1,800. This is the salary for me and my sister Emma. Kevin nodded. Although the salary was a bit high, it was not excessive. At least Dawson was worth it. Helen's face was filled with a sweet smile, but she was quite nervous in her heart. Before coming, Uncle Dawson had told them about the identity of Steve Kevin, a famous Hollywood director. This filled their hearts with longing. As members of the capitalist society, they are the ones who can best appreciate the charm of money. Kevin himself is very handsome, has a high status, and is a multimillionaire. Although her uncle and mother did not say it explicitly, Helen knew that this was a great opportunity for them to change their class. If they could marry Kevin, they would be able to enter the upper class in no time. In the United States, in addition to money, status is also very important to the upper class. Famous directors like Kevin are naturally members of the upper class. They have an upper-class status in Hollywood and are able to create superstars while generating huge revenues for other film companies. The upper classes were happy to accept them as one of their own. At the age of 17, they are at the most charming time in their lives. This is the best time for them to capture the meal ticket of life. As for studying, to be honest, neither she nor her sister are cut out for it, and university tuition is not something they can afford. You have to know that in the United States, an ordinary person, without a scholarship, would need at least tens of thousands of dollars to graduate from college, and that's just for an ordinary school. Those famous schools are not affordable for ordinary people. At least their families cannot afford it. Then why don't you continue to go to school? Kevin touched his chin and asked gently. Helen, the clever little girl, suddenly took Kevin's arm and said, I can't afford it. My sister and I don't have good grades, so we can't get scholarships. If we want to graduate, we need at least $100,000 or $200,000. After graduation, it may take decades to pay off the debt. It's not necessary. Besides, my sister and I are so beautiful, it would be best for us to marry a rich man as soon as possible. Having said this, Kevin quickly pulled his hand away, feeling the warmth in his arms. So that's how it is. The two sisters are here to find a rich husband. Although they are indeed beautiful, minors are still minors, and Kevin will not be fooled by them. Ahem, come on guys, Kevin said righteously. Snort. Helen just crossed her arms over her chest and snorted softly. No man could resist the temptation of her and her sister. Their experiences at school had already taught them this, but they had always kept their distance from the boys at school. Their mother had an affair with a boy when she was in school, and as a result, she gave birth to them early, and their father had long since run away and no one knew where he was. This also led to their not having a wealthy life since childhood. If it weren't for their uncle's help, it would have been a matter of time for them to become homeless on the street.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.